Derbyshire team led by Leicestershire.
Well. Here we are. Morning from the Incora County. Blimey, I'm loud in my own ears. Apologies if I was too loud at home. Umpires Paul Pollard and Billy Taylor walking out to the middle, followed by the Derbyshire fielders and the Leicestershire batsmen. This should have been happening a long time ago, but it's happening today. It should have been happening at the end of day two. Oh, there we are. We're definitely online as well. About just mute that, because otherwise that's going to sound entirely ridiculous. Dave Fletcher alongside Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. This should be the day that Derbyshire pick up their first win in the county championship. No, should, not will, should.
Well, should is also a pejorative word, because heavy roller's gone back on the pitch, third time obviously in the game. Paul Nixon made a point of mentioning how much difference it made last time, so it has got a different colour to it. It looks biscuity and looks good. The pitch is humid though. Fletch this morning, it's much warmer.
It is, isn't
and
it?
It should, for me, swing a little bit this first half hour, and I believe we may have said this before, could be all important.
The first half, yeah, huge. When I suggested it would be a huge first half hour. Richard's going. Thanks for coming. He'll be back. You will have to bear with me today. I have some updates at some absolutely bizarre times due to a football match at Hillsborough. Zach Chappell then on his way in. First ball of the final day of this match, and it's a full-length delivery, and Rishi Patel just pushes it back towards Zach Chappell, and there's no run. There's going to be a lot of chat, I fancy, from the, as you can hear in the effects microphone, from the Derbyshire fielders and bowlers and wicket-keeper and everybody this afternoon. A sprinkling of spectators, more than who came yesterday. I think they'd seen the forecast that we'd seen at about 6.5, 7 overs yesterday, and that was it. Thanks for coming. In comes Chappell again and bowls, and that one is defended up towards Lewis Deploy, the skipper. At mid-off, spoke to Lewis briefly last night. Not about yesterday's play, which basically saw Derbyshire get to 350 for 7 and then declare, but more about how he felt it was going and how much frustration there was. He was frustrated and said that they were determined today, Derbyshire, to put right some of the wrongs from the first 3 matches. 2 defeats and a draw, of course, in their opening 3 matches in the championship, bottom of the table. Chappell is in again, and that one's wide of the off stump and left alone by Rishi Patel to go through to Brooke Guest. Whereas I saw some quotes from Lewis Hill, who said that they wouldn't make the mistakes that they made in the first innings. They lost 6 wickets for 12 runs just after midday, or either side of midday really, on day 1. They were determined to bat the day out. So both captains saying exactly what you would expect them to say. It goes Chappell and bowls, and that's, ducking underneath it is Rishi Patel. Now it says 100 overs and 2 balls remain in the day's play. Now I thought it was 96 no matter what. I don't know where the extra 4 overs, 5 overs have come from. But I will try and get next door. It's on the board, it still says 101 overs remaining, and the over rate is plus minus one. We shall find out at some point, I'm sure, over the course of the day. Richard just completed his update, so I might be able to let him take over commentary as Patel drives very pleasantly, nicely fielded by Lewis Deploy, tumbling away to his right-hand side. Stops the ball from going towards the boundary. A relatively uneventful opening first over. The ball tends not to do anything for 8, 10, 12 overs until the lacquer has gone.
So that first half hour quit maybe the second half hour, you reckon that's the big point?
Yes, I think the second half will be more important than the first half hour as this next delivery is defended by Rishi Patel. Back to Zach Chappell. And it's the end of the first over. Leicestershire yet to get underway. And for some reason, it says there are 100 overs remaining. So when I've done there can't be. I'm going to disappear for a moment and go into the intro of the sports show. If you'll take over.
By all means. Yeah, as far as we're aware, it should be just the 96 or obviously allowing for 16 in the last hour if necessary. So I think well, you never know how many Derbyshire will bowl if they crack on. They could get 100 overs, but I think it's a maximum, a minimum of 96 with that 16 in the last hour. Caveat. Leicestershire, all about batting out the day. And in some respects, I'm wondering whether this might be a season-defining day for both sides, really. If Derbyshire can get across the line a home win for the first time for over 1,000 days in the county championship, that really will lift them for the rest of the season. And Leicestershire, with their much vaunted batting lineup, surely can't bat as badly again if they have ambitions at all this season. They should save this game. Round the wicket comes Connors, bowls outside off stump, bounces and swings away. Budinger got in position to try and crack it away off the back foot. Wisely, perhaps first ball of the day, decided not to do so. However, he rehearses numerous attempts so to do. Yet it has been adjusted back down to 95 or indeed 94.5 overs now remaining in the day. If Budinger can get Leicestershire off to a quick start, remember they just need 229 to make Derbyshire bat again. Connors is in, edge dropped. Oh, he got his hand to it, diving to his left at in the gully. I think that's, is it Lamb there? He's just he's down on his knees at the moment. Hyder Ali, who has taken some brilliant catches, well, certainly one brilliant catch so far this season. That would have been right up there, but Budinger went at it hard hands. It flew off to Hyder Ali's left. He flung himself in a full-length dive. He did get his left hand to it, couldn't quite hang on. Budinger survives. He picks up a single, in fact, as it runs down to third man. Fortunate not to lose a wicket in just the second over of the day. As I say, it would have been a spectacular catch, but goodness me, what a start that would have been for the home side. Patel back down on strike to face Connors, who comes over the wicket, bowls to him down the leg side. Patel gestures at it as it swings on down, taken by Guest, running away to his left behind the stumps, and there is no run. Well, might not make any difference, but it would have been a huge boost to start the day if he'd clung on there.
Wouldn't it just? Yeah, diving away to his left, which I think is not the preferred side, but there might be the chances they have to take.
Connors, high-stepping run, comes in and bowls slightly short of a length. Up on his toes is Patel, dropping the ball back down at his feet. And there is no run. A heart-in-the-mouth moment for Sol Budinger. It is, well, Fletcher's favourite expression, not the way he plays.
Yeah.
Well, he top scored in the first innings. Not that that was too much of a achievement, given they were bowled out for 122. Did he get 31, 32, something like that? As Connors, with that elastic bandage on his right arm, is in. Good length delivery. Comes back in a touch to Patel, who is solidly forward, defending.
You've done well to remember that. 31. Excellent. I've got no idea what happened on day one.
Does seem a while ago, doesn't it?
Always seems further when you've been sitting around for a day.
Oh, it was a long day yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, there wasn't much excitement.
There wasn't. There wasn't. Just the waiting for the next inspection.
The super sopper breaking down.
Yes, that was a big moment. In goes Connors and bowls again. Puts all his effort into the ball, but no real response from the pitch. It's straight and beginning to lift, but Patel leaning forward drops it out into the offside. So very nearly. A wicket taking over to start with for Sam Connors. Hyder Ali not quite able to hang on diving full length to his left in the gully. Magnificent effort to get there at all. 1 for none after 2 overs, 94 to go. Won't keep counting them down.
We will.
Until we get to the last few, if
Yeah.
there's a few wickets down as well.
When Derbyshire need 20 to win. Interesting choice of opening bowlers. I'm fairly sure they were the opening bowlers first time around as well. Chappell and Connors, not necessarily the swing bowlers of the Derbyshire quartet of quicks. Henry Brooks with his 6 wickets in the first innings and 2 for Lewis Rees, who will swing it if there's any swing. Chappell begins a new over, and that's a full delivery that's driven out off the toe of the bat by Sol Budinger down towards the backward point boundary. For 4? Not for 4. They're going to come back for 3. Again, I don't think it make much difference in the grand scheme of things, and I couldn't say definitively from here whether it had touched the rope, whether Harry Kane had touched the rope, but I did expect it to go for 4. It didn't. Budinger moves on to 4. Leicestershire 4 without loss. It would have been looked at again if this game had been on television.
Again,
Which clearly it isn't.
A little bit streaky, a little bit.
Toe end, wasn't it? Bottom left. Brings Rishi Patel back onto strike and Chappell bowls to him. And the difference between the two batsmen out there is quite stark. Rishi Patel hasn't played a shot in anger. Got behind every single one of them and beautifully defended. Sol Budinger, not so much. Already offered 1 chance and got a boundary, well, nearly got a boundary. Down to backward point. Chappell inspects the ball before setting off again. There are 3 slips in place. And he bowls 2 Patel down the leg side. Poor delivery, really. Taken just moving across to his left by Brooke Guest.
Patel's 100 against Glamorgan on the final day. Circumstances were not dissimilar. Just had to bat out the day, really, and he seemed to quite enjoy those conditions, if that's the right word, the circumstances. No real pressure in terms of having to score quickly or anything like that. Just bat.
And bat. And bat. Chappell in bowls to Patel, who's flicking this away off a pad down towards fine leg. Harry Kane will do the fielding down there in the far distance. They'll go through for a leg bye. So I think that run that's been credited to Patel will now disappear. There it goes. 5 without loss. Straight away, umpire Pollard had the arm out.
I thought I was going to be late arriving this morning.
Oh, really?
I drove into that Pride Park sort of shopping estate just to pick up some milk, it being a Sunday and the shops being closed when I get back. Fine going in, getting out of the place.
Oh, really? It's Chappell in and bowls to Budinger, who pushes it out into the covers. Lamfields.
I had a horror of sort of ending up heading back towards Nottingham, as I'm sure many people in Derby have a similar horror.
Oh, yeah, that's, yeah.
Finally got out of there.
I nipped to the shop last night. I thought it'd be nice and quiet. It was exceptionally quiet around about 6 o'clock last night, just up the road, up the Sir Frank Whittle Road.
Oh, there's a big supermarket up there.
Yeah. Yellow and green one up there. And goes Chappell, bowls. That's a big slash outside the off stump, and he's gone. Sol Budinger. He had a go at that one. Zach Chappell strikes. Derbyshire have their first wicket. It wasn't a great shot, in all honesty, but Derbyshire will take it. 9 to go now. Leicestershire 5 for 1.
Yeah, it really wasn't a great shot. That is not an exaggerated phrase. Shocker, really.
Didn't move his feet. Bat was quite a way away from his body. In no position to play the shot that he wanted to play, and why would you play that shot anyway early in the day? Anyway, he's done it.
Having had a life, you are allowed a little look, but I guess he's been given some sort of freedom to play his shots at the top of the order.
Well, it's the way
Sol
he plays.
Budinger.
It's the way he plays.
But a little bit of adaptation to circumstances, one would have thought. 5 for 1.
Bonus wicket, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bonus wicket. Because
it was wild.
It wasn't a great delivery, in fairness.
It's just
It was
wild.
just a little
really.
bit. There's some good pace from Zach Chappell.
Bit of lift, but it was wide.
Yeah, I don't think he moved his feet as he would have
I
wanted.
think 99% of other opening batsmen might have let that one go.
It's a good old sighter, isn't it, really? Just looking at the replay, he had every opportunity not to play that ball, pushing it across him, of course, as a left-handed batsman. Yeah, it's a long way wide.
Franco Fox down in Melbourne he said beforehand he had a nasty feeling about this day. But I think if Leicestershire's batting has a real sort of opportunity to show they are the genuine article, today is it.
Lewis Hill won't give it away, will he? The new batsman.
I would hope not. Connors is in to Patel, fullish, looking to drive, ended up bottom edging or toe of the bat, steering it out into the covers. There was no run. Patel yet to score. He's faced 14 deliveries. I suppose people don't get completely bogged down. Just try and keep things moving a little bit.
Yeah, you've got to score, haven't you? You've got to score some runs, but
otherwise bowlers under no pressure at all. Connors is in to Patel, a little bit shorter this time, coming back in a fraction, perhaps off the seam, and Patel plays it very solidly, back up the pitch, off the back foot, down towards mid-on.
the other thing is, of course, 223 Leicestershire trail by now, so it wouldn't be long, you wouldn't have thought, after tea, if they are still batting, that they suddenly start to take more time out of the game for Derbyshire, so you have to sort of bear that in mind.
Yeah. Plenty to do, though. 5 for 1 as Connors is in to Patel. That one is coming in to him, but from sort of middle towards leg, and so Patel can work it out towards mid-wicket into the gap between mid-on and square leg and get off the mark with that single.
They're very noisy. Yeah. Derbyshire fielders, Mark Watt leading it there. He's actually moved forward at first slip. He's given it the full beans.
He stood in front of the chorus line, hasn't he? And really urging Sam Connors on. Wayne Madison pointing at mid-wicket.
I think Mark
and
Watt
he's saying square leg, come, go wider, go wider.
He also wanted Lewis Hill to hear it as well, I think.
Yeah, Brooks does go wider. To almost conventional mid-wicket position. Brooks too claps his hands together. Derbyshire up for this, and no mistake. In goes Connors, bowls to Hill, who does leave outside off stump. Big lift of the bat over the line of the ball and leaves it raised. At Fletch Sport, at Fox's Crick 2023 is the Twitter means of getting in touch with us. Can't have Salt throwing his wicket away, says Foxy Phil. Bad shot, question mark, says Brunty.
I think
Not
so.
the greatest of shots. So. Connors is in, comes back, and it stays not low. It was a sort of good length ball, but it was quite wide, but it did come back markedly. He'll let it go through, and it was a good few inches wide of the off stump, but the movement back in prompts a round of approving applause from the Derbyshire fielders. Hyder Ali there at third slip. His capper, sorry, Fletch.
No, goodness knows what he's saying, though.
Well, he came round, didn't he, yesterday, and he was on his phone. You could hear him all around the ground. Not what he was saying, I hadn't a clue.
No.
In goes Connors, bowled a little bit shorter this time, straight, and Hill is defending solidly out into the offside. Rees is the fielder. He'll be anticipating a good amount of work once perhaps the sort of lacquer is off the ball. But Chappell has done the trick with the new ball, as he has on a number of occasions for Derbyshire so far this season. He was unlucky in the first innings. Zach, top wicket taker still for Derbyshire, so he's on 13 now. He didn't pick up one in the first inning at all.
He didn't. It's been really good.
Shaved hair, he's completely given up. Shaved head.
Like so many of us. He's in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who defends out into the offside. Henry Brooks does the fielding, and it was interesting there because the ball went to Lewis Rees and he started polishing it, which he's doing now at mid-on. But he went across to Henry Brooks to show him the ball. So presumably he was saying, which side are we going to, which side are we really going to work on? Because they're the two bowlers. They were the two best bowlers, certainly in the first innings. I know Sam Connors picked up a couple of wickets as well, but Brooks with his 6, Lewis Rees got a couple. Chappell, Ian bowls to Patel, who defends it up towards Lewis Rees so he can get on with the polishing job.
Yeah, it's a funny thing with polishing. Polish like mad because obviously as a swing bowler, but it wasn't always a case of, say, polishing the crown. Something you always had a really good look at the ball and decided which side looked the likeliest in terms of retaining any sort of extra shine.
A lot of bowlers like the dark red balls. If they can get a dark red one, they prefer them, don't they, rather than the bright, shiny red ones.
It has to fit nicely in your hand.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Chappell bowls, and that's driven by Patel.
It's perfectly normal.
Well, but they're all the same size.
They're not.
They're not.
They
No,
don't feel that
absolutely
way.
they're
they
not.
don't feel that way.
No,
especially in club cricket.
Oh, well, some of them were some of them were cube-shaped that I bowled with as a club cricketer. They were great.
Indeed.
That's why I've never really understood when the ball won't fit through the caliper or whatever it's called, and they want to change it. I used to dream of having a ball like that that would do something that you had no control over. So what chance did the batsman have? Chappell is in, bowls a short delivery, and Patel pulls him into the leg side for 4. Nice shot. On it quickly, and a long way in front of square as a result. And it's the first boundary of the innings. Patel moves to 5. Leicestershire 10 for 1 now in the 5th over of this final day. That was a good shot from Rishi Patel. It basically sat up and begged to be hit. And Patel obliged. Zach Chappell looks suitably sheepish about it all. Could almost see his beard from here.
He does look a lovely batsman, doesn't he, Patel? Sometimes very correct. You know, it always looks vaguely surprising when he gets out, but he is beautifully sideways on.
He was in position a long time before Chappell even got the ball back. The ball is in now, and that one is driven. That's glorious. He didn't hit it hard, and it was basically a defensive shot in the end up to Lears to ploy. He held the pose because it was such a correct shot. I don't think he'd have played, well, he wouldn't have played the ball that got Sol Buddinger out because he's left-handed and Patel's right-handed. But if it had been as wide to the right-hander, I don't think Patel would have anything to do with it, as he didn't early on when he kept leaving, forcing the bowler to bowl at the stumps and therefore giving himself scoring opportunities. 10 for 1. Leicestershire as Chappell is in again, and there we go. Leaves it outside the off stump. No need to play at that one. If you don't try and play at it, you can't be caught. Which was the only mode of dismissal available to Zach Chappell there. And that is the end of the 5th over. 10 for 1, Leicestershire. They still trail by 218. Big George is on 12th man duties today, George Scrimshaw, with the finest moustache in county cricket.
Hello.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. I hadn't realised until Thursday night that he and John Brayford, who's playing for Burton today, the Burton Albion skipper, George is from Burton. Has been to a few Burton games, and likewise, John Brayford's been to a number of county championship matches as George's guest. That's always good to see.
Connors with that little skip at the start of his run comes in, bowls 2. Hill goes past the outside edge. Delivery held its own off the seam, and Hill was beaten. Actually missed the bat by quite a long way. He was anticipating it coming back in, which is what Connors has been doing. That one didn't. It distinctly not just held its own, maybe just moved away a fraction as well. Mike, good morning to you on Twitter. One of those days you feared in previous seasons for Leicestershire CCC. Well, let us hope that the previous is the relevant word there, as Connors is in and bowls. That one does come back in, and Hill is solidly behind it. Let us hope today we see some real fight from the batting lineup. Fingers crossed, he says, or tweets.
Perfectly set up, really, isn't it? Considering how much time we've lost. Did I calculate yesterday? 133 overs.
by my calculations, and I was looking at this in wisdom, because so little cricket was lost last season, I think we've already lost far more cricket this season than we did in the entirety of last.
I wouldn't be surprised. It was glorious last April, wasn't it?
Connors is in. Bouncer. Hill ducks underneath it. Leaves his bat slightly raised above the right shoulder, but it was a high one, so safe enough, I suppose.
Borne out by the fact that by this stage last season, Derbyshire's Shan Masood had already scored 2 double centuries, and we haven't had a single century yet this season. And I know that's partly down to the poor performances, but certainly a bit more bowler-friendly this year.
Derbyshire lost just 7 hours of cricket at home last season. Connors is in, bowls very wide. Hill steps forward, lets it go through. 7 hours at home and 3.75 hours away. So a huge difference already. Leicestershire lost 8 hours at home and 7.5 hours away. Previous season wasn't too bad either. Looking at the Wisden.
No.
Connors is in. Bowls a bouncer. Ooh, Hill tried to paddle it down the leg side, had a little sort of paddle hook at it, and could easily have gloved that one through to Guest. Didn't get anything on it, and he crossed himself. Lewis Hill there. Could have given it away. We've seen a couple of sort of leg side dismissals. Rehan Ahmed was out in that way in the first innings. Raised his eyes to the heavens in self-admonition there. Lewis Hill waits with bat raised. Connors is in. Bowls to him, much fuller, straighter. Moving in towards middle stroke, middle and leg. And Hill just dabs it down, defends it down into the on side. End of the over. That was a maiden from Sam Connors. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2 for him. 10 for 1 is the score. And Leicestershire have, well, not survived, and they've already lost a wicket, but 6 overs of the 96 have been used.
Yes, Derbyshire mustn't panic. They didn't take a wicket for 50 minutes on day 1, and then picked up 6 for the addition of just 12 runs either side of midday. Chappell goes in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who drives it gloriously down the ground, straight down the ground as well. Missed the bowler's right foot as he stuck it out, and that'll be 4 runs. Another beautiful shot from Rishi Patel, who moves to 9. 18 for 1 now.
Yes, if one is objective about it, aesthetically, there are a few nicer batsmen to watch than
That was
Patel when he's going well.
Perfect drive.
Absolutely straight. Missed the stumps by an inch. So not absolutely straight then.
But straight-ish. It's Chappell again, and this time he's defending a ball of slightly shorter length. Lewis Rees already warming up. Ball bounced out into the offside. Lou likes a warm-up, though. A warm-up and a limp.
Yes.
Lewis Rees. But he's definitely warming up. Whereas Henry Brooks isn't. He's in the covers and he's just standing there with his hands behind his back. I'm sure he'll be on sooner rather than later. In goes Chappell again and bowls. That's defended by Rishi Patel. Straight back to Zach Chappell. What Derbyshire can't do is just say, well, Henry will do it. He did it first time around. The rest of the bowlers have got to chip in here, and Sam Connors picked up 2 first time. Zach Chappell's already got 1 second time around, so he has chipped in already. I might have upset somebody at Burton. I hope not. I've just asked them who's in goal, because the spelling of McGillivray was astonishing on the official tweet. In goes Chappell and bowls. That one is a short delivery again, and it's guided down towards Harry Kame at backward point. He had to actually move a long way to his left to do the fielding, which he did, but they scampered through for a single. Patel is into double figures. He's on 10. Leicestershire 15 for 1 now.
There's a certain amount of surprise. Who is this positive person you are commentating with today? Doesn't sound like the usual Fletch.
It's harsh. Thank you, Bronte. I'm only guessing. I'm only guessing. That's a finger, was it? Yeah. I can be, but I've always said, give me something to be positive about. And I can do positivity. Wait till we get to tea. Chapel is in again, and that's left alone by Lewis Hill. Might just have come back a touch, but it missed the stumps again by some considerable distance. You should have heard me in the closing stages of the Bob Willis Trophy win at Trent Bridge. I was oozing positivity. I was shouting a lot as well. I've got broad shoulders, though. I can take it. I can take it. Richard's just gone to update BBC Radio Leicester listeners. I'll have an update. I think it's probably after 11:30, or some distance after 11:30. Chapel is in again and bowls, and that one is defended. They think about a single there. Well, Lewis Hill does, but then immediately holds his bat up and says no, which is clearly the correct decision because the ball had barely got off the cut strip. And at the end of the over, the 7th of the day, 15 for 1, still 89 overs to go. We won't, as Richard said, be counting them down, but no panic yet. Wayne Madsen in conversation with his skipper, Leas Deploy, who was determined, as I say yesterday, that his side would put right the wrongs of the opening 3 matches of the season. And there were plenty of them. It's going to be Sam Connors to continue from the City end. Oh, that update might be sooner than I thought. We're already into the team news sequence. Here comes Connors again in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who defends that one out into the offside. Fielded by Matt Lamb. I'm not entirely certain we'll see Matt Lamb's leg spin today. We haven't seen Mark Watt. We didn't see Mark Watt bowl in the first innings. Perhaps unsurprisingly, given that Henry Brooks was running through the Leicestershire lineup. As Connors is on his way in again. Rishi Patel on 10, down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest. Fairly comfortable in the end for the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. A nice long break between updates after this one. For me, anyway. We'll have perhaps give you some early scores from around the grounds. Yorkshire in all sorts of trouble at Headingley. After the trail, clearly. Here comes Connors. Into Rishi Patel, who pushes this one out into the offside. Connors makes his way back towards the permanent temporary stand while Lewis Rees polishes the ball furiously, as you would expect. There we go. Update coming up. Oh, perhaps not. In comes Sam Connors and bowls to Rishi Patel into the leg side. I'm going to take that out of my ears and send Dom a message. Still plenty of noise. Next deliveries again down the leg side and turned away down to fine leg for 4 runs by Rishi Patel. It was off target from Sam Connors. Waiting for the ball to be retrieved by Zach Chappell. So a chat between Leas Deploy and Sam Connors while Mark Watt drives the ball as much as anything. The outfield will still be damp, I'm sure. umpire's satisfied that it's okay. And Connors is ready to come in again. In he comes and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Rishi Patel. Defensively, though. Fielded in the mid-wicket region by Haider Ali. It's the end of the over. Lewis Hill will be on strike for the next over. 19 for 1, 209. Still behind. We will be updating after the next after the preview of Burton Albion. Noah Abraham's on duty today for the Brewers, as Chappell is in a bowls a full delivery but down the leg side. There we go. Update for Radio Derby coming up. Yeah, Derbyshire need 10 wickets today, Dom, to secure their first win of the season in the County Championship, and they've already got one of them. They've got a bonus wicket of Sol Budinger, who played a poor shot to a wide delivery from Zach Chappell. Got an edge, and it went through to Brooke Guest. He was dismissed for 4. Rishi Patel looks really, really good out there. He's on 14 not out. Lewis Hill, the Leicestershire skipper, has yet to get off the mark, having faced 13 deliveries. But a wicket early, which is exactly what Derbyshire would have wanted. Leicestershire 19 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing by 209. That delivery was just pushed out into the offside by Lewis Hill. And there was no run. My 11:30 turned into an 11:35, as they tend to do, especially at live sporting events. Not this one, the other one. Chappell's in again and bowls to Hill, who turns this into the leg side. Defensively, and it's picked up by Matt Lamb. Still waiting to get off the mark, the Leicestershire skipper.
14 balls he's faced now.
It's not a huge number, is it now? It's not a huge number. I'm just trying to crank up the pressure and the positivity here, Rich. I'm getting a new reputation.
Yes. Don't want that.
Well, no, not really. It doesn't feel right. As Hill waits for the next Chappell delivery. Oh, and that just hurries him a little bit. He gets the bat down on it. He was almost in a crouching position by the time he played that delivery. I don't think it kept low necessarily. It was just perhaps a bit quicker than he'd been expecting. And a moral victory for Zach Chappell. Pop it in the moral victory category. And no doubt the slips will be just explaining to Lewis Hill what he needed to do there.
Sharpish. He looks in really good order, Zach, at the moment.
Yes, no, he's been terrific this season. He's in again. On bowls to Hill outside the off stump, left alone by the Leicestershire skipper to go through to Brooke Guest. Just checking out his spikes. I imagine they'll be collecting a fair amount of nonsense on the way to the wicket, so they've got to be careful, these bowlers. Nobody wants to go over on an ankle or anything similar. I did promise that we'd all join in laughing at Yorkshire, so they're 30 without loss. They need another 462, which they're clearly not going to get, but no early breakthrough for Glamorgan this morning at Headingley, unfortunately. There's Chappell. I keep forgetting you're from Yorkshire. This one is pushed out to the offside, fielded by Henry Brooks. So Hill sees out and made no, I think.
Somewhat cautious declaration on the part of Glamorgan, isn't it?
Yes, it was slightly cautious.
Maybe giving themselves a few overs last night if they can nibble.
But we know all about cautious teams, don't we? Having been here at the end of day 1. Was it day 1? No, day 2. And the start of day 3 with so much weather around. So you can't understand it at all. Worcestershire in trouble against Sussex as well, 51 for 2.
Sussex could cement their place in second in the table. In goes Connors and bowls to Patel, who leans forward, slightly pushing across the line to that fullish delivery. Hyder Ali has gone from third slip or gully, depending on who the batsman was, to a shortish mid-wicket. Patel is a very strong leg side player, likes to play leg side, but he's kept it down so far. He's played 3 lovely shots for 4 and going to 14. Connors, this is his 5th over, 5 obviously also for Chappell, so might be soon time for a change. Connors is in, bowls full, it's a full toss, and he had to reach for it a little bit, Rishi Patel, and it was slightly thick outside edgy. It was wide, but it was safe. He kept it down and got plenty of bat on it, and it ran away behind point down to the wide third man boundary for 4. And again, actually, it was David Griffin who fielded the ball, who picked up the ball when Patel just turned a delivery from Connors in his previous over down to fine leg for 4. And it had to be dried considerably, a lot of sort of longer grass out there it had run into, which is still fairly wet out there. Connors is in, bowls, and forward goes Rishi Patel, defending on the onside. And that too went into the sort of long grass in front of the advertising hoardings.
Brooks is already starting now. I know he's moving out, but he's just brought into a little jog there. I don't think it'll be long before we see Henry Brooks.
He doesn't look like one of those who sort of hops around and leaps around a lot, does he?
No.
Unlike Lewis Rees, who's swinging his arms
warming up for 4
wildly. Indeed. In goes Connors and bowls. That's a good line on off stump. Patel leant forward with a slightly angled bat. The ball ran out towards a wideish gully. Harry Kane moved covered in green and mud from these slides already so far this season. Moved to his left smartly to field, and there was no run. You heard Hill's very distinctive scream of no. A crow or corvid of some kind wanders around at a slightly dangerous position, backward of point. In goes Connors, bowls short outside off stump. Patel lets it go through, but was sorely tempted to try and carve that away. Probably fairly near that black bird, black separate word bird, down towards the old press box. Now the ground staff's little hideaway and hut.
Camp beds, that kind of thing.
Worked hard yesterday, then tried to put their feet up today, bless them, for a while. Connors is in, bowls straight, and Patel equally straight in his defence. And then, having played it down into the ground towards Connors, a little bit of a flourish with the bat, as it's the end of the over, 23 for 1 after 10. Leicestershire, the 1 man to go, Sol Budinger caught behind off the bowling of Zach Chappell for 4. That was in just the 3rd over. Since then, no real alarms for the Foxes.
No, it's Lewis Rees the first change, and Henry Brooks is definitely warming up now. Either that or he just enjoys touching his toes. Reenan is in a chilly South Africa. He says, all set for a cracking day's cricket, nice early wicket. 2 more before lunch, and we are well set. The positivity is spreading. Although, to be fair to Reenan, he's generally more positive than I. I don't think he's been watching Derbyshire for quite as long. I do try. Here's Lewis Rees then, first ball for him in this Leicestershire second innings, and he bowls it to Hill, who gets a full delivery and clips it into the leg side for a single. He's off the mark, 18th delivery faced. Fielded by Matt Lamb. And at mid-wicket, yeah, Brooks is definitely warming up now in the covers. We'll put too much pressure on him though. As though I could put pressure on the player from up here, but all the expectation will be on his shoulders as the left armour Rees goes in and bowls. This has been lofted straight back down the ground. 4-4. It bounces about 8 inches inside the boundary rope, and Rishi Patel plays the most aggressive shot that he's played all morning, and a very good one it was too. Perfectly safe over the head, and a long way over the head of mid-off Leas Deploy. and almost plugged. It was like a golf shot. It wasn't, the shot that he played was beautiful, but the landing was like a golf shot, and you can see the divot. It'll have to be repaired on the green later on. About 6 to 8 inches inside the boundary rope. Patel moves to 22, 28 for 1 now, Leicestershire. The deficit is exactly 200 as Rees is in again and strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Pollard. Did shape to come back in.
Yeah, worth a shout. We'll have a good look at that on the replay.
Looked decent from here, but it wasn't. It's definitely out, the appeal. It was very much a question rather than a, well, that's out. Just raise your finger and we can all get on with the rest of the game. But decent nonetheless.
Pitched outside leg.
Well, that wouldn't have helped.
Pitched outside leg by quite a long way. It might have gone on to hit leg stump because, it, as you say, it did swing back a bit, but yeah, pitched outside.
As he's in again, Rees, and that one is defended by Rishi Patel out into the offside to Henry Brooks. And there's no run. Always good to hear the odd appeal, though, on a day when you're searching for wickets. Derbyshire, not searching just yet, but they certainly need 9 more. Unless Leicestershire go berserk and set them a tricky little 150. I think Lewis Hill is that kind of captain. Hill waits, plays and misses at 1. He plays down the wrong line, really. The ball didn't seem to deviate at all out of the hand of Lewis Rees, and he just went forward. It's Rishi Patel, rather. He just went forward and played a defensive shot, every one of which previously he played perfectly and missed the ball. As I say, if the ball's going to do something, Lewis Rees will get it to do it. Playing only his 2nd match of the season into the side at Durham. He's in, bowls from very close to the wickets, and he's launched this one for 6. Blimey. Patel has just launched this one out to long on for 6, and Lewis Rees stands there with his hands on his hips halfway down the pitch and just stares at Rishi Patel. His first over has cost 11, despite a big appeal for leg before wicket and one that went past the edge. And Patel's moved to 28, 34 for 1 now, the deficit 194. That was some shot.
It was.
Slightly out of the blue. And umpire Pollard's already just having a look to see where Lewis Rees lands and walks onto the pitch.
It's exercised him in this game, hasn't it?
It has.
Umpire Pollard, where the bowlers have been running down the line, or potentially running down the line. Just looking at the replay of that Rishi Patel shot, it was a little bit in the sort of slot from Rees with mid on up, but even so, at this early stage, a certain amount of laissez-majesté there, wasn't there?
Yeah. I think Derbyshire would be happy for him to carry on at this stage with still plenty of runs in the bank. Here's Brooks.
From the city end. Oh, and he falls as he delivers that one. Hill turns the straight delivery to mid-wicket. Brooks, tall young man, picks himself up and rather gingerly, as Fletch said, walks back towards his marks. He's fine. He scrapes at the crease and came a bit of a perler there.
Yeah, spectacular one. You do see bowlers fall, but that was unexpected. I don't think he expected it either.
What is he, 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", something?
Yeah,
he's tall, and
height,
he
yeah.
looks a little uncoordinated, as very tall men sometimes do, and he goes and bowls, and he's just turning him off. Not all very tall men. You never look uncoordinated, just turns it down towards backward off square Lewis Hill. It's a long run in for Zach Chappell. By the time he completes that long loping run in, Hill has scampered a couple. He moves on to 3, his 2nd scoring shot of his innings, 36 for 1. Leicestershire, bright sunshine here at the Incora County Ground.
Never been so insulted in all my life.
No one who has watched you play cricket or could ever call you uncoordinated.
There are no moving pictures of that.
In goes Brooks and bowls, and Hill just defends. Straight delivery out into the offside. Doesn't get forward. Just waits on the back foot. Then he takes his gloves off. Just rolls the bat handle grip, or the bat grip, the handle grip. That's the combination of words I'm desperately searching for. Back down a little bit.
There are no colour still photographs. I wouldn't have thought either of me playing cricket, so I'm safe.
It's as well. Phones didn't exist when we were playing our cricket, wasn't it? And goes Brooks down the leg side. There's a sort of vague inquiry from behind the stumps as to whether he might have just helped it on its way as it was taken by guess. None whatsoever, however, from Henry Brooks, indicating that Hill didn't get anything on it. In a way, I kind of regret it. It would have been interesting to... No.
I'm not sure.
Some clubs now stream their games in their entirety,
Yes,
don't they?
Yeah.
They're special cameras, or they're not that expensive to set up. Brooks is in. Hill is solidly forward. Textbook forward defensive. Back up the pitch it goes to Henry Brooks.
Need to offer our commiserations to Spondon, who've now had their first 3 matches cancelled due to the weather in the Derbyshire Premier League. Some games did go ahead yesterday. Poor old Spondon haven't got going at all yet. That must be massively frustrating.
So presumably they're not all at home. Presumably they've lost games home and away.
Home and away, I would have thought.
Brooks is in and bowls. Hill is working it nicely off his legs down towards square leg. Connors is in hot pursuit. Puts in the slide, drags it back around about 3-4 yards inside the ropes in front of the players' pavilion and gets his throw away sufficiently quickly to keep Hill even down to a couple. He moves on to 5:38 for 1. Patel has 28 of 43. Hill, who took, as we mentioned, 18 deliveries to get off the mark, is now sort of underway. He's on 5 of 24.
He's racing along, racing along. 10 minutes until we lose all the Derby County fans. And the Burton Albion ones as well, I imagine.
So what do Derby need to do today? They need to win or draw?
They need to match or better Peterborough's result, I believe. I think that's how it works today. Burton Albion can send MK Dons down, which will be splendid on so many levels. Here is Lewis Rees in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Although the only team that they can be relegated at the expense of, I think, is Cambridge, who need 2 results to go their way. Very exciting, though. Slightly more exciting than watching Tranmere tomorrow.
It's hard to warm to MK Dons, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
In any way, shape or form.
Absolutely, yeah. Rees in again and bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Rishi Patel. Rather dies as it reaches Brooke Guess behind the stumps, and he has to sort of bend down and reach forward to take that one.
That insistence on retaining the Dons part of their name
just lose that now.
Beyond me.
Yeah, lose that now. It
me.
means nothing, does it? It means nothing. So, yeah,
everybody.
Fingers crossed, eh? And the style
Have they had any sense?
The style of football is
appalling. Oh, is it?
Oh, dear. Rees is in and bowls, and that's a no ball. So 2 more to the total, 40 for 1.
Again, umpire Pollard wandered out and had a look.
Yes. Lewis might want to go and...
Yes, Garden. Again, umpire Pollard is talking to Lewis Rees. He's ignoring him.
I just had a message from Craig Nibs, which I'll read properly in a minute, but this one is from Lewis Rees, is defended by Rishi Patel.
I tell you what, Fletch, that heavy roller has taken an awful lot of life out of the
Yes.
pitch again, hasn't it? It's, as
not
Paul
doing-
Nixon suggested, it kills it for a good few overs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's absolutely flat.
52 minutes in now.
Maybe something that ECB want to look at.
Rees in again, bowls, and that one is guided down to the gully region where Hyder Ali does the fielding by Rishi Patel. Craig says he's got a cost-saving idea. Because this is an East Midlands game, we can do away with Richard, as you're local enough to cover all aspects for both teams. As you have your phone with you, you could stream your favourite tracks on Spotify for background music and output this through AM and FM, doing away with the need for a presenter.
Don't give them ideas, Chris.
And if you don't mind sending the website updates through in between overs, it will be appreciated. Hashtag fund local radio properly. Thank you, Chris. Craig, rather. That one's pushed out into the offside by Rishi Patel, fielded by...
3 weeks' time, that'll be the situation.
Yeah, we won't be far off. No. I think we'll be all right this year and next. After that, who on earth knows? Who on earth knows? Now then they've given me the Rams win. Oh, Derby County will get in the playoff with a win. Yeah, a draw, and Peterborough failed to win by 3. As this next delivery is defended by Rishi Patel. It's the end of the Lewis reset with just the 2 runs from the no ball, or a Rams loss, and Peterborough failed to win. That 3+ goals assumes that Derby don't draw 7-all with Sheffield Wednesday. Well, I think we can safely assume that. That's our today's graphic for Radio Derby. Well done, everybody, for spotting the 7-all loophole. It wouldn't have entered my head, I've got to say. I'll keep a cursory look. I know there are.
They kick off at midday then,
yeah,
do they?
And Derby County were formed as a direct result of Derbyshire County Cricket Club, so you sort of feel responsible for them in a way.
Henry Brooks casting a deep shadow, comes in, bowls down the leg side to Lewis Hill, who steps inside the line, lifts the bat out of the way. The ball swings back a little bit, having gone past the leg stump, and actually Guest, who'd stepped across to his left, took it two-handed, reaching slightly to his right. But rather too late to do any damage.
It was about this time on day 1.
It all started to go horribly wrong as far as Leicestershire were concerned, and terribly right for Derbyshire. In goes Brooks, and that one is drifting on to middle and leg. Hill helps it on its way down to Chapel at long leg. He's gone a bit finer between long leg and fine leg. If that's a sort of fairly nebulous zone, isn't it? Where fine leg becomes a long leg. There's no strict demarcation. Anyway, he picked up 1. He moves on to 6, 41 for 1. Yes, was it 45?
Something like that, wasn't it?
Let's have a look back.
From 45 to 57.
45, yeah. 45 for none became 57 for 6. Brooks is in, bowls on off stump. Patel leans forward. A lot of time just to block it back up the pitch towards mid-off. Deploy comes in to field.
Yeah, Derby County played their first games away to our right-hand side somewhere, where the football pitch was.
Okay.
England played here, and FA Cup final replay was played here. And it's changed considerably, clearly, in the intervening 100 years or more.
Brooks is in, a little bit short of a length this time. It does come back in. Patel plays it on the back foot, back past the bowler, and again Deploy is the fielder. Is the baseball ground still extant, or is it now a housing estate or something?
I think it's houses, yeah. There are little markers around, you know, where this is where the centre circle was. And
this is where, Colin Todd committed one of his majestic blunders. And
this is where Francis Lee fell over when nobody touched him in the penalty area. Yeah, that kind of thing. This is where most of the mud was.
In goes Brooks and bowls. Fuller this time, waited for it. Patel played it under his eyes and with an angle bat down through the sort of gully area, but Harry came perfectly positioned at the wide-ish backward point. Made this stop. Dating ourselves with those player references, aren't we, rather? I am, anyway.
Well, I think that was the Derby County side, wasn't it? That
felt that way a bit.
Early to mid-70s when they had their major success.
This is where Dave Mackay kicked many people up into the air. In goes Brooks and bowls. Patel strokes it almost on the walk out towards mid-on, but defensively. And then he drops his bat because it's the end of the over. He's taking off his gloves as well, which probably means that the 12th man, who is formerly of this parish, Mr. W. Davis, is, I think, jogging on. with a drink. 41 for 1, almost top of the hour, so coming up to
Yes, I've got nothing now, so you carry on. I'm not sure that it is Will Davis, actually. Does it? Is it? No. No. He's got a number on his back, so that's good news. When he turns around, you'll be able to tell me, Richard. Shout from your position next door, because he's not going to turn around anytime soon. It's Roman Walker. How about that? Does that make sense? Formerly of Glamorgan. Joining in with the fun on the final day, Roman Walker. 41 for 1, Leicestershire. They are now underway. No, they're not. They're almost underway at Hillsborough. In goes Lewis Rees from the racecourse side. It bowls a delivery that's a rather floaty-looking one to Lewis Hill, and then fields as Hill plays it back to him. Still, Glamorgan await their first wicket of the day at Headingley. Yorkshire have moved on to 39 without loss in the 15th over. Round about the same. They've bowled 4 balls more than we have up at Headingley, but no wicket for Glamorgan. Yorkshire 39 without loss. In goes Rees and bowls, and it's defended by Lewis Hill comfortably. And there's no run. Worcestershire have lost a 3rd wicket now. They're 61 for 3. They still trail Sussex by 48 runs in that game at New Road. Very pleasant looking day. I think the temperature's due to get up to 18, 19 degrees later on. As Rees is in again and Hill defends out into the offside, fielded by Sam Connors. The only player who isn't close enough to the bat, within 30 yards of the bat, is long leg. That is Henry Brooks down in front of the East Midlands demolition stand. Rees walks back to his mark. Hill waits 6 from 29 deliveries, 41 for 1. Rees bowls 2. The Leicestershire skipper who pushes it out into the offside. Once again, Sam Connors. Does the fielding. Very strange. But I've just retweeted their team news. Rees in again, past umpire Pollard and bowls, and Hill goes back into his crease and pushes the ball out into the offside. There is no run. You might expect, I suppose, on day 4, the left-arm spinner to have an effect. So it'd be interesting to see how much of a part Mark Watt plays. He's pretty much steadfastly standing at first slip for the entire time. In fact, I think he has been standing at first slip for the entire time. We've been in action today, just over an hour now, as Rees bowls. That's a full delivery that's clipped off the pads off his toes, really, by Lewis Hill into the leg side. And he spoils what would have been a maiden over. So just 2 runs off the last 2 overs for Leicestershire. Derbyshire started to, I was going to say, slow down the run rate, but the run rate's 2.7. 42 for 1, Leicestershire. Patel 28. Hill 7, the man out this morning. Sol Budinger. Bonus wicket for Derbyshire, really. It was a poor shot, long way away from his body. Didn't need to play at it. Off the bowling of Zach Chappell, and he feathered it through to Brooke Guest in the 3rd over and was dismissed for 4. As we see Henry Brooks take up the attack once again. From the City end, it's his 3rd over. 5 runs conceded so far by the man on loan from Warwickshire, and he's into Rishi Patel, who turns this into the leg side. Sam Connors fields with a slide, and the batsmen get through for 2. Patel moves to 28, 42 for 1. Burger Day here, in case you were wondering. Very excited. Perhaps overly excited, really. But they are very tasty.
Do you know, as I walked back, I was thinking, burger, 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 burger.
Burger day today, yeah. It comes Brooks again and turns that one into the leg side on his toes, but
We take our pleasures where we can, can't we?
oh,
Basically.
indeed. They are very, very nice indeed. All of the chicken pie and chips yesterday was decent.
Good. We were fobbed off with couscous.
Little rice, yeah, you got the little rice again yesterday.
It was good. It was very good. Grateful for anything.
Fills a hole, doesn't it? Fills a hole. Brooks in again, bowls to Patel, who again defends. This time a head rally allows it to go through to Lewis Rees. Down to 2 slips already. They don't have to worry too much about the runs, in fairness. Derbyshire. So they can be relatively attacking.
Would you have left us? Well, Hader Ali's in there at shortish.
He is in a
mid-wicket, but
catching position, isn't he?
I think I would have been inclined to leave a gully in, something like that. He does like to go for his shots from time to time.
Patel waits this next delivery again on the stumps, turning to the leg side to Hader Ali once more. This time he does pick up and throws it to Guest. You know, 2 men out for Henry Brooks. Sam Connors on the mid-wicket boundary, pretty much. It's a long, long way there, so he's about 10 yards in. Zach Chappell down at long leg. Everybody else sort of in catching positions, if mid-on and mid-off are catching positions. Brooks bowls, that one is driven just to the right of cover and will be fielded by the mid-off as Leah's deploy. Patel will pick up 2 more. He'll move on to 30. And Leicestershire to 45. 4-1. Almost in the danger zone.
Yeah, banging it now, 45.
That's my optimism shining through.
Your positivity.
Yeah. I know which side my bread's buttered on.
So does Mark Watt, judging by this size.
Steady.
I mention it because he just turned towards me. He's a big fella.
There he is. Brooks bowls to Patel, who pushes that out into the offside. Yes, I don't think he's. I think he says in the Who's Who, doesn't he, from memory, that his favourite meal is a full Scottish.
I think you're right.
I think that's what it was last year. Well, it won't have changed in the book. Clearly, there was no run off that last ball of the over. Incidentally, 45 for 1. So,
yes, what would be your perfect breakfast? A full Scottish.
yeah. Which differs from a full English, presumably only by the haggis and the thistle. I think I'd probably leave the thistle.
Black pudding, would that be? Is that
That's in English.
is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Bury area, black puddings, that kind of area in Lancashire. Bury and north of Bury.
And he is a surprising fact about him.
Oh, go on.
He's related to Sir William Wallace.
Oh, yes.
He says.
Yeah. Well, aren't they all?
Yeah, I was going to say if we go far back enough. Rees is going to go around the wicket to Lewis Hill, and unfortunately, from his point of view, Rees's that is, he delivers a swinging half volley onto the legs of Hill, which Hill clips away to the square leg boundary for 4. And he looks a little despondent, Lewis Rees. It hasn't really swung for him this morning. That one sort of swung from the arm a little bit in, but he got the direction all wrong, and indeed the length, and Hill whipped it away with a palpable pleasure. Moves on to 12, 49 for 1.
Top order batsman's not going to miss a chance to score like that, though, is he?
No. Deploy and Rees in somewhat desultory conversation at mid-off and behind, obviously, the umpire. Skirting the green sawdust is Rees, and changes to the field as a consequence of, well, it can't have been just a bad ball, but what are we going to do here? Watt is gone from first slip to third slip, and we have a short-ish extra cover as Rees is in. Hill had advantage, well, it bowls the same ball, and it is clipped away to mid-wicket stroke square leg for 4 more. And he kicks at the air in annoyance. There's nothing the captain or any of your fielders can do about that. 2 rank half volleys from Lewis Rees, especially without anybody sweeping on the leg side, and both put away by Lewis Hill to the boundary. He moves on to 16, 50 up for Leicestershire, 53 for 1.
Definition of madness, that, wasn't it? You keep doing the same thing, even though it keeps ending in the same result. You have to walk around the sawdust here.
He's staying around the wicket to Hill. That's a better line. Hill goes for the drive. He's going to pick up at least 2, I would have thought. Harry came probably the quickest of the Derbyshire fielders, goes scampering back towards wide third man, puts in the slide, gets his throw away. Hill does indeed pick up 2. He was reaching for it a bit, but he hit it on the ground, not quite off the middle, off the thick outside part of the bat, and it squirted away down to that wide third man area. He moves on to 18, 10 off 3 balls for Lewis Hill. 55 for 1. He gets a little touch of the gloves from Rishi Patel to his captain. Bit of brown nosing, can't do any harm, can it? In goes Rees and bowls, and he's on driven for 4 more. Again, he overpitched. It was a little bit straighter, but Chappell running across to his left from mid-on couldn't get there. So 10 in 3 becomes 14 in 4. Rees leaking runs badly here, and that is the 50 partnership as well. In fact, the previous delivery wasn't it? Because it was on 5 when the first wicket fell. 59 for 1. Patel 30. Hill has done his scoring rate and total, no harm at all in this over. Has moved on to 22. Rees is in and bowls again, a little bit full, and Hill drives, but it's straight out to Duploy, who fields at the second attempt, rather pops up off his hands off the first. Doesn't look happy. Well, you wouldn't be happy when you're 14 off 4 balls, but just not really happening for him. There's nothing too much there for him. The pitch looks a bit dead, really.
It does, doesn't it? It does.
This morning it might liven up a bit, gets a bit of sun on it, but at the moment it isn't doing too much. In goes Rees and bowls on off stump. Hill just leans forward, a line and length delivery, dab down into the offside. Watt comes running into field, and that is the end of a less than distinguished over from Lewis Rees.
Shocker, wasn't it?
4
Really?
overs, none for 28.
Yes. As I say, they don't have to worry about runs, but they might do. Because if Leicestershire get their noses in front, even more time gets taken out of the game. Because if it was anything like last year's draw here, which went the distance, be fairly comfortable on day 4, which it was for Leicestershire last season. Rian Ahmed with a century. Henry Brooks begins a new over, and the first delivery is clipped by Rishi Patel out into the mid-wicket region. There is only one there because Sam Connors is a good fielder. And he races in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. So Patel moves on to 31, 60 for 1. I was suggesting, I think you were next door, that Mark Watt could have a big part to play. Ordinarily on the 4th day you would expect your spinner to come into it. He hasn't bowled in this match yet. Hasn't bowled with enormous distinction. 1 wicket for 166 so far this season. This is his 3rd game as this next delivery is guided into the offside by Hill, fielded by Matt Lamb. But you get the feeling you might see an over of left arm spin before lunch, just to see what's happening.
I think it's almost a law, isn't it?
But it didn't happen on day 1 because they started to take wickets, didn't they? They picked up all those wickets and they thought we'll just plough on with the seamers. But I wouldn't be surprised today to see it happen. Brooks bowls a foolish delivery and Hill pushes it up to mid-on where Lewis Rees does the fielding. And there is no run. Accrington's relegation looms ever larger. But Peterborough lead at Barnsley. And at the moment, they are level on points. And Derby County are in the playoffs, thanks to a 2-goal better goal difference. As Brooks is in again, and that one is defended by Hill. Up towards mid-on, where it's fielded once again by Lewis Rees, I believe. Well, in fact, I know that the Derby County game is also on television, which isn't doing us any good.
All the playoffs probably on TV one way or another, wouldn't they be? Somewhere.
Well, you'll be able to get, you'll be able to pay for it on night, you'll be able to get it, the other way. Here is Brooks in and bowls. That's defended by Hill out into the offside. Picked up by Matt Lamb. Yes, and because it's not Saturday at 3 o'clock, I believe all the clubs who aren't on television, and it is only Derby against, or Sheffield Wednesday against Derby County. You can pay for it.
Well, it's
on
not a playoff
iFollow.
though, is it? It's the last game of the season.
Last game of the season. Yeah.
Okay.
I think all the playoffs. You're right. All the playoffs will be on the television. Potentially Thursday night for Derby, I think. Should they get there? Here comes Brooks again. Balls. That one is turned around the corner by Hill down towards Zach Chappell. He'll pick up another single. It's all a bit comfortable, really, for the Leicestershire batsman. 2 runs off that over. 61 for 1. Patel has 31. Hill has 23. After that early breakthrough, the bonus wicket of Saul Budinger, Derbyshire haven't looked enormously as though they're going to take any wickets. And as a result, Lewis Rees, after 4 overs for 28, has been replaced by Sam Connors.
Missing Anush Dal a little bit, these little swingy seamers.
Yeah, but he would be the 5th bowler, certainly, even in this lineup, I think.
But the fact they're going back to Connors
Yeah.
rather than
Different end.
why not? Yeah, absolutely. He's only bowled 5 overs,
See if
4
anything
each.
happens.
4 for Rees, but I'm not entirely surprised he's been taken off after that last over. Maybe it's a change of ends for him.
Yeah.
Connors 59 on his back.
They have their favourite ends bowlers, don't they, for no apparent reason.
Absolutely. Little skip and then into his run and bowls. Very full to Hill. And I don't need to tell you that he turned down any chance of a single there. You will have heard it. The scream of no from Hill as he dabbed that one down into the offside. Sort of over stretched himself there, really. He had to come down on it fairly late, well outside off stump. Jammed it out towards Lewis Rees in the covers, looking a little bit sorry for himself. In goes Connors, bowls short of a length on off stump, and Hill up on his toes dabs it back down on the offside.
You were right to hesitate. If you'd have asked me where will Lewis Rees be fielding, the covers would be low down on my list of answers.
I had to make sure.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised to see him there.
Look. There's Deploy sporting a sort of some fairly natty facial hair as well. Seems to be.
I think he's trying.
In goes Connors and bowl driven by Hill, and he's got that one between Rees and Duploy, but slowing down. Is it going to get there? Duploy chases it all the way to the boundary, but it does get there. Trickles over the ropes and comes to a halt. Of frustrating from Duploy's point of view, inch or so on the other side of the ropes. Nice shot though from Hill. He moves on to 27. He's almost caught Patel, but he seems to have had so much of the strike in the last few overs. But let's say that over from Rees did his cause no harm at all. 27 off 47 for Hill out of 65 for 1.
Derbyshire's 12th man Archie Harrison didn't fancy Lewis Deploy's chances there because he was going out to field it himself off the other side of the rope.
Connors is in, much shorter this time, played out into the offside, and Rees closes on the ball quickly. Hill again leaving Patel in no doubt that he does not intend to take a quick single there. Not that there was one. Always never fails to make me smile slightly. The Hill call of no. Connors turns, it's a pretty straight run, goes in and bowls. On off stump, Hill is forward again, defending out to Rees. It's a little like, for Leicestershire supporters' benefit, the run-up of Nathan Buck, a fond memory, or not, depending on your point of view. I always like Bucky. He's just retired, of course, went to Lancashire and then Northamptonshire. Had a better time at Northants than Lancashire, I think. He he may be turning out for Rossley now. Part of their star-studded ex-Leicestershire lineup. In goes Connors and Bowles. That's a good line and a good length. Hill is forward on off stump, playing it out into the offside. Rees again is the fielder. End of the over. 65 for 1. How many overs have we had? 19. Potentially 77 remain. And if they continue this way, we won't get them all. I don't think. They would probably shake hands around 5 o'clock but you never quite know. You never quite know.
Archie Harrison has now come onto the field in place of Haider Ali. He's very obligingly wearing a floppy white sun hat, which makes him fairly noticeable. 88 on his back.
Jumper's too big for him. He's got that sort of the boyish sort of, everything's a bit too big for him.
He made his debut at Worcestershire in a one-day game. It might have played in the Championship.
Batter, bowler?
New Road.
Both?
Both, yeah. Henry Brooks in from the City end, bowls to Rishi Patel, who defends this one out into the offside. Harrison, desperate for some action, picks the ball up. After it was left by Harry Kemp, and he gets a big round of applause and a high five.
I think it is. I think it's a debate that should be had, and by which I mean it shouldn't be a debate at all. I don't think the heavy rollers should be allowed during games because I think it is a pitch killer.
Well, it's killed this one. It would appear at this stage. Will it come back to life in the afternoon? Brooks is in, and that one's turned into the leg side by Patel. Lamb fields.
But the fact that Paul Nixon said it would happen.
Yeah. We'll be okay tomorrow because the pitch will die under the heavy roller.
Yeah. Well, basically said we should be okay because it will kill it to a certain extent. It'll make it into, quote, very good pitch, by which he meant flat.
Yes, that is. The definition of good in cricket is interesting, isn't it?
It is.
Here's Brooks into Patel, who drives up to mid-off, fielded by a tumbling deploy, and there's no run. It appears the pitch at Headingley is now dead to 71 without loss after 20 overs, Yorkshire having been rolled for 106 first time round. Although in fairness, Glamorgan did reach 352 for 4 yesterday. Michael Neeson needs more magic. Not quite as dead at New Road. Worcestershire is 77 for 3, still trailing Sussex by 32. Brooks is in and bowls to Patel on the leg stump, turn into the leg side. Out towards the man at mid-wicket, Zach Chappell. 10 yards in from the boundary, they go through for another single. 32 to Patel, 66 for 1, Leicestershire. They trail by just 162 now. And still 40 minutes till lunch. They could knock a huge chunk off that deficit before the interval.
Or they could lose 3 wickets.
Well, yeah, well, yes, they could, but I think we should have said that the other way around. This one is guided by Lewis Hill, who then rather hesitates, but he's called through by Patel for a single. Harry Kame, it was guided down to third man. Harry Kame does the fielding. Hill picks up another single to move to 28. There was always a single there. I didn't see 2 overs of Mark Watt at this rate. Over 8 -1, nothing to worry about at this stage. I say at this stage. As this next delivery is guided. I was looking to leave it, I think, initially, and it's hit the toe end of his bat, but gone down very safely to third man for 4 runs to Rishi Patel. He was waving for something else now. Goodness knows what he wants this time. Gloves, a drink. But he's not getting gloves. So we can rule that out. 71 for 1 at the end of the over.
That's not Roman Walker, is he?
Perhaps it's a different 12th man. I don't know. It was before, definitely, because I saw it on the back of his shirt.
He looks smaller than Roman. Got your bins?
Yes, I don't know what Roman Walker looks like. It's not the same person, certainly. And on his back.
He might have Roman shirt on.
Okay.
But it ain't.
He's got 67 on his back.
Nick Welch. Welchie.
There we go. It was Walker.
Who was here yesterday talking to Paul Nixon on the balcony, wasn't he?
Oh, that was him up there, was it?
That was him up there.
I thought it was a mystery new signing who just happened to be wearing full Leicestershire kit.
His presence is interesting because he is an opening batsman and a good one, hard hitting, but whether and he's been scoring runs for the twos, I think, so he might come into the reckoning at the top, you know, for the Sussex game.
Would he play T20?
Yes.
Yeah, get him in and amongst the first team for a few matches, a couple of matches.
Well, Sol Buddinger must be pondering. Connors is in, bowls full and is driven by Hill. He's got that between extra cover and mid-off. Mid-off goes chasing back to pick up. Oh, and there's hesitation, and it's going to have to hurry back, and the throw comes in, and it's taken by Guest, and he throws down the stumps, but Patel, in the end, the hesitation wasn't fatal. Went through for the third run. I think there was a third run in had he gone straight. He wasn't sure, and it was it's George, isn't it, who's on at mid-off?
Well, he is. George is on.
Who threw to, but Guest had to come out, running out to field the throw, took it cleanly, turned and hurled the ball at the stumps, knocked out the off stump, but Patel had made his ground. Hill and Patel meet in mid-pitch for a debrief as to whose fault that was.
Haider Ali and Matt Lamb's gone off to put the fielding pads on, I notice.
Hill into the 30s now, on to 31. Connors into Patel, drifts down onto the leg stump. Patel can just turn his wrists on it and dab it down, turn it down, glance it down to long leg, take one and lean on his bat at the non-strikers end just to recompose himself, because he looked somewhat miffed after that reasonably close shave that could have been an unnecessary loss of his wicket, could have led to an unnecessary loss of his wicket. Previous delivery, what has gone in at short, almost silly mid-off, as bowls short, and Connors bowls short, that is Hill, goes for the hook and didn't get anything on it, and he didn't look particularly comfortable the way he played that. He was sort of half ducking, half hooking, and could easily have, he's rehearsing the leave now, Lewis Hill, but he might get another one or two. But the fact that Watt has gone in at short extra cover, very short extra, and Lamb has gone in at short mid-wicket, indication that having to think of new things to try. Derbyshire, another bouncer from Connors, but that was really short, and he has a little word with Hill as Hill ducks out of the way of that one and wanders off to short leg.
I've got an email from somebody called Steve Dunn Davis. I won't give away his whereabouts because I want to read the email. And if I gave away his whereabouts, it would incriminate people. It's good though. You'll enjoy it.
Connors turns, runs in past umpire Pollard and bowls again a little bit short, not as short, not a bouncer short, but on the back foot. Hill gets up and turns it out towards Lamb at that short mid-wicket position.
The scheduling of 3 of the last 5 county championship matches between Derbyshire and Leicestershire has been a delight to this refugee from an unbearable cricket commentary of my own county team. As I mentioned at the end of the last season, there is never any criticism of anyone who plays for my county. Sadly, nobody there is a slow starter, for example. There's also no discussion of the merits of eating 5 a year.
Connors is in and bowls full outside off stump, looking for the drive, doesn't put his weight into the shot. Hill steers it out into the covers, and there is no run. End of the over, 75 for 1.
Or of working late rather than meeting one's wife. Such a pity I can't hear the Burton Albion commentary down here. Perhaps some of that could be replayed on a wet afternoon. Thank you, Steve. From an unspecified county somewhere in the United Kingdom.
Sorry about that.
No.
She's gone back now. Went back last night.
It just tickled me.
So down south somewhere, Steve?
Yes, very much down south somewhere. I can show you where he's from if you want.
Oh, right, okay.
Mm.
Yes.
Yes. We're going to see some spin. I think we should move away. Step aside from that commentary.
Yes, if we lose if the contracts aren't renewed at the end of next season, or clubs will come off towards the end of the season.
Everything will be revealed. Yeah, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say I was friends with any of the Derbyshire players. Certainly, I know them, but yeah, not friends. It's going to be Mark Watt from the City end. So left arm spin at 12:28. Let's see if he gets any turned. He's in around the wicket, bowls to Rishi Patel, who pushes out into the offside. He could have a huge, huge part to play here. Bolton have taken the lead against Bristol Rovers. They're already assured of a place in the playoffs, of course, as this next delivery is pushed again by Rishi Patel out into the offside. Josh back at base is across all the toings and throwing. This one is chopped into the offside. It goes over the head of Matt Lamb. Slightly fortunately there for Rishi Patel. It's eventually fielded by Henry Brooks, who's patrolling the cover boundary. But he wasn't entirely in control of that one. He picks up 2 runs, moves to 39-77 for 1. Next delivery from Watt is pushed out into the offside, but it's fielded by Haider Ali, who's back on the field. I think Derbyshire are back up to their full complement. It was Harry Kane who went to get the fielding pads, not Matt Lamb. He's at short leg. Next delivery, cut away. It was a poor delivery from Mark Watt. That might go all the way to the boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand, and does. It was short and it was wide, and it was a shot that looked like a cut, but it was a long way in front of square, so therefore it was, well, it wasn't a cut. And Patel moves on to 43-81 for 1 now. Still goalless in the games involving Derby and Burton Albion. Next delivery from Watt. He gives it a little extra tweak, I fancy that, just from this distance, and it's pushed out into the offside by Patel, straight to Haider Ali. 6 off the first Mark Watt over. 81 for 1, Leicestershire, with Patel on 43, Hilhan on 31, and the deficit below 150 now. It's 147 runs. Cambridge doing their bit, leading Forest Green by a 1-0, and at the bottom of the table at the moment, as things stand, as they say on occasions like this, MK Dons and Morecambe would be joining Accrington and Forest Green in League 2 next season. So Cambridge leading. MK Dons have dropped into the bottom 4. They're drawing 0-0 at Burton, and Derby County remain in the top 6. In goes Sam Connors to bowl to Lewis Hill, who chops into the ground backward of square, fielded by Haider Ali on the bounce. And there's no run. Ipswich would be going up as champions as things stand, because Plymouth are losing at Port Vale. Both would be on 98 points, which is a good effort. Shoretire has scored for Bolton. I only say that out loud because if he'd have come on at Burton the other week, I'd have called him Short Tire. In goes Connors. Bowls. That was a bouncer that moves quite remarkably after it goes past the stumps. Hill ducked underneath it. It didn't bounce a great deal. And then it swung violently towards the solitary slip Wayne Madsen, and Brooke Guest had to suddenly change direction. Perhaps this ball is going to start swinging. It needs to start swinging pretty soon. Sun is out, but there is still plenty of cloud up above. Not threatening cloud, I'm happy to say. As Connors is in and bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-on. It'll be picked up by Zach Chappell. They'll scamper through for a comfortable single. And Lewis Hill will move on to 32-82 for 1. The score now. You can hear the chatter in the background. Solid Kai has just forced a good save out of Craig McGilvray, who's back in goal for Burton today. Jordan and Misa did a good job Wednesday night. McGilvray back in for the final game of the season. As Connors is on his way in again. And bowls to Patel, who pushes it straight back to Sam Connors. He gives the ball to Mark Watt, who's on polishing duties now. And there's no run. I do love a day where there's lots of sport. Yorkshire 81 without loss now, after 22.5 overs. Sussex still 3 down, 89 for 3, and they trail Sussex by just 20 down at New Road. Could be a good finish at New Road. Will we get a good finish here at the county ground? Connors is in again, and it's a short delivery outside the off stump and a no ball. Ball by Sam Connors. That must have been a front foot no ball. Must have been. Don't know. There should be a different signal for a front foot no ball and for a no ball on height, because that wasn't a no ball on height for my money, but anyway. 84 for 1 as Connors bowls to Patel, who defends up towards a very straight mid-on where Zach Chappell picks up. They're still very chatty out there, Derbyshire. I don't know how long that'll last.
Doing their best, aren't they? But perhaps the volume isn't quite as loud as it was when Buddinger's wicket went.
They could do with another couple of wickets in the remaining 25 minutes before lunch, certainly, but that one is defended by Patel. Back to Connors, and they haven't really looked like picking one up. It was a loose-ish shot from Rishi Patel, which he got 2 off Mark Watt. I mean, the 4 was just a rank bad ball. So that will have offered Mark Watt some hope. The Patel will try to go after him, and perhaps he can just get a little bit of turn out of this surface.
It wasn't so far from Harry Kane, was it? At backward point. Could easily have gone straight to him. Patel will be eyeing a third century of the season.
Confession to make to you. Harry Kane was the one who went off for the pads. I said it was Matt Lamb. I got them mixed up. So Harry Kane's in at short leg because he'd gone off to get the fielding pads on. It has been Matt Lamb for the first 3 matches of the season. Of course, Harry Kane hasn't played, so he's pulled rank on Kane.
What is in? Forward goes Hill, back up the pitch to the Scot goes the ball.
I coughed to that one while you were next door.
You coughed?
Yeah, like admitted my error.
Oh, I see. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
I knew nobody was listening.
Is in. Hill is forward again, pushing out towards point. The lively alley closes quickly on the ball, bouncing across to his left from extra cover, or from cover. Makes the stop. Just 2 steps really as he bowls that one. That's a straighter delivery. Hill just leans forward, closes the bat face, pushes it out to Connors. Walks in from mid-wicket. Tosses the ball from right hand to left hand, then grips it in his left hand, goes in and bowls. And beat him in the flight, I think, there, Hill, because Hill nods back down the pitch because he played it off the pitch. He was going to go forward. He went back, and he should have gone forward and had to hurry a little bit. What? The sun goes behind cloud as he comes in and bowls. Forward goes Hill. Very good overs so far. Back up the pitch on the offside goes the ball. Watt hops across and fields off his own bowling before Ali can get there.
He didn't bowl very well at Durham, Mark Watt, sadly.
Steps past umpire Taylor and bowls. Gives that one a little bit of air. Hill is forward, pushing it out into the covers. And again, there is no run. There was nothing much wrong with that over. He'll be pleased with that. I think that was a maiden over, was it not?
It was.
And just a little bit of rhythm for Mark Watt. As you say, he might get quite a lot of bowling. Not just this morning, but potentially this afternoon as well. And if he bowls like that, he will at least keep the scoreboard under control and put the Leicestershire batters under pressure. 84 for 1, Patel 43, Hill 32. 24 overs of the innings have been bowled.
Yeah, a couple of good overs. There was the one bad ball, wasn't there? But this is much, much better from Mark Watt. Much more what we've been expecting from him. He isn't massively experienced in red ball cricket. Had a couple of 3 games last season, and that was it. Prior to that, it was 2017 as Connors begins a new over, and back into his crease goes Patel, chops it backward a square on the offside to Hader.
Chappell started to do push-ups, and now his side stretches. And
it's remarkable, isn't it? I'm staying down there. I wouldn't have recovered from. Oh, well, I couldn't have done it in the first place, clearly, but I wouldn't have recovered from it.
Arm swings now.
I could do that.
Yeah, that one. Little hops, 2 feet.
Not so many, I wouldn't have thought, without being out of breath. Connors in and bowls to Patel, who pushes it up towards Zach Chappell.
What will be the next?
He'd do the full bowling action next, won't he? Is that not the natural?
You assume he's got the word that he's going to have a little burst before lunch, judging by his actions, but...
He's just had a chat with Lears deploy, so... The captain, who's got a little towel poking out the back of his sleeveless sweater, out of his shorts, out of his trousers. He's not wearing shorts. Connors in and bowls. That's a short delivery. It's pulled into the leg side, but it bounces 10, 15 yards in front of Harry Kame. Down at deep backward square leg, long leg. Those two are merging into each other now. He's definitely not fine leg.
It's like top edge, that from Patel. He's looked a little bit flighty in the last couple of overs, hasn't he? Just
There's a little cry from one or two of the fielders. The unnecessary cry of catch it, which is one of my major bugbears of club cricket.
It's like goalkeepers shouting away. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that.
If only we'd done it. It's just practices bowling action, Chappell. Connors in and bowls to Hill, who pushes out into the offside. A sprightly piece of fielding from Mark Watt, moving away to his right. Plymouth are going to get in excess of 100 points to win League One this season. They've just taken the lead at Port Vale, having been behind. Port Vale, one of the many teams in League One who end the season with a different manager to the one they started it with, as the merry-go-round continues. Connors in, short delivery, and Hill just goes down on one knee to get out of the way of that one.
I was once sent to cover a game between Port Vale and Stoke.
Oh, that'd be lively, wouldn't it? Oh.
The game, well, it kind of was. There were no goals, and it was 0-0, but as much what was going on in the stands and around, and it was a thoroughly poisonous affair, as I recall.
They don't like each other at all, do they? Don't like each other at all. I love Vale Park, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
it's one of my favourite grounds.
Wasn't it modelled on?
It was the Wembley of the North.
Yes.
The Wembley. It isn't nothing like Wembley.
No,
but
there's no. Yeah.
When they built it in I think it was the 50s, it was going to be the Wembley of the North. It's got a huge playing area. 85 for 1 Leicestershire. Connors is in and bowls another short delivery to Lewis Hill that he ducks underneath. Hill just stares back down the pitch at him. And Connors turns and collects his cap from umpire Pollard. 85 for 1, Patel 44, Hill 32. 143 the deficit now.
20 minutes until lunch. They need another breakthrough, Derbyshire. If Leicestershire, if these two can stay together, they'll be reasonably confident going into lunch that this is a game that they not just can save, but they then now should save. But still 20 minutes or 4, maybe 5 overs until lunch, especially with Mark Watt bowling. Goes in and bowls to Patel, who leans forward, turns it past Kame at short leg. Connors has to run to his right and back slightly at mid-wicket to field, so Patel picks up his single, moves on to 45.
In the first innings, Matt Lamb definitely fielded at short leg because he took that catch where he didn't have to move, didn't he?
Did. Watt is in and bowls, drops short, but Hill misses out rather. Tried to cut it away, got a thick bottom edge, and it bounced down towards the aforementioned Lamb, who's at backward point at the moment.
But he was rubbing his back when he was batting. I wonder if that's got anything to do with it.
Watt is in much better, straighter delivery that is blocked back up the pitch on the front foot to him by Hill.
He's not a player they'd want to lose, certainly in the coming weeks as the T20 starts after the next round of county championship matches.
Lamb watches as Watt goes in, bowls. Hill stays back to a delivery again that he might have been safer getting forward to. Plays it comfortably enough off the pitch out towards Connors. Lamb just makes Hill wait while he polishes the ball on the bottom of his sweater. Red stain thereon. Steps in and bowls outside off stump. Left by Hill. Madsen would have you believe that it shaved off stump rather than missing it by a good 8 inches.
Always optimistic way.
Still got his hands on his battered baggy blue.
Wayne and I couldn't be more different people. He's eternally optimistic.
Harry Kane has been sent by Watt in at a very, very silly mid-off. Watt is in, Hill, and then he bowls Watt down the leg side slightly onto leg stump. Hill can tickle it around the corner down towards fine leg, and it's going to run away for 4. Well, Watt was his own worst enemy there because Pudding came in so close on the offside. His right foot was almost touching the strip, no more than 6 or 7 feet from the bat. I'm sure Watt was conscious of that, and he speared it down the leg side, and it was helped on its way. 4 to Hill, who moves on to 36, 90 for 1 Leicestershire after 26 overs.
Been a little unlucky, Mark. What the 2 really bad balls that he's bowled have both gone to the boundary, but that is often the way with spinners. Just had a bit of a chat there with Wayne Madsen, who has bowled a bit of spin in county championship cricket and one-day cricket over the course of his 15-year stint here at Derbyshire. This is his 15th season. Remarkable. A one-club man. And contracted already for next season. Which by my rudimentary maths will be his 16th season. Zach Chappell back into the Derbyshire bowling attack. 90 for 1 Leicestershire. He's going to bowl to Rishi Patel, who drives very pleasantly up towards mid-off, where he's fielded by Lears de Ploy. And there is no run.
Does he go back to South Africa each winter?
No, well, but he does go back. Yes, I mean he's
to play.
No, not to play.
Okay,
no,
it's still his home rather than somewhere in the Peak District or somewhere.
But no, he has. I mean, he is basically a Derbyshire resident who goes back to see his family.
Right.
Yeah, as I understand it. Chappell is in again, and that one is turned into the leg side nicely by Rishi Patel. They'll just pick up the single as Henry Brooks does the fielding. 91 for 1, 46 now to Rishi Patel. Sheffield Wednesday have a penalty and have scored it, so they lead Derby County by a 1-0. And I think Derby have had a man sent off as a result. Curtis Davis has been shown a red card. That isn't good news for Derby County. Wow. Close to half-time. Zach Chappell is in again. And bowls to Hill is struck on the pad. Big appeal from Zach Chappell, but umpire Pollard isn't interested in the slightest. It wasn't height, so it must have pitched either, must have hit him outside the line or been going down leg side.
Or he hit it.
Or he hit it, indeed. Yeah, well, there are 3 scenarios, of course there are.
Look at that.
Apologies for
He
that.
looked fairly straight. That said, Hill trying to whip it away down the leg side usually implies it's... decent shout, that. He did step across slightly.
It looked a good shout.
I think he must have got a tickle on it.
Chappell in and bowls to him again, and this one is whipped down to backward square leg. A sliding stop there by Henry Brooks, who throws the ball back. Hill gets back in time, though. Good piece of fielding, good running. And Hill moves on to 38, 93 for 1. I think he probably thought it was going to be slightly more comfortable than it turned out to be. Lewis Hill, but got back comfortably enough in the end. My next update will be in half-time of a game where nobody will be very pleased. They're still in the top 6 as things stand. Chapel in again and bowls that one again. It's just turned very wristily by Hill down towards deep backward square leg. They're coming back for a second again. Harry Kane's throw is not a good one. And this one is a far more comfortable 2. Hill moves to 40, 95 for 1. The partnership worth 90. And it's gone a bit quiet out there. They really do need lunch, don't they, Derbyshire here? Well, we all do, let's face it, but I think they need it more than most.
A wicket in lunch. It would taste so much better from Derbyshire's point of view.
I don't think they'll be eating burgers, though. Chapel is in, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Hill that time. Better delivery. Fielded by Mark Watt, who holds onto the ball because presumably he's going to continue his spell. He's bowled 3 overs. It's 6 overs for Zach Chapel now. 1 for 17, his figures. Patel 46, Hill 40, 95 for 1. Leicestershire trailing by 133.
Hill and Patel, conversation, touch of the gloves inevitably. And as you say, Watt will continue 3 overs, none for 11 for the Scot. Tosses the ball from hand to hand, grips it, comes in and bowls, gives it a little bit of air, drifts, a little bit of drift as well as it. Fairly straight delivery. Patel, tall man, stretches forward, turns it out towards Connors at mid-wicket. Walks in and bowls. Patel again stretching forward, doesn't get to the pitch this time, but ball doesn't turn. He can just close the bat face, push it out. Other side of Connors this time. Walks across some fields. Watt bowls. Patel uses his feet, plays it firmly down into the ground. Kame sticks out a right hand at short leg. It bounces off the right hand and about 15 yards behind him diagonally. He is in pursuit, picks it up, but Patel takes his single, moves on to 47.
Unsurprisingly, the conversation I have in my ears, I couldn't control it, so I just thought I'd listen for a moment. For the last minute and a half, they've been talking about nothing but the referee.
Yes, I was going to say, in his antecedents or the merits or otherwise of the decision to send off former Hull City stalwart Curtis Davis. Watt in bowls. Hill is forward on off stump. There's no run.
Dawes has just come out with a magnificent comment. If it stays 1-0, it's all on him. It'll have nothing to do with the way Derby have been playing.
Yes, it does seem they have the opportunity to correct it if it's wrong. Kame is going across from that short leg position to that very silly mid-off, almost point position. Forward goes Hill to the straight delivery, back up the pitch. To Watt goes the ball. Hill steps out and drives. Game is going to have to hop out of the way sharpish of the bat, let alone the ball. That one drifts onto middle and leg again, and so Hill can work it through that vacant short leg area down towards Chapel. A deepish backward square and take 1, and in so doing keep the strike. Moves on to 41, 97 for 1. 28 overs have been bowled. What time is it? 12:51. So we won't be far off the 32 overs for the session.
No, it'd be quite impressive, really. I wonder if the fact that they're -3, they were -3, I think, when they finished bowling Leicestershire, they might want to get out and have a little bowl.
They can usually.
No, they can't anymore.
Can they not?
No.
The scorers try to do something with that.
No, it's set now after the first innings. Chapel begins a new over, bowling to Lewis. Hill bowls a short delivery that doesn't get up. Hill sways out of the way of it, but it wasn't on target, really.
I think he's trying to G himself up a bit here, Chapel. He had a kind of word with Hill at the end of his previous over, and
I don't know how you found
walked
Zach,
away.
but he doesn't strike me as being a particularly angry man.
Not now, no.
Was he
I
angry?
think, yeah, he was still
okay.
not angry, but he was well, I'll use the word. He was immature, you know, and I think he's matured a lot perhaps since coming here, but during his time at Nottinghamshire as well.
Okay. He's in again now and bowls to Lewis Hill, who defends that one out into the offside.
But he's still a opening bowler, a fast in inverted commas bowler, and sometimes they do have to G themselves up, don't they? And get themselves going and create a bit of feeling if nothing much is happening.
The world is against me. I must prove them wrong.
See if they can get under the batter's skin, perhaps.
Yeah. Chappell on his way in again. And bowls. That one is defended almost sneaks past Lewis Hill's bat, but it's pushed into the onside. And again, there's no run. 97 for 1, trailing by 131. So it probably would be around tea, as we suspected that Leicestershire would go in front, which is too late for them to force a positive result, as they are known. But I think all results are positive, aren't they? Chappell in again, bowls. That is short and cut away nicely by Hill for 4 runs. Out to the backward point boundary. Hits the rope now. Haider Ali barely moved as the ball went past him. It was in the air a little while, but perfectly safe shot from Lewis Hill, who moves on to 45. It's a race to 50 between the two batsmen. Patel on 47, 101. The 100's up for Leicestershire as well. 101 for 1. Much, much better second time around. As we suspected, again, it might be, and almost certainly would be.
So far, though, still lots of work to do.
Yes, and you would imagine that the analyst will be showing the bowlers where they've been going wrong if they can find the extra 1%ers, I believe they're known as. I never really understood what they were, but Chappell in and bowls to Hill. A full delivery strikes him on the pad, and it's a half-hearted appeal this time. He wasn't as convinced by that one, Zach Chappell, as he was by the one an over or so ago.
I think that one definitely was going down leg side.
I wasn't sure if I didn't hear 2 noises. So, yeah, he'd have done well. He'd have done well to have got that one. Goalless at Burton at half-time, I'm delighted to say. Which means MK Dons currently in the bottom 4. Here's Zach Chappell. Racecourse end. Bowls to Hill, who guides this one straight to Haider Ali at backward point. It's the end of the over. And Leicestershire 101 for 1. Rishi Patel now has the opportunity to get to his half-century first. He's on 47. Hill has 45. Only 4 more runs to the century stand as well. Leicestershire trailing by 127. I will have an update soon, but so will you, actually, because we're getting close to 1 o'clock, aren't we? I might have to delay my lunch, which is not something I'm normally happy to do.
Especially today.
Yes, especially today, absolutely.
Mark Watt from the city end is in to Rishi Patel, who is forward to a delivery that's on middle and leg, pushing it out towards mid-on. No run. Reese picks up what is in. Reese is going to have to dive to his right. No, he isn't. It's too far away, and Patel picks up the 4 he needs to go past 50. Nice shot. He used his feet nicely, got to the pitch of the ball, on drove it away wristily as ever for 4. So to go with his 2 centuries so far this season in just 6 innings, that is now a 50 in his 7th.
7 4s and a 6. 87 deliveries, decent. Decent. He's batted nicely, hasn't he? He hasn't looked massively troubled.
No.
Perhaps 1 false shot in the Mark Watt over. Watt's first, I think.
Needs to go on, though. His job is half done. Brought up the century partnership with that 4 as well. Watt is in, and he gets down on 1 knee and rather flamboyantly tries to crash the delivery away through the offside. Doesn't time it at all. Bounces out into the covers where Ali is the fielder. Patel just walks away. Maybe has a bit of a word with himself. Waters in again. Forward he goes this time. Almost down on one knee as the forward defence pushes that one out into the offside. Ali again fields. Coming towards the end of the 30th over. We'll get certainly one more before lunch as Wok bowls. It's pushed past Haider Ali this time by Rishi Patel, but only as far as Leas Deploy running round behind him at mid-off. Then, probably irritatingly from the bowler's point of view, he steps away and just refastens his gloves before getting forward to the next delivery. Back up the pitch to Mark Watt. It goes end of the over. 105 for 1 after 30. Patel 51, Hill 45.
So the rare beast of the 24-yarder from Mark Watt in that over. Bowled from way behind the stumps, almost level with the umpire, which he does from time to time, certainly in white ball cricket. Rishi Patel gets the extra applause for his half century, and now it'll be Lewis Hill's turn. I think my update will come in the next couple of minutes, so they're currently reflecting on Burton Albion's goalless first half with MK Dons as Zach Chappell is in and bowls to Lewis Hill, who pushes this one out into the offside. He sets off for a single. Rishi Patel's not interested. $105 for 1. Leicestershire trailing by 123. In goes Chappell and bowls short delivery, and it's pulled into the leg side, but hits the ground quite quickly out towards Brooks. And they pick up another single, 106 for 1. 4 balls left of the morning session. Zach Chappell turns at the top of his mark. And he's in to bowl to Rishi Patel. He's got 4. Well, it started off pretty well here, Dom, but it's been a long old morning for Derbyshire. Leicestershire have moved on to 110 for 1. Rishi Patel 55, Lewis Hill 46. They put on 105 so far for the second wicket. Just 1 wicket has fallen today, and it was early. Sol Budinger was caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Zach Chappell. For just 4 runs in the third over, Zach Chappell's back on, trying to get a breakthrough before lunch. But it seems unlikely that he's going to get one. And it's going to be the afternoon session that will decide whether Derbyshire win their first county championship match of the season or not. A couple of balls left of the morning session. Leicestershire 110 for 1, and they trail still by 118. There is hope for Derbyshire, but it's starting to fade, Dom, and I don't like it. Just lost to Dominic and the team down at Hillsborough for the moment, so I'll perhaps during this over get through the half-time scores. That's what he normally does to me, as Zach Chappell goes in and bowls to Rishi Patel, who guides this one down to third man. He's going to get 2 more runs here and move on to 57, 112 for 1. I think one more ball, yeah, one more ball until lunch, and I'm delighted to say that they are back at Hillsborough. 1 ball to go here until the lunch interval. Leicestershire 110 for 1, trailing by 118. Chappell on his way in again. Final ball before lunch. Bowls to Rishi Patel, who pushes it out into the offside, and that is lunch. And Leicestershire, well, it's been their morning by some considerable distance. They lost that early wicket. Sol Budinger was caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Zach Chappell for just 4 in the third over of the day. But since then, Rishi Patel, who's moved on to 57 now, got to his half century from 87 balls with 7 fours and a 6. And Lewis Hill, who's on 46, who added 107 for the second wicket. And at lunch, Leicestershire 112 for 1. They trail by 116. And Derbyshire need a bit of a pep talk at lunchtime if they're going to complete their first victory of the season in the County Championship, because Leicestershire have coped relatively comfortably with the bowling attack so far. It's the batsmen who are leading the teams off. Rishi Patel at the front, getting all the applause, followed by his skipper, Lewis Hill. Leicestershire, as I say, 112 for 1 at lunch, trailing by 116. Myself and Richard Ray will return in about 40 minutes' time. in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
Go in and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight, too good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
Please welcome the umpires Billy Taylor and Paul Pollard and Derbyshire team led by Captain Lee Fitzroy. To goals on the City end, Henry Brooks.
Welcome back to the Incora County Ground for the start of the afternoon session. We nearly missed it. First delivery ball by Brooks, and it's down the leg side. Henry Brooks, of course, down the leg side. Bowling to Lewis Hill, taken by Brooke Guest. Almost caught me out there, Richard.
Are you still digesting your splendid lunch?
My second burger. Oh, yes. Yeah, so apologies to anybody who hasn't had any lunch down at the other end of the media centre, but that was down to me. They were magnificent. The best yet. The best yet.
Rishi Patel, contact lenses or something he's having, struggling with.
Perfect.
Umpire Taylor is helping, whatever he's doing anyway.
Just time-wasting tactics, isn't it, really?
We were 1 over short, which surprised me, given Mark Watt bowled 5 overs off a walking run.
It's Henry Brooks again, bowling from the City end, bowls to Hill, who edges this one into the ground and in between first and second slip and down to third man for 4 runs, and it's his half century. I'm sure he wouldn't have wanted to have got there that way, but he has. 50 off 90 balls, just slightly slower than Rishi Patel, and that was his 7th 4.
We should say it didn't carry.
No, it was into the ground. Wasn't it?
Excuse me, it wasn't a chance. One of them should have, preferably, really should have put out a right paw and stopped it. They're not too far apart, Watt and Madsen. Genuine edge, but I suppose we're saying these circumstances, sort of soft hands, and probably pitched a foot in front of what Madsen takes a step forward at second.
Yeah, I don't think they can step too much further forward, in all honesty. That would be reckless. There's Brooks again, so a bit of a glimmer of hope. That's a full delivery, and it's dug out by Hill and pushed back to the bowler. And there's no run. Yeah, so if I drift off this afternoon, it's because all the blood's rushed to my stomach. should be asleep in no time. So at the moment, Derby County, with 10 minutes to go, I'm hearing in my ears, are no longer in the playoff places. They're losing at Sheffield Wednesday and down to 10 men. Peterborough 2 up at Barnsley. As Brooks is in, and that one is turned into the leg side. A misdirected delivery, really, from Brooks, and Hill will pick up another single comfortably.
Is it likely to have implications beyond the fact that they haven't qualified for the playoffs, i.e. do they desperately need to financially or anything like that? Or?
I don't think so. I think it's a bit of a bonus that they got there in the first place because they changed managers after the summer transfer window, so they're under an embargo of sorts where they can't sign players or pay loan fees and stuff. They're hoping to get out of that. And Paul Warren has a very good record of getting teams promoted out of League One. As Brooks is in, full-ish delivery, and Rishi Patel pushes that one up to mid-on where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. The more remarkable scoreline is Notts County 1, Bournemouth 2. It's early second half there in the National League, but Notts County pushed Wrexham all the way, despite the riches that the North Wales club have, their celebrity owners, and they might not even get to the playoff final. Chesterfield playing this afternoon, flying the flag for Derbyshire, as Brooks is in and bowls on the leg stump, and it's clipped into the leg side. Bounces a couple of times before it reaches Zach Chappell out there in the far distance, and it's the end of the first over after lunch. So 64 overs remain. Brooks 6 overs for 22, 118 for 1 Leicestershire, Patel 58, Hill 51. Leicestershire will be in front by T.
Lancashire declared, presumably at lunch, setting knots 291. Well, they need another 291 runs. They are 8 without loss, needing 287. So they set them to 9-5 to win in 2 sessions at Trent Bridge. That could be an interesting one. Hampshire 34 for 8 against Warwickshire. Chris Rushworth is among the wickets at Edgbaston.
He was always too good for Durham, wasn't he? Yorkshire have lost a wicket. They got to 100, but they've lost a wicket. They need another 392, which they're not going to get, but they're 100 for 1 against Glamorgan.
Sam Connors is going to try and make Leicestershire lose a wicket. In he comes from the racecourse end, bowls to Patel. He just leans forward with all the time in the world. It was the first delivery post-lunch for Connors, so just getting into his stride, so to speak.
Just reading that MK Dons are chucking everything at Burn Albion in a desperate attempt to stay in League One. Come on, the Brewers.
Worcester have got ahead against Sussex. They look in reasonable shape to save that one. They're 119 for 3, leading by 10 as in goes Connors. And bowls edged, caught behind. He has his man. Rishi Patel isn't able to go on this occasion. Good delivery from Connors. On off some might just have held its own a bit. Patel leant forward. Unlike Hill, his edge carried and Guest made no mistake. So, little twist. Leicestershire, having looked comfortable up until lunch, have looked less so post-lunch. They are still 110 behind, and they have now lost their second wicket.
9 fours, 1 6. 99 deliveries for Rishi Patel, and a much-needed wicket for Derbyshire. They've still got 110 runs to play with, and, of course, the insurance of a second innings, should it be required, if there is enough time, as and when Leicester should take the lead in this match, which, the way they were going this morning, looked almost inevitable. Perhaps not so much now. Always good to have a new batsman to bowl at. Always good to bowl at the batsman immediately after an interval as well. How many wickets fall early? We saw Sol Buddinger go in the 3rd over of the day, and this is the 3rd over of the afternoon, isn't it?
Second.
Is this only the second? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not very good at maths.
Connors, reward for him after a wicketless morning. 1 for 22 now from 9.2 for him, and Derbyshire will be reinvigorated. Although lunch, I'm sure, will have helped as well.
I just hope they didn't have what I had, because they'd barely be able to move out there.
Colin Ackerman comes out to replace Rishi Patel. Ackerman started the season well, a century and 2 50s for him. Twiddles the bat in his hand. He sometimes is a slightly awkward starter, and Vango Fox makes the point that it could be the sort of pitch where it's slightly difficult to. Once you're in, you're fine. But we shall see. Maybe the effects of the heavy roller are wearing off as Connors is in, dug out rather by Ackerman. Foolish delivery, looking for the Yorker. Wasn't quite, but it wasn't far off, and Ackerman just manages to push it out to Zach Chappell at mid-on.
How can it be fair that I said 2 days ago that Lewis Deploy was a slow starter and he hit the first ball for 4, and you say that Colin Ackerman can be a slow starter and
can be slightly iffy starter.
Iffy?
Yeah,
okay.
No, he's not. He will score at a reasonable rate, whatever. But
he didn't score. I was waiting for him to carve it away.
Connors is in again, full, waiting for it in the crease. He likes to play off the back foot where he can. Ackerman punches it, not particularly hard, out towards Deploy. There's no run. Bright sunshine out. Still some white fluffy stuff around, but by and large, it's cleared. Certainly over the top of the Incora County Ground at the moment. All blue sky. White clouds away to the south, by and large. As Connors is in, Ackerman goes back, turns the straight delivery off the stumps out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
5,021 at Burton today, which is much higher than their average attendance. It was a lower attendance than we expected on Wednesday. I think people had made a choice between one game or the other. You always want to go to the last game of the season, don't you, in the sunshine in your shirt sleeves.
As long as you don't go in fancy dress.
Yes.
Connors is in. Ackerman again closes the bat face on a delivery that is angling towards leg stump, pushes it out to mid-wicket, and it's the end of Sam Connors' over. A successful one, indeed, a wicket maiden for Connors. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22 for him. And Derbyshire hope springs as they pick up their second wicket of the Leicestershire second innings. The Fox is still 110 behind now, just 8 second innings wickets in hand.
You're not a fan of fancy dress in any circumstances. I'm not. I've never dressed up in my life for anybody or anything. Not a big fan.
Trying to think if I have. I mean, I do silly things at university, don't you, sometimes?
Well, if we're going back to university, I did wear a toga once. In comes Henry Brooks, who bowls to Lewis Hill, who turns that one into the leg side. And it's fielded by Matt Lamb, who takes about a quarter of an hour to get back to his feet. Doesn't look 100% happy to me. But he's still out there. He's just rubbing his back again there, look. Left-hand side.
He went down in... It was an odd one because it wasn't hit hard by Hill.
I don't think he's a happy camper out there. They want him fit for for every game, but especially the T20. Brooks bowls, that strikes the pad of Hill, but would have been going down leg side.
Yeah, he's got something wrong with his back, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. He's holding it again now. He looks like me, actually, which is not good.
And given he's not a sort of bowler, in this context...
Get him off.
Why is he out there?
Get him off. Because he can bowl leg spin, but you wouldn't have thought he'd be bowling if he's got a bad back, would you?
No. I'm not sure it's a good idea for him to be out there.
Get Ben Aitchison on his 12th man next delivery. He's out. He might not be here. Outside the off stump and left alone by Hill.
One assumes there is a... Well, George has been on a few times, hasn't he?
George has been on. You wouldn't want him out there as a fielding substitute. Archie Harrison is here, though. The young man, he's already been on the field, hasn't he? So Archie could field in place of him.
I don't know why I'm very familiarly calling him George all the time.
Well, that's all we call him. That's all we call him. We just call him George, Big George.
Something to do with the tash.
He's just a magnificent man. In comes Brooks and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Hill, down towards long leg. Fielded by Sam Connors, away to our left-hand side. He takes another single. Does Hill to move to 52, 119 for 2. Joe Wildsmith has gone up for a corner. Played for Sheffield Wednesday. Playing for Derby County now. He's going to score here.
Is he the goalkeeper or something?
The goalkeeper. Okay. Ackerman waits, and that one is pushed off the back foot up towards mid-off. Apparently the corner went over everybody behind for a goal kick. 119 for 2.
Are they running out of time?
Oh, very much running out of time, yes. I think they've almost...
There'll be wailing and gnashing of teeth then in the city, will there? If...
I believe so, and there's a phone in tomorrow night. Should you wish to partake in that, I probably won't listen. I'll be resting ahead of the Gloucestershire game, which starts on Thursday. Next delivery, it's not tomorrow night at all. Pushed out into the offside by Ackerman. The final ball of the Henry Brooks over, and it's fielded by Lears Deploy. 119 for 2. Hill 52. Ackerman yet to get off the mark. It'll be Tuesday night, the phone in. Tomorrow being the second of 3 bank holidays in May for no apparent reason.
Leicester City, I think, play tomorrow night.
I believe they do.
Big, huge game then if it's Southampton. If it is Southampton.
No, it's not.
Oh.
They're at Fulham.
At
Forest
Fulham,
are at home. Forest are at home to Southampton,
Okay.
which is the
A few issues then
crunch game.
become clearer tomorrow night. Connors is in. Madsen very close at second slip as he bowls. Thought for a minute that stayed a little bit low, but Hill was solidly enough forward, blocking it out to his former teammate Zach Chappell at mid-on. no run, 119 for 2. Possibly, well, the Hanscom and Mulder to come, but possibly need one of these two to go on and make a big score, really big score, as in a century. As Connors is in bowls short, pulled around the corner, got plenty of that hill. Straight down to long-legged rolls. Down there is Henry Brooks. Brooks isn't the most vigorous of fielders.
No.
He's a sort of fairly languorous mover in the field. Tall and not lanky as such, but he doesn't obviously fling himself around. He's waiting, hands on hips, as Connors is in bowls full. Ackerman thought he was going to get off the mark there, clipped it very, very firmly to mid-wicket, and the great cheer was for Lamb, getting down to it brilliantly quickly, because he got plenty of that. Ackerman, and what is he, 10 yards, 12 yards from the bat at the most, and managed to make the stop and save Hyder Ali and or Zach Chappell a long chase towards the mid-wicket boundary. Keep Ackerman on naught, keep him thinking. Connors is in again to Ackerman. This time it's short of a length and off stump. Ackerman on the back foot blocks it out towards Came at point.
Peterborough have won at Barnsley, which is the thing that's going to stop Derby from getting into the playoffs. Well, it isn't. That's not the one thing, but
if they don't
get an equaliser in the remaining 60 seconds of stoppage time.
Connors past umpire Pollard, bowls Fuller and looking to drive Ackerman. He has to adjust slightly, doesn't get all of it, steers it out to deploy. Outfield glistening, shining almost in the sunshine now. It's taken a bit of a pounding over the last few days of rain. You can still see the footmarks of the various bowlers from, well, both ends, but particularly obviously where we are from the racecourse end of the ground in the splendid media centre or media building. In goes Connors bowls. Ackerman is forward. He's calling for a run. He can be. Yeah, I think he's a slightly nervous start. He often gets off the mark with a nerve-wracking quick single. Nerve-wracking as far as his partner is concerned. In fact, that was a decent call. It was wide of extra cover, and Duploy had to move to his left at mid-off to field. So actually it was a fairly safe single. And he is off the mark. End of the over. 1-2-1 for 2. Hill 53, Ackerman a single.
Full-time whistle at Hillsborough. Derby County have lost by a goal to nil. Full-time whistle at the Pirelli Stadium. It's finished 0-0 and MK Dons are down. Marvellous. Here comes Henry. I'm totally neutral. Here comes Henry Brooks and bowls to Colin Ackerman, who defends it straight back to him.
But sadly, Derby County then do not qualify.
Do not qualify for the playoffs. So there will be an A38. There will be 2 A38 derbies again next season, which is excellent. Now,
it doesn't have much of a ring, does it? The A38.
No, I don't think anybody
can't come up with anything.
We had a discussion when they played a couple of weeks ago.
The Brewers and the Rams.
Yeah, and the Derby fans didn't regard it as any kind of rivalry or indeed derby. As it comes Brooks again. That one's clipped away into the leg side, backward of square. Connors is there, and Ackerman picks up another single, moves to 222 for 2. I could be on at any time now, so hopefully they'll tell me by no, well, but not now, but well, I suppose it could be in the no, I don't think I will be. Here comes Brooks again. From the City end bowls to Hill, who clips that one into the leg side beyond the grasp of Matt Lamb. A wicket in the morning session and a wicket in the evening session. Richard, who was about to head off for an update, looks like he's not going to bother anymore.
Message comes in. No update 2, 3 or 4, or as show is pre-mixed at top. Fine on the half hours.
Excellent.
So, there we go.
That's you then. Back at 5. And they've shaken
No,
hands.
fine at the halves, so I'll have to go.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Brooks is in, and that one is defended by Ackerman straight back to him.
Top work here, lads. Didn't sound Scottish, but it didn't sound like Wayne either. So maybe that was Brooke Guest.
Yeah, but did it sound a combination of Northern and Australian?
Yeah.
Brooke Guest.
Yes.
Brought up in Perth, born in Manchester. Has a very strange accent. It's not quite lost his Aussie twang yet.
No, there was something of the
did-
Antipodean about
He
it.
did play for the under-19s down there. This next delivery is left alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. Beautiful sunshine here. I noticed there was somebody sunbathing out on the grass
There
at the
was.
back at lunchtime.
Kids playing.
She may well still be there. Who knows?
I noticed that it was an 8-year-old-ish boy bowling at his dad. Dad was batting, and he batted all through the lunch interval.
All right, too. If you can't get him out, you can't be giving your wicket away. Next delivery is turned by Ackerman. Straight to Matt Lamb at a catching mid-wicket, and it's the end of an over that cost just a couple of runs, 123 for 2. They trail by 105. Ackerman has 2. Hill has 54, and Sam Connors has just thrown his cap, Frisbee style, to Paul Pollard, and he just dropped it.
Nothing wrong with the throw, just the catching.
I think it was the catch that was the problem. Yeah, the catch was the problem. So next year we don't go to MK, Morecambe, Accrington, which is a real shame because it's very close to my
I
house.
was going to say, that's...
Or Forest Green, which isn't a proper football club anyway, so that's good.
That's a trip and a half as well. Connors is in 2. Hill, who is on driving. Chappell can move reasonably smartly, but not excessively so, to his left to make the stop. Hill takes his single. Moves on to 55. It's in Nailsworth, isn't it? Forest Green, that little village.
Yeah.
Biggish village on top of a hill. Near Stroud.
Right at the top of the hill. Yeah, no, just south of Stroud, I think. My sat-nav took me in the back way, which I'd never been in before, through some very narrow country roads.
Connors in, drops short. Ackerman just leans back, drops his bat metaphorically. Well, literally in a way, and then he kept hold of it, but let it fall down. Instead of trying to uppercut it over the slips. Not Laurie Lee country, not far from there, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah. Not too far from Stroud.
Okay.
Frank Keating, former Guardian sports writer. In goes Connors, and solid back foot defensive shot from Ackerman. Back out to deploy it goes. Grunt of effort from Connors. He too sporting something of a beard. Very much a thing to sport among young cricketers these days.
I think it gets him into nightclubs.
Boyish face otherwise. Still a boyish face with a beard, basically. And he goes, bowls. Ackerman goes back. It was a shortish ball. Didn't really get up. And Ackerman content to play it out into the offside. Still playing himself in.
And he was by no means hurried. I watched that
He
one through the
wasn't.
binoculars. It was a particularly pedestrian delivery, really.
Did you rather sail through at a gentle pace?
We should have bought these last year.
Before you got your new glasses, you mean? Or?
I probably wouldn't have got glasses though, so...
Connors is in and bowls again short. Ackerman goes for the cut and rather windmills it, doesn't time it. Not the most elegant of shots by Colin Ackerman. Hits it more or less straight to Came at point, and there's no run. Wanted to really lace that one away through the offside, but didn't get it. He's faced a fair few balls already, 19 of them. Still just coming to terms with the pace or lack thereof in the pitch. Connors is in and bowls. He's half forward, leaning into his defensive press on that one. Out into the offside it goes. Rees is the fielder, and the over comes to an end, it's, as Vango said, it might be just a difficult one to, or slightly awkward pitch to come to terms with, but once you have, then you're okay. 124 for 2, 37 overs have been bowled in the innings, 59 potentially remain to Derbyshire to take these 8 outstanding Leicestershire second wickets.
So Mark Watts looking into the sun, you can tell by his shadow that the sun is in front of him. George Grimshaw's just come on with his glasses and he's stuck one on the back of his cap. Here's Henry Brooks beginning a new over from the City end, bowling to Lewis Hill, who dabs this down back of a square on the offside. There's no run.
He has his, as you say, his cap on. The peak, you would have imagined, with the sun still nice and high, should be shading his eyes, shouldn't it?
But he's now got his glasses perched on the back of his cap, which have just been brought out by the 12th man entirely unnecessarily.
Wayne Madson's keeping his helmet on at second slip.
And he's walking in. As Brooks bowls, that is a short ball that's pulled but not timed out towards square leg. And Hill will pick up another single. He moves to 56, 125. 4-2. Sure, Derbyshire will blame the rain for taking so much time out of the game when they were in such a strong position, but they didn't bowl particularly well this morning. I didn't think.
Plenty of time left yet.
Next delivery is driven in the air down towards third man off a thick edge from Colin Ackerman, and he gets 4 runs for it. He was reaching a long, long way for that and didn't quite get as far as he needed to. Not sure where he would have put it if he had got to it, probably straight to Haider Ali in the covers, but he's got away with one. He moves on to 6, 129 for 2.
I don't know whether it would have gone to gully, but I was thinking this morning why I'd always have a gully in these circumstances, especially on a slightly slow pitch. And if they are inclined to drive, Leicestershire's batters do like to be positive. Still no gully.
First and second slip, and this one is defended by Ackerman up towards Rees at mid-on. That was in the air for a long, long time and a catchable height through the gully region. I mean, you could certainly put the close mid-wicket in, but do you need a mid-wicket and a mid-wicket on the boundary? That's a poor ball, isn't it, if he holds out over there. 99, Leicestershire trail by now. As Brooks is in once again. That one is driven up towards a wide mid-off by Ackerman. Again, there's no run. I think the heat from the 2 burgers is starting to take effect here. Warm it up. Well, when you eat something, you heat up generally, don't you? And I'm now starting to heat up.
The hoodie's going to
It's going to have to come off.
go onto the back of the chair,
Yeah,
is it?
just for the time being.
Before Dave self-combusts.
That might be the most exciting thing that happens this afternoon. That one's turned into the leg side by, I'm going to put it on the floor, I can't even get it on the back of my chair. Turned into the leg side by Colin Ackerman. There is no run, it's the end of the over. Like the 2 Ronnie's t-shirt.
The 2 Ronnies?
Yeah.
Oh, 4 candles.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Yeah, no words, just the 4 candles. If you know, you know.
Absolutely. If you know, you know. We spent yesterday afternoon talking about ripping yarns in the...
Yes, I actually jotted it down as a reminder to when we were told that they're apparently on the BBC iPlayer at the moment, the whole series of Palin and Jones ripping yarns.
If you haven't seen them, I would urge you to do so.
Absolutely.
Some absolute belters on there.
You can get it. I mean, BBC iPlayer you can get online, can't you? I mean, there are restrictions with sport and things like that. If you're not in the country,
yeah,
so
I think it's very much online. You can download as well up from the iPlayer.
So we can recommend it to all listeners.
Yes.
Whichever country you're in.
No, it's good. Very good.
Brunty and Fango talking about half man, half biscuit, and Tranmere supporting.
Ah.
Half man, half men, half biscuits. In goes Connors and Bowles. Forward goes Hill. Thick outside edge. He would say, I think, that it was a controlled edge, that he knew what he was doing. There is no third man. There is just Watt at slip, and there's an awful gap there between Came and Watt. And of course, it ran away through about third stroke fourth slip. Wouldn't have carried for, wouldn't have been far away, but I don't think it would have carried for four. Chapel is starting to warm up as Hill becomes the first Leicestershire batsman in the match. I was going to say in this innings, but in the match. To move into the 60s.
Mm.
Short leg is in, short mid-wicket likewise. Water standing wide at second slip now, and Hill gets a fullish delivery on Midland leg that he clips wide of Madsen at short leg out towards deep square. It's an odd in-out field. And takes his single, and then indicates to Ackerman a little bit of in-swing perhaps there.
Anything in particular about half man, half biscuit?
Let's have a look for you.
They'll know as much
Entering
about
the
them.
conversation from time to time. Fabulous name for a band is one comment. In goes Connors, Bowles short, and Ackerman ducks underneath it and didn't miss his helmet by very much, I don't think. There, it was really short, and he took his eye off it, I suspect, there. They famously turned down appearing on the Tube.
They did.
On Channel 4 because it was on a Friday night and clashed with Tranmere's home game.
They were
And
off. They were off.
Sorry, I've got to ask you
Okay.
something, which
Well-
is how you became a Tranmere supporter, because it doesn't sound like you're from Merseyside, though the club, quote, fits him perfectly.
I'm from Birkenhead. I was born at Clatterbridge Hospital on the Wirral.
In goes Connors, both short again, and this time Ackerman has been in long enough to pick it early and crash it off the back foot through the offside. Rees put in a athletic-looking dive, couldn't get there, and it crosses the ropes. On the offside for four, Ackerman into double figures, 138 for two. So you are a Birkenhead man.
Yes.
Okay.
Burkonian.
But that is not just
Yes.
just a Burke.
That's, no, steady. That's what they're called.
A Berkey.
Old Burkonians cricket.
That's not a Merseyside. Not. Or is it?
What?
Strictly speaking.
Well, it's like, well, yes,
Connors
it was.
is in. Bowles again a little bit short on the back foot, forcing it out into the offside is Ackerman this time without any real power, and Rees can run a few steps back towards the edge of the square and field. But Ackerman does pick up a single.
Used to be an L postcode, so it used to be a Liverpool postcode when Merseyside as an entity existed in some form of council form, which I don't think it does anymore. I'm fairly sure it doesn't, but they now have a CH, which I assume is Chester or indeed Cheshire, because Wirral is on.
Posh,
Well, Wirral is in Cheshire, but it's the part that Cheshire didn't want, I think.
Goes Connors. Bowles fuller this time, driven firmly down into the ground by Hill. Taken two-handed to his left by Connors, who quickly transfers it to his right hand, just in case Hill was going to step out of his ground. Leicestershire's captain smartly stuck his foot back into his ground, didn't bother throwing the ball. At the stumps, Connors, end of the over, 139 now for two off 39, 57 remain. Leicestershire now trail by 89. I
don't know why the rest of Cheshire don't want it. I mean, Lady Hamilton used to live there and used to be visited on a regular basis by Admiral Nelson on the banks of the River Dee to the south of the Wirral. Zach Chappell's coming back, incidentally, in the cricket game we're supposed to be watching.
Apparently half man, half biscuit never really made it big in Australia.
Oh, okay. Seems fair. I saw them play at the Festival Gardens in Liverpool many years ago. They were excellent, and I've got a number of their vinyl records. You were right that they turned down the opportunity to appear on the Tube, which obviously was live on a Friday night from Newcastle.
Brunty was right.
Brunty was right. In fact, just to add to that, they were offered a helicopter to take them to the game at Tranmere, but they still declined on the grounds that if there was any fog around and they weren't able to fly, then they would still miss the game. That is dedication. Mm-hmm. And they're still regulars, as far as I'm aware, at Prenton Park. Zach Chappell then begins his first over after lunch, bowling to Colin Ackerman, who covers up and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Haider Ali.
And they have now posted a gully.
Yes,
Stable doors,
very much so.
given
yeah.
that he's on 11 and he's faced 28 balls now, but
Well, if
he
he
will
does,
still be inclined to drive at a wide one if given the opportunity.
if he does it again, it's his own fault.
Yes.
I would suggest Lewis Rees warming up at mid-on. But that could mean he's either coming on to bowl or he isn't. There's Chappell. He's in again to Ackerman, who drives up towards Lewis Rees. And again, there's no run. Yeah, some terrific songs, Half Man, Half Biscuit, probably none of which I can say out loud, unfortunately, but there are some belters singing about Fred Titmus and Neris Hughes, the Trumpton Riots. All I Want for Christmas is a Dukla Prague away kit. Brilliant. Here's Chappell. Bowls to Ackerman, who defends. Up towards mid-on again. The only disappointing thing is that Martin Emerson likes them as well. Can't have everything. Well, says he does anyway. He probably met them twice, I imagine. Afternoon, Martin.
At the Epcot Centre.
Yeah, or Disneyland. One or the other. I can't remember which. Yeah, that was the Epcot Centre. That was the highlight of my trip to Durham. That particular conversation at 1:39 for 2 as Chappell is on his way in again. And bowls to Ackerman, who defends into the onside this time. Matt Lamb moves across and then almost, even from this distance, winces as he collects the ball in his left hand. I have no idea what he's doing out there. He probably shouldn't be, but he is.
Hurting a bit from time to time.
And Rees continues to warm up. So it's a slip, a gully, a point, and a cover in the offside. There's a catching mid-wicket as Chappell bowls to Ackerman. He'll take a quick single to Leas deploy, who almost takes out Haider Ali with the throw.
Does Guess no favours on it?
No, I had to tumble to stop that. That wasn't great.
And unnecessary. Anyway.
Yeah, they were always going to take one, weren't they? Always going to take one. 140 for 2 now. The deficit just 88. They will be ahead by tea.
Potentially.
They will. Chappell is in again. That one was an appeal. I thought it hit his hand, but clearly, judging by the way he's limping, it hit him above the pad.
Sorry,
Lewis Hill, yeah. I thought he'd managed to get it on either off the bat handle or down into the ground off his gloves. Zach Chappell put the big appeal in. I don't think it was ever going to hit the stumps.
No, he's not a tall man, Hill, but even so, that did look high. Let's have a look, see. It was worth inquiring.
Oh, I think they'll be inquiring a lot. There'll be a lot of desperate inquiring going on this afternoon.
Helmet, another helmet coming out, this time for Brooke Guest, so he's going to stand up to Rees.
Have they been advancing down the pitch?
Is he? Let's see.
No, they've just got 2 helmets.
Just
They're both
2 helmets
behind
sitting
Brooke Guest.
left. Just bring them out just in case Ackerman or Hill are inclined to step down the wicket.
Unless he goes up to Hill and not to Ackerman, I suppose. But
Indeed. Rees is going to go over the wicket to Colin Ackerman. He is in, outside off stump. He's allowed to go through, but then dies gently into the gloves of Guest, who takes it around ankle height behind the stumps. 140 means the deficit 88.
come on, Mr. Lou.
I was just trying to make out the nickname before that, the Luder, I think somebody called him.
Making it up as we go along.
Rees is in fuller this time and rather hit across the line along the ground back towards him. It rolls into his feet, pops up into the air, grabs it by 2 hands and holds it up as though he's taken the catch, but minimal response.
The only person he fooled was Mark Watt, who also appealed.
Did he actually appeal?
He did, yeah. Madness.
Rolled along the ground to him. Rees is in and bowls. Fullen is driven, but a good diving stop away to his right. Saves 4 runs. Good work by Connors. He's going to get the congratulations of Harry Kane running across from backward point. Hit that very firmly indeed. Ackerman down into the ground, so it was sort of in the air as it bounced or threatened to bounce past. Connors flung himself to his right, got 2 hands to it, and as I say, almost certainly saved 4. I think that would have made it all the way to the boundary. Rees leans into his run, bowls, turned by Ackerman off middle and leg out towards deep square. Hyder Ali comes running into field. Ackerman takes 1. Moves on to 13.
Pollard's having a look. What's he going to do here?
I think, yeah, I don't think Leicestershire will be too worried about Rees, who looks a little flat today by his standards.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I suppose concern is about the follow through and giving maybe Mark Watts something to bowl into. In goes Rees, bowls. That one swings a little bit, clipped away into the leg side by Hill, who takes the first one quickly, seeing that long leg has to run around to the ball. Chappell, who has a good strong side arm throw, and it is a good throw next to the stumps, but Hill made his ground more than comfortably, really. Quite quick over the ground. Lewis, he scampers rather than sprints. He's on to 63.
Yorkshire have lost a second wicket, 127 for 2 now. It's very much a case of needing 10 wickets there. Glamorgan Yorkshire need to bat out the day for the draw.
Rees is getting to the crease. He went into the wind-up, his delivery stride,
Not for
and then
the first
just
time in this
ran
match.
on through. And just
Oh,
stretches his right quad. Just a little twinge he felt there, perhaps, as he wound himself up.
Henry spotted something. So we've got George and Henry. That's absolutely magnificent. Henry's having a word with Lears to ploy. Henry Brooks, that is.
Rees is in and bowls edged court. Went for the drive and suddenly Leicestershire have lost their 2 established batsmen. Lewis Hill was drawn into the drive. It didn't do too much. He didn't need to play at it, but he went for the drive, got the edge, and it carried at a nice height for, I think that's Madsen was still in there at slip, not Watt. And Madsen is not a man who drops those, or very, very, very rarely. And Hill goes for 63. So neither Patel nor Hill able to go on and make a really definitively game-saving score. They've gone a long way towards it, but still plenty of work for Leicestershire to do. They still trail by 85, and they now have just 7 second innings wickets in hand.
We've now got to the position that Derbyshire should have been in at first thing this morning. With Leicestershire 3 down, having had to bowl bat under the lights at the end of day 2 and in the miserable conditions at the start of day 3. I reckon they'd have got 3. They'd have wheedled 3 out. I would have thought. Well, no, I'm clearly guessing, but that would be my inkling.
Peter Hanscom comes to the crease. A rare failure for him in the first innings. A rare failure this season. That is, he came into the game with an average of over 100, having made 302 runs in 5 innings, albeit 2 of them, as you've probably worked out if you're any good at averages, by definition were not out. 100 and 250s in those 5 innings. They need him here, Hanscom, to play his usual calm, unruffled batting game.
I need to concentrate, Rich. I've just put Lewis Rees caught when Madsen bowled Lewis Rees. 63. Here's Zach Chappell beginning a new over from the City end, bowling to Colin Ackerman, and Ackerman clips this away nicely into the leg side. There's a chase here for Henry Brooks, who actually takes the shortest route, which is always advisable, and he keeps them down to a couple. Josh Hull, take note.
Just trying to think, the Brooks run looked very familiar. It was a sort of bit like Bob Willis when he was running up to bowl, sort of.
I think he'd take that, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Fellow Warwickshire player.
Absolutely would. Big Bob.
145 for 3. 83 the deficit. 7 more wickets for Derbyshire to get. Chappell in and bowls to Ackerman. A short delivery, that was nasty. And he did well to snap his head back there. Kind of missed his nose by much, and certainly the grill of his helmet as he went through to Brooke Guest. He dealt with it pretty well, Ackerman, in the end, but that was a nasty one from Zach Chappell. A bit of feeling in that.
You wouldn't want to do that if you had a bad back, would you? Sore back.
No.
Fairly jackknifed back there.
Entirely sure what they'd have done back in the days pre-helmet either. I do think it is, it's very good because it stops people from getting hit on the head. I think they get hit on the head more. As Chappell is in and bowls a full delivery to Ackerman, who pushes it straight back towards the bowler on the bounce, and he gets a hand to it. And I'm making a case in my ears for Derby County going up next season already because of the teams that have gone up, Ipswich and Plymouth and one of Sheffield Wednesday and Bolton and Barnsley. The playoffs.
Is the referee still getting pelters?
Not for the last 5 minutes, but I think he was immediately after the final whistle. Chappell is in again and bowls to Ackerman, who pushes this one out into the offside. There won't be a wicket while I'm commentating, incidentally. I don't think I've done
I
one.
got all 3 so far.
I believe you've got the lot, yeah. I think you've got them all.
I better get off. I'm doing my update. Eddie Bevan was getting very excited. He got the first 6 the other day at Glamorgan against
Has he ever had all 10?
Well, he didn't in the end.
Going through the record books to see if he'd taken 10 in an innings.
It was a good effort considering there were the 3 of us, you know. So.
Well, yes, true. And comes Chappell again. Bowls to Ackerman, a short delivery, not as unpleasant as the previous one in this over, and he's able to just limbo away from that one as he goes through to Brooke Guest without doing production on the radio online. If they need to come to me now, I am here. Derbyshire having taken 2 wickets since lunch. They're not coming. Chappell on his way in again, and bowls to Ackerman, who drives very inside edgishly in to the leg side and picks up another single, moves to 16 and pinches the strike. So Peter Hanscom yet to face a delivery. 146 for 3. 42 overs gone, so that means, as we have 96 on the final day, there are 54 left. Notts County still trailing Boreham Wood by 2 goals to 1, which would be something of a shock. Boreham Wood beat Barnet away from home on Tuesday or Wednesday night this week. It must have been Tuesday because I saw it. And I was at Burton on Wednesday. Kidderminster 4-1 up at Kings Lynn Town in the National North. That's a decent effort from the Harriers. As Rees comes in and bowls to Ackerman, who plays it straight back to him, and he's caught and bowled. Soft dismissal, really, and Lewis Rees has 2 in 2 overs, and all of a sudden it's opening up here for Derbyshire. They're 4 down now, Leicestershire, 146 for 4, still trailing by 82. Lewis Rees has his 2nd wicket. Ackerman goes for 16 of 43 balls, couple of 4s in there, but he's gone. And all of a sudden, it's Vian Mulder who will come out to join Peter Hanscom, then Rehan Ahmed, and then potentially into the bowlers. Still a long way to go. But wow. Wow. Three wickets this afternoon now for Derbyshire. the new batsman. I'm fairly sure it's Vian Mulder. So, Lewis Rees on a hat-trick ball. Who'd have thought? Certainly not me. Thanks to Jane next door for flagging that one. He took a wicket with the final ball of his previous over. And now he's taken a wicket with his first over. First ball of this current over. Rees ready. No real change to the field, and Vian Mulder. We've now got two batsmen out there, incidentally, who've yet to face a delivery between them. In goes Rees then. Hat-trick ball. Bowls to South African Vian Mulder, and he's ducking out of the way of a short delivery. Interesting hat-trick ball. Very interesting hat-trick ball. And it wasn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps either. Here comes Rees again. Left arm over the wicket to Vian Mulder. Full delivery, drives it back towards him, fields in his follow-through. Wait till Richard gets back before I say what I'm going to say about Lewis Rees. I remember not too long ago, Richard, you said, and I agreed, he doesn't look himself, Lewis Rees. He looks himself now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And he's in, again, to Vian Mulder, who defends that off the outside edge of the bat, into the ground and into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding.
That's Ackerman's second caught and bowled in his last 3 innings.
Can happen, can't it? Just sort of turning the bat a bit and getting a leading edge back to the bowler.
You just wonder whether there's a little something technical going on or not going on, as the case may be.
There's Rees again. Fourth ball of the over, outside the off stump, and it deflects to Mark Watt off the gloves of Brooke Guest, rather bizarrely. That was the 5th ball of the over, not the 4th. So 1 to go. And a little window of opportunity here for Derbyshire. Mulder has faced the 4 deliveries since he came to the middle, and Hanscom is yet to face a ball. Rees to complete his over. Bowls to Vian Mulder, turns it into the leg side. A wicket maiden for Lewis Rees. I'm fairly sure that Sam Connors bowled a wicket maiden earlier as well. I have a vague recollection of hearing Richard say something along those lines. And he gets the applause of the crowd, such as it is.
Did him a favour.
146 for 4. Neither of the two batsmen out there, Vian Mulder nor Peter Hanscom, who hasn't faced a delivery yet and is about to, scored a run.
Very important partnership.
Big hour this, I think.
Potentially. Derbyshire have been patient, and they're firmly on top now, sniffing that first home win for over 1,000 days, you told us.
More than 1,300, I believe.
1,300.
They haven't beaten Leicestershire here since 2014.
But any home win, or do you mean just home win against?
Here at Derby.
Yeah.
About 1,300 days. They haven't at Derby, not Chesterfield, because they did win at Chesterfield.
Okay. Chappell in from the city end to Peter Hanscom, who is half forward, slightly thick inside edging that one, out to mid-wicket, where the gentleman wearing the sun hat, Archie...
Harrison.
Harrison,
Yes.
beg your pardon,
No.
is fielding. I'll write that down so I don't have to
He's got his
force
sun
you
hat
to...
Trying to remember myself. He's definitely made his first-class debut, Archie. It'd be in the book. We could find out about him during this over.
We'll have a look. Chappell lopes in, bowls a bouncer, a very loopy bouncer that actually bounces for a second time just before it reaches Brooke Guess, an indication of how loopy it was. Hanscom ducked underneath it.
It's got an update to do. Yeah, good news here, Dominic, as from a Derbyshire perspective, certainly. Leicestershire now 146 for 4. They were 112 for 1 at lunch, and it looked a fairly forlorn hope as far as Derbyshire getting their first win of the season. But Rishi Patel was out in the second over after the break. Excuse me. Caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Sam Connors. Lewis Hill was caught at first slip by Wayne Madsen off Lewis Rees at the end of 1 over as his next delivery is pushed by Peter Hanscom up to mid-on. And at the first ball of the next over, Colin Ackerman caught and bowled by Rees for 16. Hill making 63. Derbyshire have got 2 batsmen out in the middle. Vian Mulder and Peter Hanscom, South African and Australian internationals both. Neither have scored a run yet. And Leicestershire are 146 for 4, trailing by 82. Sorry about that, Richard.
That's all right.
I shouldn't have swallowed either at that precise moment and nearly choked to death on air. That would have been quite the thing, wouldn't it? Very keen to make sure I keep listeners online updated as well.
Chappell is in, drifts onto leg stump, and Hanscom turns it down to long leg. Hanscom turns, hoping for a second. The throw comes in quickly, so he is content with 1, or at least settles for 1. Brunty points out on the half man, half biscuit and ripping yarns theme.
Excellent.
That one of their
Combine both.
Indeed, one of their albums. I'm assuming you're not taking the mickey out of me here.
No,
Brunty, but
Treadmore
it
and
could
Davitt.
be. Yeah,
Treadmore and Davitt.
McIntyre, Treadmore and Davitt.
Yeah, that was, and it had Golden Gordon, a scene from Golden Gordon, which was the football one. On
Both the name and the album sleeve picture.
Yeah, absolutely. Got that one.
From that one.
Come on, Brunty, you'll have to do better than that to catch me out.
In goes Chappell, bowls outside off stump. Mulder lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through.
Their first album was called Back in the DHSS, which was brilliantly titled, and includes a song about Fred Titmus. And Brunty, you need to put in the message group what that single is called, please, because I can't possibly say it on air.
Right. Not that you can't remember it, you just can't repeat it.
No,
Okay.
I know it. I know it.
Chappell, sun goes behind cloud as he comes in and bowls outside off stump. Mulder tries to cut him away through the offside, gets a bit of a bottom edge, and it bounces fairly kindly down to Mark Watt in the gully. To field, end of the over, 147 for 4. Leicestershire still trailing by 81 and still with 52 overs to bat out. Now, Fango has called every Hanscom innings so far this season.
What do you think then, Fango?
Every Hanscom innings, and he says the good news is that he's not getting out today because he's batting with a very limited backlift and looks solid.
Oh. You got the.
He's successfully called every.
Get him before he gets to
Hanscom
20,
innings.
wasn't it, in the
But
first innings,
that
and they
was
got
it.
him before 20.
They did, but he says not this time.
Wow.
Big call, considering he's only on 1 off 4 balls.
Yes, it is, isn't it? But yeah, he knows though. Here's Lewis Rees to bowl to Peter Hanscom, and Hanscom defends that out into the offside solidly, very solidly indeed.
Completely different body language now from Rees. He's marching back
look,
and
he's
bouncing
on it
around,
now,
and
isn't he?
suddenly it's
Yeah,
a
he's
different
on it.
game for him now.
Yeah, he's on it.
The wicket of Hill was. They were both poor, actually.
Rees is in again and bowls. That one is defended again by Hanscom, this time into the leg side, where it's fielded by Henry Brooks, who's as close to the bat as he's been in the entire match, I fancy. At a very short mid-wicket. They're very big on wordplay and cultural reference, modern cultural references. Half Man, Half Biscuit. Trouble Over Bridgewater was one of their albums. Camelot Social Club. In goes Reese again and bowls. That's down the leg side and bounces off a pad, I think. Yeah, umpire's given the pre-signal signal. Wayne Madsen retrieves the ball. One more to the total. Hanscom remains on 148 for 4. And if you only listen to one album, get the one that starts. No one cares about your creative hub. It is particularly splendid, but again, I can't read the rest of it. In goes Reese and bowls. That's defended by Lewis Reese at the end of his follow-through. They did songs about... The Dickie Davis Eyes was a good one. And I Hate Neris Hughes. Both of those off the first album.
It was a bit personal for the former liver bird.
It didn't really... It mentioned it, but I think only in the chorus, really. They might have mentioned the liver birds. Reese bowls, and it's a full delivery, nicely played by Mulder, who gets his bat down and it pushes it into the leg side. But as you can imagine, they are very big on the Wirral. I mean, there are other bands from the Wirral, clearly, but them and Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark are probably the two most famous modern bands from the Wirral. In goes Reese again and bowls. That strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Pollard entirely uninterested. Or disinterested, I think uninterested. And it's a leg by, so there was no bat involved. And Lewis Reese has still got one hand round the other side of his head. Can't quite believe it, but that's the decision. And it's 149 for 4. Mulder has yet to get off the mark. Hanscom has won. The deficit 79.
This wasn't quite enough right with it. It
No.
might have pitched outside leg, might have been a bit high. But again, perfectly legitimate inquiry.
They're currently making a statue to Aidan Baldwin in Nottingham. I've never heard of him, I have to say.
Probably didn't quite do enough, actually.
Would have missed off.
Yeah, potentially. In terms of swinging back in. Chappell, determined to get in on the act, comes running in and bowls. Solidly forward is Vian Mulder, out into the offside. Mulder visibly lifted by his 5 wickets in Derbyshire's, in the only innings that Derbyshire will almost certainly. They might have to come out and bash a quick few, who knows?
That could be quite exciting, couldn't it?
Chase down 50 off the last 5, something like that. But I doubt it. I doubt it.
That'd be good.
Be fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Aidan Baldwin?
Aidan Baldwin.
Aidan Baldwin. It's not a footballer I've ever come across. He scored in the 7th minute of injury time for Notts County.
Chappell is in. Down the pitch goes Mulder, and then it comes back in, and he doesn't play any sort of shot other than a sort of desperate defensive jab. That the ball comes back inside between, I think, bat and pads and into the gloves of Guest. So Mulder not comfortable out there at the moment. So that means Notts County, in the 7th minute of injury time, are back.
Made it 2-2 and it's now into extra time. Yeah. We'll go to penalties. Tom Skinner, a couple of doors
So
away.
that is a playoff then, is it?
It's the semi-final.
Okay. In goes Chappell, bowls, and come again. He's getting movement, comes back in, takes a thick outside edge and bounces out into the offside. Chappell starting to make something happen. Brooks is starting to warm up now, so perhaps at long last, and not before time, the effects of the heavy roller are wearing off. And those 3 wickets,
Taken
kind of bonus wickets in a way.
3 3/4 hours if they are wearing off.
Yeah.
Wow.
It can happen, can it? In goes Chappell, bowls. Fuller this time. Mulder waits for it and just dabs it out into the offside. Patel's was a genuine edge, but Hill and, to a certain extent, Ackerman both got themselves out. Hill driving, Ackerman, not sure what Ackerman was doing, really. Soft as butter is how one correspondent describes the dismissal.
Yeah, it wasn't great, was it? But These things happen.
Chappell is in, bowls very straight. Mulder pushes it back past him, up the wicket on the onside. He's momentarily interested in the possibility of a quick single. Hanscom isn't. Fango isn't afraid to make himself a hostage to fortune in relation to Hanscom. He says he just loves this sort of situation. He's very strong mentally. Probably suits Leicestershire perfectly.
That should do it. If that doesn't do it, nothing will.
Chappell, to finish his 12th over, comes in and bowls. Mulder again is walking down the wicket. More or less gets to the pitch of it as it zeroes in on middle and leg. Clips it firmly, but only as far as mid on. End of that over. 149 for 4. Very different feel to the game post-lunch than pre-lunch.
I was trying to work out with Henry Brooks certainly stretching out and warming up a touch who he was going to replace, because Zach Chappell has bowled 4 overs for 5 runs and kept it nice and tight from one end. As you say, just got the odd one to do something. Or certainly put a bit of doubt in the batsmen's minds. And Lewis Rees is on a run of 3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 3. He's going to continue from the race course end. You'll not get the ball out of his hands anytime soon. That one, first delivery, is defended by Hanscom up towards Leicester Ploy. Runs in from a deepish mid-off to a regulation mid-off to do the fielding, and immediately starts polishing this ball because it's now 46 overs old. The second new ball won't be a factor. It'll be too late by then, I think. Got to do it with this one. Rees is in again, and Hanscom again defends straight back to him. Rees picks up and gives it to Brooks, who just rubs his fingers across his forehead to get some sweat off it to apply a bit of shine. Archie Harrison in at mid-on. He looks the ideal candidate to field, and he's got his left hand heavily bandaged. He's probably, no disrespect to George, a little more lively than George. As this next delivery is defended again, this time off the back foot. And fielded by, certainly in the hands of, Henry Brooks again. It's Matt Lamb who's off the pitch. He's just bending down to get a drink over by the boundary's edge, and that's how I bend down. Oh dear. Oh no, is he coming back up the stairs, or he just come down for some tablets? He doesn't look in a good way to me. As Rees goes in again, bowls to Hanscom, who pushes this out backward of square on the offside. Harry Kame does the fielding.
Leicestershire going absolutely nowhere at the moment.
No, which isn't good, is it? For even in a position where you're trying to save a game, you like to score runs. You like to see the number next to your name on the scoreboard ticking over. 27 deliveries these two have been together for. They've added 3. Rees is in again, and that is defended by Hanscom. I mean, I suppose Peter Hanscom, if he does have this remarkable
mental strength.
Mental strength. That was the exact words. I'm glad you got there because I was nowhere near. Has this remarkable mental strength. Having runs next to his name won't matter to him, but I think secretly it probably will. I used to get very excited if I saw any number next to my name. Rees bowls, and it's driven in a defensive way up to Harrison at mid on the 12th man. I think that's the end of the 12th man. So Archie Harrison gets the chance to field the match ball and is now leaving the field. At the end of the over, 149 for 4. We're about to reach the halfway stage in the day. 47 overs gone, 49 overs remain. Leicestershire still trail by 79. Mulder yet to get off the mark. Hanscom has 1.
Yeah, doesn't look at all comfortable, Vian Mulder out there at the moment. He assured me that he's hitting the ball well in the nets, but very different out there in the middle. Chappell is in to him, and no, he's not going to get off the mark on that occasion. Short outside off stump. He tries to cut it down to third man, but big Mark Watt falls to his left to make a a falling stop. I don't mean I'm not damning him with faint praise there. It was a good effort, but he didn't have to dive too far, did he? It was.
Can I have a quick look at your who's who?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Despite the fact you've publicly denigrated it and
Well, I never buy one. Probably waste of money, but
on air.
I'm sure it's very good.
In goes Chappell. Bowles outside off stump, forced out into the offside by Mulder, and he has got off the mark between Kame and Hyder. Ali Kame wins the race back to the ball, picks up around 15 yards inside the ropes in front of the electronic scoreboard, and Mulder has a couple. It did not vouchsafe the information you sought.
No, I was looking for Archie Harrison, but he's not in there.
He's not in there.
Not
Is he
in
not?
there.
Despite his
I'm sure he's made a first-class appearance.
single first-class appearance, you believe.
I'm going to have to double-check that now, aren't I?
150 up for Leicestershire. Chappell is in. Mulder steps across, gets a delivery coming back in to him. He turns it out towards square leg, where Brooks fields. Again, not entirely convincing from Vian Mulder. Vian 2 A's, 1 N.
Archie Harrison. Oh, no, he's only played one List A game. I beg your pardon. I'm sure that was against Worcestershire. Went to Repton, of course. Who doesn't?
In this locality.
Score.
It is the place. Chappell is in. Bowles. Mulder leans forward. Straight delivery. Slightly angled back. Pushes it out to mid-wicket. Did an interview. I did a piece there once for the Sunday Times, funnily enough.
No.
2 Derby County footballers, young boys, on the Derby County books. They were running a scheme whereby they sent them to Repton. So to make it more enticing to go and play it, to have your apprenticeship or whatever young footballers have.
Yeah.
You could go to Derby and get a Repton education as well. And it probably did Repton's football team no harm. In goes Chappell and Bowles, and that is going to be runs for Mulder. He turns it off his legs, directly down to long leg, where Connors is the fielder, but slightly more convincing shot from Vian Mulder. Sees him pick up 1 and move on to 3.
The only triumph of the Archie Harrison stuff was it was against Worcestershire. It's about the only thing I got right. I knew they were involved.
Here? Or
No, it was a New Road.
Okay.
I think. Don't do that.
Sorry.
It was a New Road.
Unkind. 76 behind now. Leicestershire. Chappell is in. Hanscom is late-ish on that one. Thick inside edge onto the pad. Dribbles out into the leg side. Mulder wants a quick single. Hanscom is going nowhere. End of the 48th over. We are now halfway through the day's play. And, Derbyshire, I think, would they have taken 4 wickets, 4 top-order wickets in the circumstances? 152 for 4. They're working their way through the Leicestershire.
You'd probably say on balance that 4 top-order wickets might be worth 6 lower-order wickets.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
5
so
and 5 isn't
kind
really
of halfway
is it?
there.
Yeah, sort of halfway.
But Leicestershire have got 152, which is probably a few more than Derbyshire would have liked. 76 needed to make the home side bat again.
Just over an hour away from tea, which is fixed at what time tea? This one is left alone outside the off stump by Vian Mulder. It's 20 to 4, isn't it? So we're not that was nonsense. We're just over 40 minutes from tea as Henry Brooks continues to warm up. Lewis Rees in his 5th over of this spell, 3 maidens, 2 for 3.
So it may be that Chappell, who has bowled the most overs, 13.
And he's bowled 5 in this spell, so that might be enough for him. This is a full delivery that is driven down the ground by Mulder and beats the dive of Leicester Ploy. Brooks is going to chase it and keep it in. Well done, Henry Brooks. They'll get back for 3. Just got a hand to it. It wasn't your classical piece of boundary fielding where the man slides in and hooks it back. Brooke Guest is going to come on to bowl according to the scoreboard, which will be sensational. He's disappeared again. He came on for a moment there. When we get to that moment, we can all go home.
My money he was on deploy getting there then. It was funny.
Yes, I thought he should have done, really. He's walking in at mid-off as Reese bowls up and is driven into the ground and leaping to his left. Reese gets a hand to it. Mulder denied a run.
Did he only get 2 then? He did.
They did only get 2, I beg your pardon. I thought they'd come back for 3. That's not good running, is it?
No.
I was convinced they got 3. But they couldn't have done. They certainly didn't run 4. So he saved 2 runs, Henry Brooks. He's +2 in the saved runs column. As in goes Reese again and balls. That's just turned into the leg side by Mulder. Fielded by Haider Ali. Rehan Ahmed, Tom Scriven, Chris Wright, Michael Finan and Josh Hull. The remaining Leicestershire batsmen. I think we'll see Henry Brooks very soon. He doesn't normally warm up unless he's going to come on, unlike Lewis Reese, who's constantly trying to keep himself stretched out. Reese on his way in again. Mulder waits and then turns it into the leg side to Haider Ali. Not for the first time this over. 154 for 4, Leicestershire. They should have batted on Derbyshire and got some more runs, really, shouldn't they? Then they've had a much bigger lead. What they should have done was actually try to... The most humorous part about yesterday, and there weren't many humorous parts about yesterday, was when, after 1 over, the 12th man was sent out to tell the batsman to get on with it.
Yes.
Which seemed slightly bizarre, since they'd only 3 minutes earlier walked down the pavilion steps. Conversation between Lewis Deploy and Lewis Reese. And they're going to show the ball to the umpire. They get 2 goes at this, I believe.
Will it go through the gauge?
I think almost certainly yes, because most of them do, don't they? Most of them do. Oh, a perfect opportunity for the binoculars. It couldn't have gone through any quicker. And it's been tossed straight back to Lewis Reese, who's going to have to bowl with it, whether he likes it or not. I think it was Lewis Deploy's decision. So he's wasted one of his appeals. In goes Reese again. I don't think that was a play and a miss. He just played down a different line to the ball there, Mulder. It's another... No, it isn't. 2 runs from the over. He now has 2 for 5 from his 5 overs in this spell. And we are indeed going to see Henry Brooks replace Zach Chappell after 5 overs for 8. 154 for 4, Leicestershire. Mulder has 5. Hanscom has 1. They trail by 74. I've just heard Aaron Webster, my Burton Albion summariser, basically be offered the job for next season on air.
Managing them or summarising?
Summarising,
right.
the summarising job. Yeah.
Well, that's nice, isn't it? All good?
Oh, it's good for me.
Yeah,
No, it's good for me. Yeah, no, I'm more than happy with that. But I'm not entirely sure that was... Anyway.
The budget has been settled. And
Well, clearly.
Henry Brooks in shade now comes running in to bowl to Peter Hanscom. Good delivery, comes back in. Hanscom, everything behind it though. High left elbow as he blocks that back up the pitch to Brooks. I said Willis when he was running, but kind of a bit more maybe Michael Hogan type when he walks back. He seems to be about 3/4 legs, doesn't he?
Yes, they're very long legs.
As he turns, comes running in and bowls. Hanscom leans forward into the defensive shot on off stump. Again, Brooks fields in his follow through before tossing it the ball over to Haider Ali, who doesn't bother polishing it, nor does Deploy. It looks like mid-on is the designated polisher at the moment, who I think is Reese.
Yes. I may have a 3 minutes past update.
I don't, as you know, have updates at the top of the hour at the moment. Brooks is in, bowls onto the legs of Hanscom, who turns it into the leg side. Archie Harrison quickly closes on the ball. He too has sunglasses perched on the back of not a cap, a white sun hat. Derbyshire sun hat, of course.
Who's gone off now?
Lamb's back with us
He is.
at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket.
Was Zach Chappell changing his boots somewhere? I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brooks is in, bowling. Playing in front of his pads, rather, walking into the firm defensive pushes Hanscom. Runs out to mid-on, where Rees can immediately get on with the polishing job. What if that roundabout slash, whatever it is,
The pentagonal roundabout.
yeah,
Yes.
is never
Never
ever
not
quiet
busy.
there,
No, never not
always.
busy. It was quiet last night when I left the ground.
I guess. In goes Brooks, bowls off stump line again. He's nagging away. He's making Hanscom play. Hanscom, though, we are assured, and his record suggests as much, is a man of considerable mental fortitude. And he's unlikely to give it away with a wild shot.
The best thing to do is for me to disappear just in case there is an update, and then it won't interrupt the commentary.
He's 1 not out of 19 balls. Jan Mulder, 5 off 27. Brooks is in. Hanscom is forward, angled bat, blocking it out into the offside. It runs down towards Mark Watt in the gully, and that is the end of Brooks over his 10th of the innings. Thus far, yet to pick up a wicket to go with the many wickets he picked up in the first innings. Was it 5 for, 6 for? 6 for, I think he picked up. At the moment, 10 overs, none for 30 for him. Having to work rather harder for reward. Conversations now going on between Duploy, Guest and Madsen. The Brains Trust, the Derbyshire Brains Trust. Conclusion of which is that sees Duploy talking away to Henry Brooks. We shall see to what effect in due course. In the meantime, Lewis Rees will continue from the racecourse end. Guest is standing up to him. Madsen is at slip, slightly wide. Watt in the gully. Lamb at shortish mid-wicket. Rees is in and bowls, looking to straighten it against Mulder. Mulder, everything close together in front of the stumps, blocks it back up the pitch to Lewis Rees. 154.44. Rees turns, very short-sleeved shirt, runs away from us, past umpire Pollard, and bowls, foolish delivery, trying to get it to swing. It doesn't too much, doesn't really swung for Rees that much today. Picked up the wickets that he got of Lewis Hill, ball pushed across him, inviting the drive, got the drive, he edged it. Didn't swing back in, and then Colin Ackerman just gave Rees the simplest of return catches. Don't think it stopped too much on him. For a caught and bowled. Rees is in, outside off stump. Mulder, perhaps wisely, having seen what's happened to some of his teammates, lets that one go rather than attempts to drive it away through the offside towards the players' pavilion. Fletch is back
Thought that
with
worked
us,
very well.
plugging and unplugging away.
An absolute lunatic on this afternoon. Is it me?
Rees is in, bowls. Be a little bit of shape back into Mulder there on that occasion. He plays it firmly out into the offside, and there's no run.
And James Watt for the remaining 3 hours of local broadcasting, mad as a fish. Asked me if I had any coronation quiche with me. I said, oh, I haven't seen it. I said, I haven't even seen a crown going on a head. He said, well, it went on 2 different people's heads. So I suggested that I'd record it, and he'd now ruined it for me. I didn't know what the result was.
Rees is in, bowls, swings in a touch, dug out rather, by Mulder. Back up the pitch it goes to the Derbyshire all-rounder.
Certainly like another 1 before tea, wouldn't they? Possibly 2. I mean, 2 would be outstanding.
Break this partnership, and they'll really feel they've got a great chance.
Well, if Rehan Ahmed bats the way he bats, because that's the way he bats, he'll give him a chance, won't he? He might also score 100 runs in next to no time.
Rees is in. Mulder is playing firmly through mid-off. Only as far, however, as Duploy. End of Reese's over. His 10th, 2 for 33. His figures might, the 2 wickets he's taken in it, notwithstanding, be coming towards the end of this little spell. Very good spell it's been. Broken the game open a little bit for Derbyshire with a wicket for Lewis Hill. And then Colin Ackerman.
Yeah, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 5.
Can't argue with that.
Decent enough. Decent enough. 2 12th men. Both Archie Harrison and George Scrimshaw have dispensed drinks. Lewis Rees looks like he might be going off, possibly. He's just asking permission. I'm not sure whether he's been given it. In fact, no, he's gone to square leg. That's why, yeah, that's fooled me completely. There's a short leg and a short mid wicket. There's also a long leg and a deep square leg. As this over from Henry Brooks begins with a defensive shot from Peter Hanscom straight back to the bowler. Lewis Rees and the short leg have both got to be careful here because you can't have 3 men behind square on the leg side, and they're both, one's in line with the other really. So as long as Harry Kane doesn't go behind the crease, we'll be okay. It's getting lively in the scorer's box.
Indeed. Was it like that in old John's day?
No, indeed. No, nobody laughed then. Yeah. As this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Peter Hanscom. There's no run. 54 for 4. I don't think he's in. No, he's not. I was going to say it would have been the great irony. One of the great ironies of modern times. He has been.
If he suddenly turned into Jimmy Tarbuck or something.
Yes. Another modern cultural reference. Here comes Brooks. That's a short delivery, and it's just guided on the swivel down towards long leg by Peter Hanscom. He moves on to 2 155 for 4.
Birkenhead and Merseyside and Neris Hughes, and it's just in my mind, you see.
Yeah, he fits in, doesn't he? Fits in.
Theme of the day.
You can,
Scousers booing.
When you can, yes, you can always say that Birkenhead is in Merseyside. I haven't got a problem with that. It's when you suggest it's in Liverpool that I really object. As Brooks bowls, that one is cut into the ground, parried by the left hand of Mark Watt as Mulder hammered it into the ground backward and square on the offside. And he's now looking at his left hand and wringing it out. But
He's bowling hand, isn't it? But he's fine.
He's absolutely fine. He's from Edinburgh.
Does that imply a certain... I've been more impressed had you said Glasgow.
Yes, yeah, he's from Edinburgh, yes, quite.
Oh, is he?
Yes. I'm not sure he's from that part.
Okay.
I don't know where he's from, actually, in Edinburgh, this next delivery. Somebody will tell me as that one is clipped into the leg side aerially off the bat and pad. It sounded paddy, actually, to me, but Mulder looped into the leg side. It was to the left of Kame and to the right and short of Lamb. We will never know if it was bat or pad or a combination of them, the two.
Lamb gets closer, still at mid-wicket.
Yeah, they're both on the same old practice pitch. Just one away as Mulder stands up in his crease and defends this one. To Lamb, who immediately picks the ball up, starts to polish it, has a look at it as well. He didn't look massively impressed. And it's the end of the over, 155 for 4. Just one run off that one. So 6 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 5.
It seems a long time since Colin Ackerman was dismissed. And there was only 9 runs have been scored since then, which is why Lamb and Kame and all the close fielders can get even closer, because Leicestershire not threatening to overtake really the Derbyshire score total at the moment. I mean, you assume if these two stay in, they will do. 44 overs remain to Derbyshire to take these last 6 wickets. If they get past, if they get these extra 73 runs, then obviously you take 2 off for the change of innings as well, and those runs that have to be scored. So it could yet be relevant, but they have come to an almost complete stop, Leicestershire.
I refuse to say it would be so Derbyshire if they lost.
They won't lose. Rees is in and he's driven for 4. He's full this time, and Hanscom finally gets one straight enough and firmly enough to defeat both Duploy and Brooks at mid-on and mid-off, deep-ish though they are. And he gets his first boundary. Moves on to 6, 159 for 4. They definitely won't lose, I guarantee you that.
Do you?
Yes.
Can I have it in writing, please?
Yes, you can. They might not win yet. Rees is into Hanscom, leg stump. Hanscom just head right down as he leans forward into the defensive push. Blocks it out to Lamb, who actually rehearses a leg spinner there, but not with any real conviction, I would suggest. I don't think he's had the word.
No.
And over before tea.
I suppose potentially.
Just to see, but I don't think so. Rahan Ahmed, I think, bowled just 3 overs and was carted all over the place, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Rees is into Hanscom, shorter of a length this time. Hanscom just waits and waits for that one in his crease and blocks it back down the pitch to Lewis Rees.
He doesn't yet have a Derbyshire wicket, to his credit.
So you couldn't really describe him as a golden arm.
No, no.
Scrapes at the crease, Lewis Rees. He and Pollard, though, the conversation is no longer going on, so Paul Pollard happy, at least with where Lewis Rees is following through. He is going to have a go round. Having said all that, he's going to go round the wicket, so he tells Watt to leave gully and go in at shortish extra cover. Duploy goes much straighter at mid-off as a consequence, so he's got a short extra and a short mid-wicket. Madsen at slip. Rees round the wicket to Hanscom, who's driving most pleasantly for 4. I think they're going to have to run them just in case. It's a long way out there. Might just actually come to a hole just before. Oh, it did, about an inch before the ropes. Duploy had to run all the way after it. So that's amazing. Another turn, half turn, would have seen it resting against the ropes, but it didn't. So 3 rather than 4 to Hanscom.
It slowed quite quickly, didn't it? If you can slow quickly. Before it got to the rope. Wow.
I don't think it could have got much closer without touching it. Rees is into Mulder, who is solidly forward in defence. Back it goes towards Rees, who sticks out his left hand and fields in his follow-through.
Sport's a wonderful thing, isn't it? Notts County equalised in the 7th added minute at the end of 90. To make it 2-2 to take this game to extra time. They've now scored in the 119th minute, so the 29th minute of the extra 30 to lead 3-2.
Thus, as Rees is in bowling, forward goes Mulder defending, breaking the heart of
Boreham Wood.
Boreham. So they're playing Boreham Wood,
Yes, they are.
and had Boreham Wood won, they would have qualified for the.
Well, this is the semi. They have different playoffs in the National League where
I beg your pardon, it's a you did explain,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
So
so
this is a semi-final.
the
so
teams
yes.
in second and
Okay.
third get a week
Right.
a week off, and the teams in 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th play each other. So Boreham Wood won at Barnet, and now we're losing at Notts County.
They'll now be wailing and gnashing of the teeth in Boreham Wood, wherever that is. North London.
North London, yeah. Arsenal play there. Certainly, the women's team plays their home games there when
Do they?
they're not playing
Not
at the
at-
Emirates,
Not at the Emirates.
I believe. Here's Henry Brooks beginning a new over to Vian Mulder, and Mulder goes sort of back, more sort of up to defend that one up to mid-on. Or was it? No, you can correct me on air. I'm not proud. don't worry about that. The number on his back should have been the giveaway. I looked at the scoreboard and it hadn't changed, and it's just a bit of lazy commentary. Not for the first time. 162 for 4, 66 behind still Leicestershire. As Hanscom waits and pushes this one out behind square on the offside. It's fielded by Watt. And there is no run. So they're into the final minute there. And then it'll be Tom Skinner of this parish, the head of media and communications, will be watching Chesterfield this afternoon.
Question for you about Derbyshire's spinning options.
Oh, yes.
And is Watt the only realistic spinning option on the Starfield Championship games?
Next delivery is short and wide outside the off stump. Hanscom has nothing to do with it. Well, they have Alex Thompson, who took a fifer for the twos last week against, I think it was against Nottinghamshire. So he's an off spinner. Matty McKiernan is a leg spinner but plays mainly white ball cricket. He's the unfortunate leg spinner who conceded 82 runs off 4 overs at Taunton in the quarter-final last season, which was a world record. As the next delivery is driven by Hanscom up towards the long off boundary. A long chase for Zach Chappell. The ball's going to win it though, and it bounces over the rope now. 4 runs to Hanscom. They just seem to have weathered that. I was going to call it a storm, but they were becalmed, really. So it's the sort of opposite of a storm. Hanscom moves on to 13. Mulder has 5. 166 for 4, and they need one of these 2 before tea in 20 minutes, Derbyshire, you fancy. Just one other thing about McKinnon. He was sensational in the group stages of the T20 and had a very unfortunate day out at Taunton. And comes Brooks again down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, Hanscom. Nicely taken, though, by Brooke Guest, moving quite a long way to his left.
Foxy Phil points out that Lambow's leg's been off the wrong foot, which is an interesting one, does he?
I'm not sure that he bowls it off the wrong foot. He has a bizarre run-up where he takes a very long stride, stops, and then carries on. And I asked him about it, and he said, well, if he takes the long stride out, he bowls no balls. I have no idea why. As Brooks bowls and Hanscom pushes it up to mid-off. I never noticed it. He might, I suppose, bowl off the wrong foot. I've never noticed it, though, I must admit. And, of course, Leas Deploy bowls with his left arm. Turns it more than I ever imagined, because I imagined that he never turned it, but 1 or 2 players have said, you know, he can turn the ball. But the front line left arm spinner, rather than the captain, is coming back now. Mark Watt returning in place of Lewis Rees. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 12.
You can't ask much more than that from change seamer. 2 for 12 from 7 overs.
Sam Connors is also warming up.
And just in support of what Fango's been telling us about Hanscom's mental strength, in one of his early first-class games, he famously batted almost an entire day against an almost full-strength New South Wales and made something like 25 not out to save the game. He also has a first-class century off 70 balls, so he can adapt, apparently.
I bet the 25 was a tough commentator.
So Watt is going to go, of course, around the wicket to the right-handed Vian Mulder with a short leg and a slip. In he goes, bowls onto midland leg. Mulder turns it on the ground towards Harry Kame, whose somewhat theatrical tumble to his left wins a chorus of approval from his teammates. Watt steps in and bowls. Forward goes Mulder. Better length, in that it at least was given the chance to turn. Not sure it did. It may be the 4th day, but it isn't the 4th day pitch. As Watt is in, Mulder again more or less getting to the pitch of it, smothers the ball out into the leg side. 62 behind now, Leicestershire.
First time he's bowled from this end, isn't it? From the racecourse end.
It is. See if there's a bit at this end for him. Hasn't been much from t'other. And he goes and bowls, stays on the back foot. Vian Mulder, as he plays that one back down the pitch, a straight delivery. Watty. Must be Watty.
Watty, I think, yeah.
Watty.
Rocky would be an excellent nickname. Might try that myself.
In goes Watts, bowls. Fuller this time, and forward went Mulder, blocking it back. What, for yourself or to him? You like Rocky,
for me, yeah. Rocky's a great name. Not particularly apt, but...
Watts is in forward goes Mulder. Perfectly respectable first over of his second spell for Mark Watts. It is a maiden indeed. His sixth over, he bowled 5 overs pre-lunch. 5 overs for 17. Now 6 overs for 17. No, nothing obviously there for him though.
No,
in
it
terms
didn't.
of encouragement, no bounce.
Didn't
or
feel like there was a
turn.
lot of anything, did it? Brooks is going to continue. The two batsmen are having a drink and squeezing the sweat out of their helmets, which is always very unpleasant.
It is, isn't it? Especially when they sort of lean forward, lift the brim, and a great
Pours out.
stream comes out.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Which makes you wonder where it's been. Has it been sort of sitting on the top of their heads? You know, why hasn't it been dribbling down the side of their faces or something?
It might be in sponges.
Yeah, I suppose. But they don't squeeze them. Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah, it is grim, isn't it? Grim. It can't be massively healthy, you wouldn't have thought. I'm surprised they're allowed to do it in these times. What had moved, and now he's moved back. He's going to be at slip, and Wayne Madsen's going to be at leg gully. There are now 3 close-ish. Oh, no, there aren't. Because, well, there are. Lammer's gone into a more orthodox mid-wicket. He'll sort of be standing behind the short leg, almost trying to catch the Hanscom by surprise. Didn't spot you there, but the problem is Harry Kane's so small, nobody could stand behind him and hide. Around the wicket, and that is turned into the leg side by Hanscom down towards Sam Connors for a single by Peter Hanscom. First ball of the new Henry Brooks over.
Leg theory, more or less.
Yes. Yeah, we've been here before this season. It hasn't worked yet. When we get the backstop, then we've thrown the towel in. I say we. Everybody knows what I mean. And they also know who I support.
Warwickshire have won.
Here is Brooks in bouncer again, and it's turned into the leg side by Rian Mulder for a single, 168 for 4. I think Brooke Guest has spotted something, so he takes the ball personally to Lears Deploy, has a chat with him and says, is there any point in? Let's see if there's a change in the field. Doesn't look like there's going to be one because Brooke Guest keeps sort of walking backwards while he's talking and holding his arms out, and no change to the field. So that merely took up time. What time are we on? 23 minutes past, so we might get 4 more overs in, which would mean a 36 over, potentially a 36 over final session. As Brooks around the wicket, bangs it in short, and this time it's pushed out into the offside by Hanscom. His first move was into the leg side because he knows what's coming. I don't think if you're an Australian international or a South African international, you're not going to know what's coming. When the bowler is bowling around the wicket with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men on the leg side.
Got the over 8 back to level.
Yes. That's what it's all about. Next delivery from Brooks is really short and down the leg side. And well, Mulder has absolutely no, almost treats it with contempt. Just looks at it. It goes through to Brooke Guest. I think if they needed 6 off the last ball, that would have been ideal. Could have just helped it on its way. The last thing he wants to do is stick it down Sam Connor's throat at long leg. Lewis Rees out on the square leg boundary. As this next one is a full delivery down the leg side. He might get done for deliberately bowling rubbish here. Because that was a long way outside leg and pitched a long way after going past the stumps. It isn't rubbish. What's the correct term? It's like negative bowling, isn't it? I don't know why they'd be bowling negatively. And they would argue that they're not. Here comes Brooks again. Bangs it in, turned around the corner. Goes past Wayne Madsen, and they'll pick up another single. I'm not sure that experiment's going to last very long. 4 runs off the over. 170 for 4. Mulder has 7. Hanscom has 50, and the deficit 58.
I suppose if you have over 40 overs left to you, 1 over like that might be worth a try, but I would suggest isn't worth much more than 1 over.
No, you might be surprised. You're asking the man who pitched it up and got 6 wickets in the first innings to bang it in short down the leg side. Interesting. It is a tactic that has been used this season to absolutely no really good effect, from as far as I can remember.
You can imagine maybe against a tail-end partnership. But
Yeah.
What
Two internationals.
is in. Oh, he's bowled him. He's got through Mulder. Mulder went back, tried to force it away through the offside, got a bottom edge onto the stumps. Mulder's bad trot with the bat continues. Watt has made a vital breakthrough pre-tee. Derbyshire have Leicestershire on 170 for 5.
My apologies for talking all over you. Yes, wow. Who was expecting that? Excellent for Mark Watt. Still 58 behind, and Derbyshire have that wicket that they wanted before the tea interval. They'll want another one now, 15 minutes to go. If they could get another one, then it is all on post-tea.
I think it is all on anyway, to be quite honest. Absolutely.
170
Down
for
to the
5.
all-round. Well, Mulder's an all-rounder, really. And an all-rounder who isn't batting as well as he has shown himself to be capable of in the past. But, yeah, very much now the all-rounders waiting for the replay.
Yeah, I've just got mine here.
He went back and I'm pretty sure he chopped it onto the top of his
Yes,
his
he
middle
did.
stump.
He has chopped it on, hasn't he? Yeah, because it was going to go probably another set of stumps, possibly. Certainly 2 stumps wide of the off stump, and he's just basically tried to cut it. He's got a bottom edge into his stumps and cue the celebrations. Actually, Mark Watt didn't go mad, but Wayne Madsen did. Ran in from first slip.
Mr. Enthusiasm himself.
Me?
Wayne Madsen.
Wayne is very enthusiastic. Yeah, almost sickeningly enthusiastic, but you've got to love him for it.
Faced a lot of balls, didn't he, Mulder? 40 odd, I think.
49.
49.
Yeah, 49 balls. And didn't hit a boundary.
No. Been a great session for Derbyshire. From 112 for 1 to 170 for 5. Leicestershire, 4 top-line batsmen gone. Rehan Ahmed won't lack confidence in his ability to do what is necessary, but he may give a chance.
Hit his way out of this, especially against the left-arm spinner.
He's had some long goal partnerships with Peter Hanscom already this season. Leicestershire need another now. Slip, short leg, short mid wicket. As Watt is in, forward goes Rehan Ahmed, down almost on one knee by the time the ball rolls back up the pitch towards Mark Watt. First wicket of the match for Watt. 1 for 17 off 6.2. In he goes. Ahmed is forward, almost full toss, getting to the pitch of it and just prodding it rather inside out into the off side. This game is very much now going to go the distance, you feel. 39.5 overs remaining as Watt is in. Ahmed is forward on middle and leg this time, still making sure the ball goes out into the offside. Harry Kane, that was, clapping his hands at short leg. Watt is in. Back goes Ahmed, and then almost I don't know. Almost plays a forward defensive off the back foot, if you can possibly do that. He ended up facing off towards the covers, and his right back leg extending back from the crease. As Watt is in, and Ahmed is forward more conventionally on that occasion. But even so, a wicket maiden for Mark Watt. He too has come to the Derbyshire party. 170 for 5. A warm round of applause from the Derbyshire faithful, who are beginning to believe that they might be about to witness a first home win in over 1,300 days. Home championship win here at Derby.
Here's a proud record, could be about to fall. They drew every game here last season. Every single game ended in a draw. The pitches were just, again, that word good, flat, effectively. The game with 3 double centuries in it proved that more than most. It's a good shout, that, because I wouldn't have turned up the Electric Light Orchestra. I've got a story about ELO later I could tell you about the Epcot Centre. Sam Connors is back. Absolutely. I can't talk to you, though. No, I can. 170 for 5. Mark Watt gets the applause of the supporters down below as he's come down to a very fine third man. An exceptionally fine third man, which is verging on backstop, but not quite. And there are still 3 close catches on the leg side and 2 further out. And it's Sam Connors in and bowls a short delivery that's turned into the leg side. In fact, there are 3 men out. I've just spotted the third, who comes from behind the big pillar. It's Henry Brooks, and they go through for a single. Hanscom moves on to 16. Rehan Ahmed now facing Sam Connors for the first time. $171 for 5 now. 5 down. What are they doing here? Why is this still out? I have no idea. Here comes Connors again, in and bowls short, and Rehan Ahmed ducks underneath it. He needn't have bothered. He could have just moved slightly forward. It would have gone behind his back through to the keeper, Brooke Guest. It was Mark Watt's second wicket of the season in the county championship, when he had Rian Mulder bowled for 7. Peter Hanscom's still there. You feel he may be key. Rehan Ahmed's no mug with about either. Got his maiden first-class century here last season, and he tries to pull this one closer to a hook than a pull, possibly, and he missed it. And it goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. It's 57 behind. Tea in 7 minutes. Time for a couple of overs at least. I had wondered if the leg theory was Billy Godwin's, but he's not playing today. Dropped as this next one is pulled into the leg side, out towards long leg, who is Henry Brooks. They pick up another single, and Rehan Ahmed is off the mark. 172 for 5. The hard-working Neil Godrich is having a much calmer day today than he had yesterday. He's just come in to say hello. It was good to see Neil. He and his men worked tirelessly yesterday for no reward. As that short delivery goes straight over the head of Peter Hanscom. Coming up. Yeah, no, we've got another wicket here, Watty. Rian Mulder, bowled by Mark Watt. He actually played it on. The ball was just wide of the off stump, got the under edge of the bat, and he played it onto his stumps. He was bowled for 7. That was a big breakthrough as we approached the tea interval. 3 wickets previous to that, Rishi Patel, Lewis Hill and Colin Ackerman. 2 for Lewis Rees, 1 for Sam Connors, who's bowling at the moment. Leicestershire 172 for 5 now, so Derbyshire need 5 more wickets. Leicestershire's lead is just 56, and there are 38 overs remaining in this match. No more, no less. 38 overs remaining in the match. Derbyshire need those 5 wickets. Leicestershire 172 for 5. Well, you can talk to me, but it's no fun for the listeners online because they can't hear you, although some people have said that that's the best way. try. Watty. And another Watt. Mark Watt. Bowls, and he's bowled him! And Rehan Ahmed came down the track, missed the ball completely, looks at the toe end of his bat, might possibly have taken an inside edge, but what a big wicket that could be on the brink of tea. Rehan Ahmed couldn't resist it. We wondered if he could. Middle stump, leaning back. And they're 6 down now, Leicestershire. Derbyshire within 4 wickets of their first county championship victory of the season, 172 for 6.
That was a horribly impetuous shot on the part of an 18-year-old, and as such, an 18-year-old, I guess it's forgivable, but goodness me, just a single for Rehan Ahmed. Hanscom, the only one at the moment. He's looking down. He looks an unhappy man, Peter Hanscom, doesn't he? Looking down at it, and the way he's standing, looking back at the slowly departing Rehan Ahmed, who possibly can't quite believe what he's done there.
But if I was him, I wouldn't go up those steps. I'd turn right and walk out the car park and hitch a lift home, because that was awful.
Tom Scriven presumably will be the man coming out to replace him, but there are still 37 overs and 5 balls left to be played out by Leicestershire, and at the moment they're not going to do that. He went he gave him the charge as well. It wasn't just a full delivery, and once again Mark Watt has the beautiful sight from his and Derbyshire's point of view of the middle stump leaning backwards. That was not great from Rehan Ahmed. He gave him the charge and also gave himself room to try and drive the ball away through the offside. And again, there's a fine line. It can be a fine line between positivity and recklessness, and unfortunately for Rehan and for Leicestershire, I think that crossed that line.
No, I'm just looking at the replay there. He's danced down the track. He's missed it completely. It hasn't really turned. It's gone on with the arm and hit the middle stump. This time, Watt's celebration, arms wide out, as the rest of his teammates flock around him. Could they possibly get another before tea?
Well, I reckon if you'd offered him 5 for, 60 at
yes, exactly.
at lunch, Derbyshire would have snatched your hand off.
It's been far better. The bowling, some of it's been slightly bizarre. The short stuff down the leg side I don't quite understand, but the rest of it's been all right. Watt around the wicket to the new batsman, Tom Scriven, who defends that one. And, of course, every single delivery is a wicket-taking delivery now as far as those behind the stumps are concerned. Matt Lamb's got into second slip. There's a short leg. Wayne Madsen's at first slip. There are men catching on either side of the wicket as well, as this one is defended by Scriven. Gets a good stride in and defends it down into the leg side where it's fielded by Harry Kame. He looked at the toe end of his bat, but I think it had hit the floor. Rehan Ahmed, this next delivery is guided down towards Haider Ali, who doesn't actually field it cleanly, but no damage done. And Leas Deploy thought the over was finished. It hasn't. I believe there are 2 balls left. I don't know where Leas Deploy was going there. Watt's in again. That one is defended off the back foot. Always slightly dangerous against the spinner.
Okay, one more in before
Yeah,
tea.
they are jogging. I think that's why Leas Deploy ran up the other end. He thought they were going to get another one in. They might just still do so. In goes Watt again. And balls. That's defended by Scriven. Off the middle of the bat.
Hanscom was really trying to slow things. He was actually walking back into his ground when Watt stepped up to deliver there. And Watt didn't stop. I'm not going to wait for you to come back in, mate.
Wicket maiden for Mark Watt. The third wicket maiden of the innings, I believe. Connor's had one.
Another.
Rees had one, and now Mark Watt's had one.
Did he not have one? Was the Mulder one not a wicket?
Don't do that
As
to
well,
me. You
chopped
could-
on and then...
yes, it was. 2 wicket maidens.
you
In
go.
fact, he's bowled
Two and two.
2 wicket maidens in a row. Better make a note of that.
He can be very proud of his efforts, and he gets a good round of applause from the Tony Palladino fan club down here. Always there. Round the wicket comes Brooks and bowls short to Hanscom, who pulls in the air past the reaching shortish mid-wicket. So Hanscom, he looks slightly angry out there. I think he's fairly dismayed at the manner of the dismissal of some of his teammates. He took the short ball on and diving to his right, the somewhat restricted Lamb. No, is it not Lamb?
No, it's Connors who's bowling.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry. It is Connors, yeah.
But it's
the same attack.
Yes.
There's round the wicket short ball attack because Hanscom prepared to take the ball on, and it was in the air when it went past Lamb.
I think the spared Brooks the indignity of having to bowl this.
This line, well, yeah. Mid-wicket goes down as in goes Connors. Bowls and pulled for 4 by Hanscom through mid-on. This attack at least has been shown not to work, but with so much happening at the other end, it doesn't matter too much, really. No. But Hanscom looks fed up, actually.
He does, doesn't he?
And he's attacked both those two. He's picked up 6 in 2 balls, gone on to 22, and reduced the deficit to 50, but 50 feels like an awful lot of runs at the moment. From Leicestershire's point of view, Hanscom, I think we can definitely say, is unimpressed. Connors is in, again short, again Hanscom's pulling, and again, oh, is it going to go for 4? Oh, great work down there, running around the boundary all the way is Lewis Rees, gets a right hand to it, his wrong hand, and but even so manages to save a run because Hanscom can only take 3. And having been so circumspect, Hanscom is now angrily attacking. Maybe he's thinking, we need to get ahead.
Yeah, get in front.
We need to get ahead. Maybe that's going to be the best, our best course of action now. But he's wandering down to talk to Tom Scriven. Don't you get out like that.
He'll be surprised when he sees him there because he had no idea he was coming. Spooked.
Oh, Pete, you can be shocked there.
I think we can say that they're not going to bowl short and leg.
How many until T? 3 balls. Connors is going, as you say, going to go back over the wicket. Gully, slip, short leg, short-ish mid-wicket. About 3 strips back as Connors is in. Bowls the bouncer to Scriven, so slightly wasted effort. Scriven just bobs at the knees, lets it go over his head to Guest, but as we've been saying, 5 wickets in the session thus far for Derbyshire. They would, I am certain, have snatched your hand off at lunch when Rishi Patel and Lewis Hill were making it look very straightforward out there. And I don't think the pitch has done too much when you look through the dismissals. An awful lot of Leicestershire players have gotten themselves out. In goes edged, oh, just short of Madsen at first slip. Got down to it, Wayne Madsen. It was a shortish delivery just outside off stump. Took the edge of Scriven's bat. He went at it a little bit hard-handed. Madsen stuck down his right hand, pitched a couple of inches before him. Did actually well to stop it, save 4 runs. He's disappointed with himself, typically, Wayne Madsen, and he takes a half stride closer. He's well in front of Brooke Guest.
Which is unusual for the solitary slip, isn't it?
Indeed, usually alongside and well behind. Connors is in. Bowled him! Middle stump is out of the ground. Leicestershire are subsiding here. Came back in, and what a lovely sight for Connors and for Derbyshire. The last ball before tea sees the end of Tom Scriven and sees the end of what has been a sensational session for Derbyshire. They have Leicestershire absolutely on the ropes. They're pummelling them. Leicestershire 181 for 7.
69 for 6 this afternoon. Session from the Derbyshire bowlers. Much, 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 much better from them. 112 for 1 at lunch. Rishi Patel for 58. Lewis Hill for 63. They were hugely important wickets. Sam Connors with the first, Lewis Rees with the second. Rees then took another wicket with the next ball that he bowled at the start of the next over. Colin Ackerman caught and bowled for 16. Rian Mulder never looked completely happy. Played on a delivery bowled by Mark Watt for 7. Rian Ahmed danced down the track to Mark Watt and it went straight between bat and pads and hit the middle stump. He was dismissed for 1. That was his second successive wicket maiden. And now Tom Scriven, bowled by Sam Connors for 0. Connors beginning and ending the wicket taking in that afternoon session. And at tea, Leicestershire 181 for 7. Peter Hanscom is unbeaten on 25, and he is, well, the major wicket to get now, but they might not need to get it, because if they can pick up the wickets at the other end, Derbyshire may well go on to win their first county championship match of the season. 69 runs for 6 wickets in the afternoon session at tea. Leicestershire 181 for 7, still trailing by 47, and we will be back in just over 15 minutes' time.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Ready, Matt's got. That's a terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight. Two good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight. Too good.
2-6-3. Record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Terrific catch. They'll take one. Too straight. Too good.
2-6-3. Record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Here we go. Unbelievable shot. Ready, Mascot. That's a terrific catch. They'll take one. Two straight. Two good.
2-6-3, record broken.
Great atmosphere. Concentration. And they are champions once again.
In and balls to Reed.
Please welcome back the officials and players for the final session.
Afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the Incora County Ground in Derby. Umpires heading out into the middle for the final session of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Derbyshire and Leicestershire. Dave Fletcher, BBC Radio Derby, Richard Ray, that's me from BBC Radio Leicester, your commentators for the game, as we have been throughout, which will end in this session. And the likelihood is, at the moment, it will end in a victory for Derbyshire, because Leicestershire are about to resume in their second innings on 181-4-7, still trailing Derbyshire on first innings, that is, by 47 runs. So they need 48 simply to make Derbyshire bat again. They have 36 overs in which to survive. And the man standing really between Derbyshire and almost certain victory is the Australia test batsman even, Peter Hanscom, who is 25 not out of 41 balls. Hanscom looked an angry man as he left the field for tea, because he'd seen some of his fellow batters get out in circumstances of which they will not be particularly proud. Vian Mulder, bowled by Mark Watt, chopping on, trying to force it through the offside for 7. Rehan Ahmed giving Watt the charge, bowled for 1, and just before tea, Tom Scriven comprehensively cleaned up by Sam Connors. It wasn't a bad delivery at all from Connors, delivered from wide of the crease, came back in and uprooted the batsman's middle stump. Mark Watt is in and bowls from a long way back. First delivery after tea, but Hanscom, too old a hand to be confused by that effort, just bunts it back up the pitch towards Mark Watt. Chris Wright is the new batsman. He is watching at the moment as Watt delivers conventionally, bowls. Ooh, thick inside edge from Hanscom that is going to run down behind square on the onside. Long leg, who I think is our old friend Zach Chappell, comes into field, and Hanscom prepared to take his one. He's not too worried at this stage about keeping the strike. Chris Wright, having acquitted himself fairly well with the bat so far this season, but he's going to have to do so again. I think Fletcher's back with us, having completed his update. Watt is in, Wright is forward. Not a big stride, getting to the pitch of it.
Very loud, fast-moving vehicle might have been Rehan Ahmed going home. Terrible shot.
Watt is in and bowls a quicker delivery. Most of his delivery, he doesn't bowl particularly, tosses the odd one up, but not so many. Pushed by Wright out into the offside. Hyder Ali is the fielder at backward point. Short leg and short mid-wicket, shortish extra cover are the close fielders. Of course, Wayne Madsen at slip as well. In goes Watt, bowls. Wright stretches forward, pushes it back up the pitch to Mark Watt. Two, I say, consecutive wicket maidens for Watt pre-tea. Now, Derbyshire inclined to give Wright a single, send Brooks and Duploy back at mid-on and mid-off. Watt is in. Wright isn't inclined to risk taking it because he just defends it back up the pitch to Mark Watt. End of the over, 182 for 7, a single off the over. So still 46 behind Leicestershire, but one less over to survive, I suppose. Taking a very faint positive. 35 overs remain in the game. Maybe more, because 16 in the last hour, and if Watt bowls a few of them, could squeeze.
Yeah.
Could squeeze an extra 1 or 2 in.
I think by that time they'll be in front though, won't they? If they get that far. They're only 46 behind at the moment. I mean, it's not like they're 146 behind and it's all one way. Derbyshire do have to be careful of leaking runs with leg theory, which it looks like they're going to continue to bowl here with Sam Connors, although he only bowls it to Hanscom, who's waiting for it. So
and he's prepared to take it on, isn't he? So
yeah, so it could be interesting, I suppose. I've got an email from Gavin Johnson. I'll try and get through it during this over, Gavin. It's quite lengthy. As it comes Connors, and he does take it on Hanscom, and they go for a single. So that's the result that everybody wanted.
Not much fun for Harry Kane, is it, at the moment?
No,
sure.
no, you don't want to be there. Yeah, I think that is just a grass stain, isn't it? Thank you, Gavin, for the kind words in the opening paragraph. I'm jealous of you about your drink in the second paragraph. First went to see Derbyshire play Hampshire at Checkley in the Sunday League in 92 or 93. It was rained off, sadly. He's got a question about the pathway with lads coming through. He's got a good history of Staffordshire players, but seen quite a bit of with Warwickshire taking the Staffordshire players. But I think they have an agreement now with Warwickshire do Staffordshire. That would be the answer to that one. As Connors comes in and bowls to Chris Wright, who gets one on the stumps and turns it down to fine leg. So back to the leg theory. As everybody scuttles around, one to Wright who's off the mark, 184 for 7. The deficit 44 now. And don't worry about sending it to my personal email. That's absolutely fine. It is on my Twitter bio. So people do send me emails. I suppose I've only really got myself to blame.
Along with your bank account details.
Yes, and my PIN number was on there as well. Good to hear from you, Gavin. As in comes Connors again and bowls to Hanscom, who just tickles this around the corner for 4 down to fine leg. And now the deficit's just 40. Hanscom moves to 31. Leicestershire to 188 for 7. They do have to just concern themselves about having to chase and leaving themselves time, although there are still 34.5 overs left in the day's play. If Derbyshire were batting, there wouldn't be more than 16 overs in the last hour. I think we can guarantee that here and now. As Connors is in again. Bowls a short delivery. Hanscom takes it on, goes straight to Wayne Madsen at backward square leg. Not quite halfway back to the fence, but not far away, and he got down nicely to his right to field that. Hanscom more than happy to take it on, though, as Richard said. There is a man on the mid-wicket boundary, there's a man on the long leg boundary. Mark Watt is down below us at very fine third man for the top edge. Or the ramp. That would be something to get caught out on the boundary ramping in these circumstances. Connors is in, bowls to Hanscom, who defends it back towards Connors, who very acrobatically dives to his right. Gets his right hand on it and then gets back to his feet, all in one motion. No idea how he does that. Sun just coming round and shining into our commentary box, which is warming it up further. I don't think anymore it is the effects of the burger. I did enjoy it as well, incidentally, Gavin. He missed whether I enjoyed it or not. In fact, I enjoyed both of them. Here's Connors in again, and Hanscom this time gets one on the off stump and just carves it away out to the cover boundary for 4. This isn't massively rewarding for Sam Connors either, I don't think. When he pitched one up before, he got it to come back and bowl Tom Scriven, and now he's being asked once again to bowl short. And I mean, he's done it before, and I'm sure he'll do it again, but I'm not entirely sure why.
Umpires have come together for a chat.
We'll get the lights on.
I don't think Hanscom minds the leg theory, if that's what they're talking about. He's cashed in, really.
You think that one of the umpire,
I don't think it can have been about that, really.
Billy Taylor, was saying to Paul Pollard, just keep a close eye on the leg side, and if anybody creeps around.
Mark Watt is in from the racecourse end, bowls down the leg side. Right helps it on its way, but Chappell is on the 45, sort of halfway between fine leg and long leg, about 25 yards from 20 to 25 yards from the bat, so no runs accrue. Watt is in, down the wicket goes Right, smashes it towards us for a huge 6. That was a good 30 feet, probably, well, maybe 20 feet over the ropes at long gone. Leicestershire have clearly decided that their best, or the way they might be able to save the game is to get ahead. And Wright gave Watt the charge. It didn't spin. Wouldn't matter if mid-on had been back at long on. That was a huge blow.
Been sitting up with us, really.
It wasn't far from our window.
Nothing's hit this window yet.
Well, that's probably as close as I've seen one hit to this window. It's probably about 5 or 6 feet below us. Watt is in, drops a bit short, and Wright waits for it, dabs it towards point, but doesn't get it behind Hyder Ali, which I suspect he was trying to do. It dribbles towards Ali, and there is no run. 198 for 7. Leicestershire trail by 30. What is in? Right is forward. Solid forward defensive back up the pitch to Mark Watt. 33 overs and 2 balls remain, potentially to be bowled in the game. Watt is in. Forward goes right. Almost seam up from Mark Watt. Thick inside part of the bat as he defends that one. To the onside, the squawk was from Wayne Madsen. Back from mid-on, indeed, and also mid-off go Henry Brooks and Elias Deploy, respectively. Tosses it right up, and they do play it out to Brooks, who has to go jogging in to meet the ball. Right, that is, plays it out to him, and is happy to take one. So, presumably, we'll be back to the over-the-wicket attack from Connors, because that one that got Scriven did come back, and lovely sight for Connors. No middle stump left when off stumping. Leg stumper still standing.
They've just shown the ball to the umpire again, and they're going to change it.
It must have taken a bit of a whack on the concrete below us, or whatever this building is made out of, and the concrete below us, because it hit this building and then ricocheted down onto the... It is concrete, obviously. Between this building and the outfield. How many overs is it old? This 63, so they need an oldish replacement on. With the spare balls comes
Big
Mr.
George.
Scrimshaw.
Yeah, Big George. Opens up the attaché case.
Like he's about to sell them something, doesn't it?
Mr. Bond.
Now this ball will explode if you...
Yes, yeah, that would be great. Henry Brooks is keeping a close eye, and Zach Chappell's gone across as well to help the umpires in their choice. But Guest is now walking across. Perhaps he just wants the helmet taken from the field by George. And they've picked one.
A new old ball.
And they've picked one that goes through the calipers, which is good. George catches the helmet, which is good effort because he's holding the attaché case in the other hand. Excellent work from George Scrimshaw. Tom Skinner clearly can't bear to watch his beloved Chesterfield taking on Bromley just up the road.
His beloved Derbyshire are closing in on
Well, he works for Derbyshire.
historic
but I think
victory.
he probably supports Derbyshire as well, Tom. But
one would hope.
he's very much I don't think all employees necessarily have to, do they?
No, absolutely not.
But he's standing talking to David Griffin at the moment out on the grandstand. He might be trying to get away from him, in fairness.
Barrage statistics.
So, we might get a new over here soon. Sam Connors from the City end bowling to Chris Wright. He's on 8 from 11. 6 of those came in one enormous blow. And Connors is on his way in now. Bowls to Wright, who pushes this out into the offside, fielded by Matt Lamb. Looks like he's had a rub at tee, moving a little freer.
Maybe that Chappell is going to replace Watt. They try and bounce right out. Maybe.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah, because that's the way they've got all the other wickets. Third wicket down for Yorkshire, 244 for 3 now. Worcestershire leading by 87, 6 down against Sussex as in comes Connors again and bowls and bat some distance away from his body. Wright plays it into the offside.
It's going to be a good save if they save that one, isn't it?
Yorkshire?
No.
Sussex, Worcestershire.
Worcester against Sussex, yeah.
Yeah, the 90...
87 ahead, 90 ahead now.
90 ahead
30-ish overs probably remaining. 4 wickets in hand. They should perhaps save it now.
Yeah, 34 overs left in the day.
I'm sure that Messrs. Pujara and Smith will throw the bat at everything if they get the opportunity.
expect so, wouldn't you? Connors is in again, bowls a short ball and pointlessly bowls a short ball, and it's right ducks underneath it. Didn't really have to duck, in all honesty.
Very short.
Yes. Notts hurtling towards defeat against Lancashire, 88 for 6.
Well, they haven't lost a wicket since tea. They were 6 down at tea, so hurtling and just might be beginning to slow it a bit.
Fingers crossed. This next delivery is, it's a good one. That is a good delivery. You see, if Sam Connors bowls like that, he's a really good bowler. When he has to bang it in short, he's still a good bowler, but he's a good bowler banging it in short. That one went past the edge of Chris Wright's bat and through to Brooke Guest. Mark Watt, who, when Peter Hanscom's batting, is at very, very fine third man, is at gully. Slip, gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, short leg, long leg. One slip, Connors bowls, and that is in between the one slip and the gully and down to third man for 4 runs off Chris Wright's bat. So he's into double figures already. And now they're radioing for something. The umpires, I can only assume they're either radioing each other because they both had the walkie-talkies out, even though they're only about 40 yards apart, or they were radioing the ground staff or something, but quite what that would be about, I don't know. The deficit down to 25 now, though. As Zach Chappell continues his stretching routine. He's biting his fingernail now. But he was stretching. And in comes Connors from the city end and bowls to right, who guides this, oh dear, past the diving Mark Watt down to third man for 4 more. So the deficit down to 21 now, which is going to be of some concern to Derbyshire. There's 32 overs left in the day still, so, you know, it's not disastrous at this stage, but 7 down, Leicestershire, 207 for 7, trailing by 21, 16 to Wright, 35 to Hanscom. Bowled exceptionally economically in the afternoon session, 69 for 6. But since tea, not so economically. Chappell's coming back.
There may have been also a change in mindset from the Leicestershire batsman. Although, I mean, we had a long and unproductive stand between Mulder and Hanscom, didn't they, when they both sort of just got their heads down. Mulder eventually, when he did try to force the delivery away, chopped on 7 off, did we say 49 balls for Vian Mulder, and Hanscom initially wasn't that different. He's accelerated massively since, courtesy of the short leg side stuff. We're not missing any cricket because Chappell's field is being set, which involves Lamb running all the way across and then realising he was, or getting the instructions he was in the wrong place, and Kame, who was at mid-wicket, replaces him at backward point. Lamb goes in at shortish mid-wicket. Chappell is in to Hanscom outside off stump. Hanscom looked to steer it through the offside. It took a while to get to him. It was a bit of a slower loosener from Chappell, and in the end he didn't time it at all. Went down on one knee as it dribbled out rather into the covers, where Brooks fielded. Brooks too is doing a little bit of stretching, but I don't imagine at this stage he'll be brought into the attack in place of Connors. Chappell is in, back goes Hanscom, defending conventionally off the stumps, down towards mid-wicket, picked up by Lamb, no run.
Yeah, Connors bowled. He bowled before tea as well, didn't he? But he had that 20-minute break. He's bowled 2 overs since tea, so you wouldn't expect him to be replaced.
Surprised. He has bowled the most overs of the Derbyshire, well, attack full stop. I was going to say seamers, but everybody. 17 overs he's bowled, 2 for 64. Chappell 14 going down.
2 overs since tea have cost him 18.
Turns, runs away from us. Bowls to Hanscom, who defends on the back foot off the off stump out into the offside, where Brooks, at the moment, after his first innings heroics, has yet to pick up a wicket.
Well, I'd send him back to Warwickshire, personally.
The chance of sign him up have died away. I think.
I haven't had an email suggesting we sign him up in the second innings, certainly.
I'm not sure he's available.
No, I don't think he is.
A very short-term loan, essentially, isn't it?
2 games.
Yeah, very short-term. Chappell is in, foolish, outside off stump. Hanscom, I was going to say steps forward, but movements are minimal. Economic, just sort of leans forward and lets it go through outside off stump.
He'll certainly play T20 cricket for Warwickshire, I would have thought. He's,
I can't remember if he
well,
I think he did.
he has a contract in August as well, and that other nonsense. So,
Oh, does he?
yeah, at Birmingham. So it would be a surprise if he didn't play T20 cricket for his parent club.
Chappell turns in past umpire Pollard and bowls down the leg side. That's going to be 4. A beautiful little tickle from Peter Hanscom. You could hear it. Maybe just have picked it up in the effects mic. Little tickle round the corner. For 4, Leicestershire trail now by just 17. Hanscom on to 39. The partnership run a ball pretty much 30 off 29.
Since tea. So they conceded 69 runs in an entire session between lunch and tea. And since tea, in a ball under 5 overs, they've conceded 30.
An eloquent sigh from my right. As in goes Chappell. Bowls again down the leg side. This time it was pad, I'm pretty sure, because it's running fairly slowly down towards fine leg, and indeed umpire Pollard indicates as much by eventually raising his right knee, but basically as soon as it hit the pad and went off down the leg side, his right hand came out and stayed out until the ball was back in the gloves of the wicketkeeper, at which point his right knee came up to meet it. 2 taken, 2 extras taken, 2 leg byes, of course, 213 for 7. So right remained 16, Hanscom 39, but the total means that Leicestershire now trail by just 15. 31 is the other important figure. That's the number of overs remaining potentially to be bowled in the day, give or take, given the 16 overs in the last hour rule, if it is needed, that is. Helmet comes out.
For Wayne Madsen, who's going to field at second slip with a helmet on, so he's going to go in ridiculously close.
And a box.
Wise.
Be a heck of a catch, wouldn't it, if it flies to him?
Also, Connors in, bowls to Chris Wright, who offers the bat initially, then pulls it away. That delivery from Connors allows it to go through to Brooke Guest.
It's a slightly nervous county ground, isn't it? They're not completely convinced yet.
1,300 days since they last saw a win here. I'm not surprised. At least going up to Chesterfield, we've seen a win up there against Middlesex. I think it was against Middlesex last season. Here comes Connors again and balls, and that one is defended out into the offside by Wright, fielded by Matt Lamb. I just hope they keep Wright at this end, then we don't see that short nonsense. I'm not a huge fan.
Hanscom and Billy Taylor deep in conversation.
Don't forget to look where he's running on the pitch, Billy. Hanscom has 39. Wright has 16, which is half of the runs that have been scored since tea in this partnership. 32 as a runner ball. A third slip has gone in place now, and he too is wearing a helmet. Harry came and goes the next delivery from Connors, and it's pushed back up towards him. It goes past him and through to Leas Deploy. You don't often see 2 helmeted slips.
But I guess Kane was in at short leg, wasn't he? So he just hasn't unencumbered himself.
He claps. Slips are so spread out they can barely talk to each other. As Connors is in again and gets a short delivery, does Wright. Bounces, loops, very tennis ball type bounce, and loops over him and not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest as it bounced just in front of him. Deficit 15. 30 overs to go after this. 30 overs and 2 balls in total.
It's a lot of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
30 overs.
We'll see most of it as this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Chris Wright. Comfortably enough. Was it that time already? It's that time already. 213 for 7. Evening session not gone as well as the afternoon session for Derbyshire. Very cleverly. Next delivery from Connors is turned into the leg side. By Wright. And there's no runs made over from Sam Connors. $213 for 7. Trailing by 15. Update. How many times in my career have I heard Dreadlock Holiday? About 1 million. Leicestershire 213 for 7 here, Watty. They trail by just 15 runs now. It means that Derbyshire are almost certainly going to have to bat for a second time to win this game, but they really need a wicket. Chris Wright has 16. Peter Hanscom has 39. They've scored 32 runs in the half an hour since tea. Which is too many, really, considering they only scored 69 runs in the entirety of the afternoon session between lunch and tea, and they also lost 6 wickets. So Hanscom is the key, you would have thought. Wright can hold a bat, no question about it. He's got 16, Hanscom on 39, and Leicestershire 213 for 7. They trail by just 15, and we've got 29 overs and 5 balls left today. In goes Chappell, and that one's clipped nicely by Hanscom out towards the wide mid-wicket boundary, or the straight mid-wicket boundary, and they come back for 3. Hanscom moves to 42, Leicestershire to 216 for 7, and now they trail by just 12. And all that positive body language that we saw in the afternoon session just seems to have gone a little bit. It's such a game of ebbs and flows, which is why we love county cricket so much. Three means that Zach Chappell will be bowling to Chris Wright. He'll have at least 2 deliveries. Well, he could have 2 deliveries at Wright, who's batting at 9. Chappell goes in and bowls. That's down the leg side and half stopped by Brooke Guest, who did well to get anything on it. And as a result, they go through for a bye. 217 for 7th, 11 at the deficit now. Lewis Rees warming up. Almost inevitably. In goes Chappell again to complete his over. Bowls to Hanscom. It pushes it out into the offside. Pinches a single. And at the end of the over, Leicestershire 218 for 7. Hanscom on 43. Wright on 16, and the deficit is just 10 runs now. Approaching half-time in the big game in the National League, the second semi-final. Notts County already through to Wembley. I assume it's next week, but I wouldn't swear to it. It's 0-0 between Chesterfield and Bromley, the 13th of May, and next weekend. Chappell bowls. I thought it was the last ball of the over. I'm talking nonsense. And it's defended by Wright, not for the first time, incidentally. Fielded at mid-on by Lewis to Ploy, the skipper, who will be very, very keen to pick up this first win. Nick's back with us, having been to Sheffield, as this next delivery is guided out into the offside by Wright, comfortably enough, and fielded out in the deep by Harry Kame. Another single to the total. 219 for 7. Wright has 17. Hanscom has 43. And Leicestershire trail by just 9 now, which means that they will start to build a lead of sorts Derbyshire will have to bat for a second time. Mark Watt just taking some tablets being administered by Archie Harrison. Dr. Archie. Presumably non-prescription. And it will be Sam Connors to continue. Bowling from the City end. And he'll be bowling initially to Chris Wright with 3 slips in place. He's in and bowls a short ball and Wright ducks underneath it. It's a huge effort for so little reward, I always think. Nick listened to us all the way back from Sheffield and now watching the stream. So we can hopefully see one team from Derby win today. There's Derby County, in case you missed out on a place in the playoffs as they lost at Sheffield Wednesday. And Peterborough won at Barnsley. MK Dons went down. Next delivery from Connors is pushed up to mid-off by Chris Wright. All very exciting this afternoon and ultimately disappointing for the Rams. We can have your say on Tuesday at 6 o'clock. I'll be in a dark room by then, I would have thought, if Derbyshire don't win this one. It's been there for them pretty much from the start. Held up by the weather yesterday. As Connors is in, bowls Wright drives off the toe end of the bat. Doesn't time it at all, as you'd imagine, with it coming off the toe end of the bat, but he's going to come back for 2. As Liz Deploy does the fielding. Wright moves to 19, the deficit 7. At 221 for 7.
So it's beginning to look as though Derbyshire will have to bat again.
Beginning? Well, they'll bat again. I think. Fear. 17 all out.
I think that's an unlikely prospect on this track.
Well, as do I. Could be exciting watching Haider Ali chase 50, as you say, off 5. In comes Connors again, bowls a full delivery, but it's down the leg side. It's well taken by Brooke Guest, tumbling away to his left-hand side. Wright tried to get something on it, but it was past him in a flash. He couldn't. And it's another dot ball. 28 overs and 2 balls to go. If I knew my 6 times table, I could tell you how many balls that was, but not a chance.
It's a lot of 6s.
It's plenty of balls. 221 for 7. Connors bowls and Wright covers up, pushes it up to mid-off. And it's fielded by...
Less 2, of course.
Less 2, of course, indeed. Yes, I'd forgotten about the -2. The Derbyshire over 8's +1. So they will collect the full allocation of points, whatever it is. Whether it be 22 or 11. It's a big difference, isn't it? And in comes Connors again. Bowls to Wright, who drives. He didn't quite time that one either, but he's going to get runs here. He'll probably get 3 of them. Will it? Or he might even get 4. Will it get to the boundary? No, it's just kept in play by Lias Deploy, or kept this side of the rope. And they do indeed go through 4-3. Wright moves on to 22. The deficit is down to 4. Hanscom has 43, 224 for 7 at the end of the over. And Lewis Rees is returning.
That was some divot Duploy took there.
It
You
was,
can still
wasn't it?
see it
Yeah.
over on the other side of the
I thought his
rope
cap
now.
had fallen off.
Yeah, it was so huge.
It was huge.
There's a couple of them, actually, that he's gouged out of the outfield in front of the East Midlands demolition stand.
Neil won't have a big smile on his face after that. Neil Godwin.
Well, he might have had the courtesy, just having thrown the ball back in, just to stamp his divot back down. But no. So, Rees, who broke the game open to a certain extent for Derbyshire earlier this afternoon by picking up the wickets of Lewis Hill and Colin Ackerman during a spell of 7 overs when he took 2 for 9 or something like that. Can he do the same again in the evening session? Turns, sun goes behind cloud, runs in and bowls to Chris Wright, swings, but swings out to the long off boundary as well as Wright steps into a full-blooded drive. Duploy again, I thought he might have got there then. He didn't quite manage to do so. Put down his left hand, couldn't get there, and it runs away to the boundary for 4. The scores are level, with Leicestershire having 3 wickets in hand, and post tea, which they took on 181 for 7. Again, it's looked at a different game.
47
Baffling.
runs.
47 runs in how many? Not many overs. I could work it out
Yeah,
if I could do maths.
I could, but it's not
Neither of us.
It's not going to happen, is it?
In goes Rees, and Bowles swings back in. Oh, and dropped at mid-wicket this time by Archie Harrison, diving away to his right. I think it was just one hand he got to it. I have to see the replay, but it was chipped rather by right. It wasn't a full-blooded shot, and you possibly heard the groan from the spectators below me. It looked like he was going to get there, and he did. He couldn't hang on, and could that be a key moment? Didn't quite manage to pick it up on the replay. Didn't cut to him quite fast enough, so I don't know how good a chance it was. Outside off stump from Rees, who... and it's left by right. Again, he nearly worked it somehow, didn't he?
Yeah.
He has that knack.
Diving away to his right-hand side. I thought he got both hands to it.
Wasn't quite sure.
And he couldn't quite drag it in.
Diving away from us, so you have a slightly better angle on him. And by the way, he got there, didn't he? And he couldn't quite hang on. His head's down now. That could have been his moment to change the game, have an impact. And it would have done too, potentially. In goes Rees, and Bowles down the leg side, and gestured at by right, taken by Guest.
He's already kicked the ground once, Archie. I'm going to kick it again. He's got to get it out of his mind. He didn't do it on purpose. We all know that. Nobody does. And it wasn't a dolly by any manner of means.
No,
it wasn't like he had to
wasn't.
just stand there and take a catch. He had to put the dive in, and he got there. He's a tall young man. Again, more leg than anything else.
Yeah. Rees
Short body.
runs away from us, and Bowles swings in a touch to right on off stump, blocked back up the pitch by Chris Wright. Again, got away with one there. Wright remains on 26. The scores remain level. 1 ball left, and then 27 overs to come. Or we can almost certainly now say 25. Well, it will be 25 because the openers are going to have to come out to bat, aren't they, and score a run.
Yeah.
Were the 3 wickets to fall.
Yeah.
Now Rees is in outside off stump, steered by right towards Point, who's deepish. He's interested in a single. Hanscom isn't. Tim's with us. Hello, Tim. Tim Singleton.
Now with Saddleworth.
I wonder if it's in the sunshine that we're getting here in Derby. End of the over. Almost a successful one for Rees, who's getting a bit of a talking to from umpire Pollard again, who's now looking round. I wonder if...
Is he looking for
Thought
Liz
for a
to
minute,
pull
yes, that's what my first thought was. Is he looking for the skipper to hold up a
He's sort
finger?
of walking backwards
I
to
don't think so.
To Point. He's going to watch from Point, I think, by the look of it. He's making a note.
Hanscom's getting new gloves.
Henry Brooks is back, wicketless. As Richard was saying, the only bowler who is wicketless of the 5 that have been used by Derbyshire today. 1 for 45, Zach Chappell. 2 for 69, Sam Connors. 2 for 44, Lewis Rees. And 2 for 25, Mark Watt. 0 for 39, Henry Brooks, who took 6 for 20 in the first innings. Can he join the party? I'm sure he'd love to. At Chesterfield, incidentally, trailed by a goal to 0 at half-time to Bromley. Notts County against Bromley, there's the thing. Rian Ahmed's on his way back. In comes Brooks, then bowling to Hanscom, who just sticks a bat at that ball and pushes it out into the offside. Harry Kane does the fielding. They're still trying to G each other up out there, the Derbyshire fielders. Yorkshire still 3 down. That looks like it. The minimum of 34 overs remaining in that one. Worcestershire still 6 down, leading by 90. That can't have moved. Next delivery from Brooks is outside the off stump and left alone by Peter Hanscom to go through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. They actually lead by 109 now, do Worcestershire. 7 down against Sussex.
Almost safe.
Looks like it. They need a rattle of wickets, a bit like Derbyshire. Need a rattle of wickets here as Brooks is in, bowls to Hanscom, full delivery, digs it out. Nicely dug out by Peter Hanscom. Almost sneaked underneath the Australian's bat, but not quite. Wayne Madsen still with the helmet on at slip. He's 2 or 3 yards ahead of or in front of Brooke Guest. That's the solitary slip. It's like there's a little dividing line of bowlers' footmarks between them. As Brooks is in fuller delivery and it's allowed to go through to the keeper by Hanscom. Knows where his off stump is. Confident that ball wasn't going to come back. And it goes through to Brooke Guest. Once again. Only 24 overs available after this one for Derbyshire to pick up 3 wickets and score whatever runs they need to score. The scores remain level. Hanscom's on 43. As this next delivery from Brooks is turned into the leg side, and now he's on 44. As he strolls through for a comfortable single. He'll have 1 ball at Chris Wright.
I remember in my second season watching Surrey get to 20-something in about 22 overs for to win the game at the Oval. That was the game in which Peterson scored 300. Lewis Hill made a maiden first-class century. Peterson was left out of the England side. Took it very well.
Yes, I can imagine. Yeah. Next delivery from Brooks is defended by Wright. Backward of square on the offside. Fielded by Madsen. And the over comes to an end. So effectively 24 overs left for Derbyshire to take 3 wickets and whatever runs they require. The lead at the moment is 1. Leicestershire 229 for 7. You'd think even 100 from 10 overs, they'd have a go. They'd have a go. They'd have a go.
Absolutely, of course they'd have a go.
So they've probably got 12 overs to get these. If they don't score 100, then it makes it slightly easier, doesn't it? That means they'd have to score 100 runs themselves in 10 overs, and it's not going to happen, is it?
50 or 5 or whatever could be more feasible, but could be entertaining last hour. It's an entertaining last session, whatever the circumstances. It's county cricket, championship cricket, that is. Moments of fascination throughout. Rees taking his time to set his field. Fairly conventional field actually now, including a deep backward square. Comes in and bowls on off stump. Leaning forward is Hanscom, dropping it out into the offside. The partnership is now 48 of just 62 balls between these two. Post tee. Actually, that's useful, that figure, isn't it? The partnership thing, because that's 62, we know it's the number of balls since tee.
All since tee.
Because that is when they came together. The dismissal of Tom Scriven. Rees is in and bowls all thick inside edge onto the pad from Hanscom, only because it stayed low, but it did stay low and it almost crept through.
Mr. Ploy's got his hands on his head.
Thought it had got through. 229 for 7 remains the score. The lead, all of 1.
Leas doesn't have to speak tonight though, so he's okay.
If there's a win, surely you'll...
No, Mickey.
Oh, okay.
Mickey on the last day.
Rees is in, bowls a tempter, and it's in the air as Hanscom goes for the drive. It goes behind point, came, dived away to his left. Don't think he was within a couple of feet of getting anything on it, but a lot of hands in the air. He's got that knack, Rees. Not great delivery, not obviously a great delivery, but it was a tempter, and Hanscom, for once, was tempted. Picks up 1, little fortuitous. Third man Watt did the fielding, and now he comes all the way into gully for Chris Wright, who then steps away because Duploy has something to say to Rees, consequence of which is nothing that I can see. Rees is in and bowls slightly short, back on his stumps goes Wright, defends it out into the offside. Chappell stretches his quads just as part of his normal routine there, of course. Come on, Rees. He's going to have a go around the wicket, Rees. Watt says, do I go a bit wider? Point goes back. Rees is in and bowls onto the leg. This is of Wright, who looks to try and turn it in the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off the pad. Guest comes running up to field at shortish leg. There is no run. Everybody thinks it's over, but it isn't, according to the umpire. Or is it?
It is, according to the scoreboard.
Everybody's frozen. What's going on? Paul Pollard doesn't think it's over.
It's over.
He's checking with Billy Taylor, who checks with the scorers and say, yes, if you take your other hand out of your pocket and count to include your thumb, it's 6. I wonder what they use. I have to ask the umpires.
Yeah, those clickers.
Coins.
Clickers,
Yeah, some don't like them though, don't they?
Yeah.
Still, some prefer 6 items.
Or less.
Nearly was, yeah. Oh, nearly was more there, wasn't it?
Well, the more the merrier, really. Leicester Ploy was convinced, and he actually turned around and pointed to the scoreboard, which is to our right. And can't be seen by a few inside the ground. Here's Henry Brooks from the City end, bowls to Hanscom, squares him up. Ball goes off a leading edge along the floor out to point where Haider Ali does the fielding. He'll have some batting to do, Haider. Leicestershire lead by 3 now at 231 for 7. Hanscom moves on to 46.
Applause for the 50 partnership.
Was that what it was? Beg your pardon. I'll not bother with a note for that.
Off 67 balls. He says, pointedly noting it down.
There's Brooks again bowling to Chris Wright, who's on 26, gets a short ball, ducks underneath it, ball goes through to Guest. They just haven't really looked like breaking through since Derbyshire. They're led by 47 at the interval, they now trail by 3.
Dare I ask, I suppose, what is a woolly back? It's you anyway.
Somebody from the Wirral, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's a particularly affectionate term. Who's calling
No,
it
that's
that?
right. I was wondering, dare I ask?
Where are they from? In goes Brooks, and defended by Wright up towards extra cover.
If I tell you Coventry, you'll have a fair.
Oh, I know who it is then. Yeah, that's what they call people from the Wirral. It takes a lot to offend me. That isn't something that does. Necessarily. Next delivery is defended by Wright, backward a square on the offside.
Not being listened to by a fellow commentator who then repeats what you just said or something like that. It's usually quite offensive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I find.
Yeah. A very impressive text with a screenshot from Drew Walker, which the first half of the Chesterfield game has got 3 things in it, 2 bookings and a goal. Not very eventful, he says. Might be somebody 2 boxes away who thinks differently. Brooks bowls and he almost chops on. Does he? No, well, it's gone a lot further forward in front of him than I thought it was going to, but he took one hand off the bat there, did Chris Wright. It was a bit of a loose shot. Certainly wasn't anything like the one he's just practiced. But he gets away with it. Ball goes up to Archie Harrison, the substitute fielder. Scores were level when he couldn't hold on to that diving catch. That would have got rid of Chris Wright. The lead is now just 3, so not expensive so far. Taking a bit of time out of the game since then. Full delivery down the leg side from Brooks, who smacks his foot into the ground at the end of his follow-through. Another over comes and goes. There will be 22 overs at Derbyshire's disposal now to get 3 wickets and score whatever runs they require. But because the run rate has slowed again, just 13 off the last 5 overs, the lead is only 3, and it just takes us deeper and deeper into that last hour. Goose is here, that's good to see. Just spotted him for the first time today. Nobody knows why he's called Goose. Not even him.
Lewis Rees back into the attack. Stays in the attack from the racecourse end. Bowls to Hanscom. Studiously as ever. Hanscom leans forward and blocks the delivery. Out into the onside. Picked up by Harrison. Rees stretches his right quad. Ludo.
The Lou Meister.
We've had the Lou man. We've had Ludo. The Lumen. Lumo. The luminosity. In goes Rees and bowls just outside off stump. It's one that just holds its own, maybe even straightens away a fraction. But Hanscom plays it well, waited for it. It's at a fairly gentle pace and dabs it through the vacant gully down towards Watt, who's down on, not quite on the third man boundary, but having done the fielding, he pursues the ball, knowing it's going to be a single, and therefore he'll be required at gully.
20 off 2 overs, I reckon.
Rees is going to have to go, Rees is choosing, I should say, to go around the wicket to Chris Wright. In he goes, Wright defends, everything nice and close together, drops it down at his feet on the onside. Hanscom has moved on to 47 with the single off the previous ball. He's waving at the pavilion now. What would he like?
Like
2 hands now. He'd like to have someone to see him at least.
Yeah.
Well, he's semaphoring away.
New bat.
New bat, he says.
Bring me my high-scoring bat.
I wonder if they send all the bats that they've got a crack in or something to the manufacturer. In goes Rees. Bowls fullish, looking at almost a half volley, played firmly down into the ground by Rees, fielded by Wright, fielded by Rees in his follow through. Whether they give them away, send them to auction, put them on eBay, on other, I'm sure, online platforms for selling.
Sign them and put them on
second-hand
eBay.
goods are available.
That's the way to do it, isn't it?
Doesn't work for me.
Funnily enough.
Rees past umpire Pollard. In bowls. Driving is right, but Chappell should get down, or get across at mid-on to field, and does. Didn't really get that one. Wright leans on his bat. Remains on 26. 8 and 9 here, says think Deploy. Mid-off. 8 and 9 here, lads. Claps his hands together. To come, Michael Finan and Josh Hull. Neither of whom are mugs with the bat. We've seen that. In goes Rees. Bowls full. Again looking to drive is Wright. Again not really timing it. Hitting it down into the ground and rather ruefully examining the bottom of his bat as it bounces out to Deploy. End of the over. 2-3-2 for 7. The lead just 4. Overs remaining though. 23 minus 2. Out comes Nick Welch with
Approximately 21 then.
2 bats for Hanscom to choose between.
Yorkshire 4 down, 283 for 4. They need another 209. Probably won't happen.
They can't have more than 20 odd overs left in the game at Headingley.
New Road, Worcestershire at 8 down now. They lead by 119 against Sussex.
Could yet get interesting.
Yeah. Henry Brooks begins a new over and it's pulled into the leg side. The first delivery of it by Hanscom, forward of square. Really nice shot. And Peter Hanscom goes to 50 off just 70 deliveries. That was his 7th boundary.
And his 3rd half century for Leicestershire in in 7 innings, he's also got a century. So 4 scores of 50 plus out of 7.
Not bad.
You'd take that from your overseas, wouldn't you,
Of course
probably?
you would. Absolutely. Bit more work to do. Leicestershire lead is up to 8. 236 for 7 as Brooks runs in again, and this one is pitched up, but same result, although it's backward of square this time in the leg side, and he picks up a single. Fielded by Zach Chappell. Hanscom to 52.
They will get a new ball as well, potentially.
Yeah, it might be too late. Might be too late. You never know. You never know. 56 runs scored in 80 deliveries since tea. There is a leg gully.
Just 69 in the entirety of the afternoon session.
Yeah, 56 since tea. 2 different games. What's going on? 2 slips and that leg gully. No, he's not leg gully anymore. Harry came, he's short leg, but he's not as short as he has been. Well, he's quite short, Harry, but he's not short leg. He'll crouch down on the practice pitch to the left of the one we're watching, as this next delivery from Brooks is very short indeed and loops over the head of Chris Wright through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. There's an aircraft somewhere. Can't see it. Might already have passed us. If it's straight above, we can't really see it because of the balcony above us, the TV gantry. As Brooks bowls, Fuller ball on leg stump, turned down towards long leg by Chris Wright for another single. He moved to 27, 238 for 7, and the lead is into double figures. It's 10. It is remarkable. They just haven't looked like picking up a wicket since tea. Hanscom waits. Brooks bowls to him. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Hanscom. Through to Guest. Nobody's leaving, which is promising. I can't see anybody leaving anyway. That's to be more accurate. Somebody might have left.
What time does the last hour start? 5:10.
It starts with 16 overs to go. I believe, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
And you have to have 16 overs minimum. This next delivery is turned into the leg side by Hanscom, fielded by Archie Harrison, the substitute fielder. So they've now decided clearly that there's no point in having Matt Lamb out there. He's not going to bowl. Can only further damage his, I assume is a back. I haven't heard anything official. Round of applause for Peter Hanscom's 50. Again. Mark Watt is back. 2 for 25 in 10 overs.
It's worth it. It's well worth a try, isn't it? Because Wright went after him. Okay, he got hold of one. Huge 6. But I don't think Derbyshire would mind too much if he had another couple of goes.
Do you have a
If he
5?
hit one up in the air. I don't. No, not at the top of the hours. It's
Not even at 5 o'clock?
past. Don't think so.
Well, I'm going to go and do mine then.
Have we gone back to? I don't think. Checking the various messages now, nervously, just in case. You're not missing any cricket because what is changing is field. I'm confused. What is in forward goes right, defending out into the onside. Doesn't take too much to confuse me. Might be one. Better go. Right defends that one.
less surprising, isn't it, that I'm here? Oh, this is going to hit this. Listen to this. Are you listening? That's a 6 that's just hit the scoreboard just in front of us. The sight screen, rather. You can hear it off the bat of Chris Wright. He's moved on to 33. Peter Hanscom has 52. They've scored 63 runs since the tea interval, Leicestershire. They now lead by 16, 244 for 7. There are 21 and a half overs left, but we will lose 2 if and when Derbyshire bowl Leicestershire out, and then they'll have to come out and bat and score the runs that they need to score, if that makes any sense at all to a non-cricketing audience. So at the moment, Leicestershire are hanging in there. They're doing okay as far as batting out the draw here today. They lost 6 wickets in the afternoon session, haven't looked like losing one since tea. They're 244 for 7, and they now lead by 16. It's a very large 6 by Chris Wright. Sorry I couldn't describe it more fully as I was talking to James Watt doing the update. Lead 16, 244 for 7. And Watt to bowl to Wright. Around the wicket he goes. Wright just pushes it out into the offside. It's fielded by Lewis Rees, and it's the end of the Mark Watt over. So 21 left now. Leicestershire 244 for 7. Their lead is 16. And it's looking more and more likely that Leicestershire will indeed bat out for a draw. The umpires are having a conversation again. I have absolutely no idea what this might be about.
Pummeling this building is Chris Wright, isn't he?
That was yeah. So it was very good because it was during the update, and I said, "Just look, hang on, wait," and then it went crash. So that's a 6. No idea what the umpires have had a chat about there.
Last hour, I would guess.
Well, it's
and
5.
When and
it's 5 overs away.
Potentially.
Definitely 5 overs away. 21 left.
Partnership is now the second biggest of the innings, isn't it? 63.
Derbyshire desperate to break it up. If they could get Hanscom, they'd be delighted, I'm sure. Henry Brooks begins a new over from the City end, and it's dabbed down to a very fine third man for 4 runs by Hanscom. He moves on to 56, 248 for 7, lead of 20. When does it become troublesome? Well, it becomes troublesome at 100 off 10.
Yeah.
That will take some getting.
Particularly, people will look at that and say, oh, that's easy. It's not T20. You can put every man back. You can bowl negatively. You can bowl bouncers, you know. So it's not that easy necessarily to score much more than 7 or 8 and over in red ball cricket.
I've worked out the reason that they're not getting wickets, because Ajmal Shahzad is walking around anti-clockwise. It's the wrong way. In comes Brooks, and this one is guided by Hanscom down towards Hyder Ali, a backward point. And they go through for another single. Hanscom moves to 53, 245 for 7. The lead's 17 with 18 overs left.
Bunty has a history as a woolly back himself, because as a student in Liverpool in the mid-80s, he used to go and watch Tranmere instead of the 2 Merseyside clubs. So his housemates used to call him woolly back.
So his accent certainly wouldn't have suggested he was a woolly back, but then again, I don't think mine does either. Around the wicket comes Henry Brooks to Wright, bowls a short delivery, waste of effort.
Well, Fangofox says it's posh, your accent.
Posh?
I don't think you've ever...
Wow. I know, I was called, there's no run from that delivery, I was called posh once by a centre forward in a Sunday League game playing for Pocklington. He thought I sounded posh. I never really regarded myself as being posh.
I say, sir, you absolute cad.
Yeah.
Challenge him.
Unbelievable. Brooks bowls down the leg side. Wright just lifts his bat out of the way. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest.
I played a few games for Ticton football near Beverley, so I'm just wondering whether we ever played Pocklington.
We used
But
to
it's
go
probably a bit far away.
We used to go the other way, towards York.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
Chesterfield have equalised in that game against Bromley just. I hope that wasn't before the goal came up on the stream. Sorry, Tom, if it was. Here comes Brooks again. It's a slightly better directed bouncer from around the wicket, but this time Wright ducks underneath it. And bowling at the stumps might work better. Potentially. Ismail Shazad chatting with Zach Chappell, who's out on the mid-wicket boundary, away to our left-hand side. 2:45 for 7. Wright has 33 out of just 61 deliveries, but it's right on strike. And he gets an edge, a leading edge, down towards backward point. They've run one. They're going to come back for the second. Haider Ali gets there and throws it back, but they're back comfortably. Wright moves to 35, 2:47 for 7.
Bowling at the stumps nearly did it there.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Bowling bouncers basically takes out 2 of the 3 main forms of dismissal, doesn't it? So I'm not entirely sure why you would do that in these circumstances. Because the worst that can happen is that they'll draw the game now, and that is the very worst that can happen. Because if they don't get Leicestershire out, then the game ends in a draw. So they might as well try and get them out, I would respectfully suggest.
We're strong favourites at tea. I still think they are favourites because one we've seen in this game usually brings a couple, doesn't it?
Where's it coming from, this wicket?
But yeah, it's kind of one breakthrough away, aren't they? Watt is going to bowl to Hanscom on 57, long on Chappell. 10 yards inside the ropes. Watt is in. Back goes Hanscom. Plays it very low. Back down the pitch to Watt. Chappell continues to stretch. He'll be taking the new ball in 3 overs and 5 balls time if we get there. Watt is in. Drops short. Pulled by Hanscom out towards Chappell. Has to run 10 yards to his right. Still only going to be 1. Strong arm. Good a throw from Chappell. Back over the stumps of the wicketkeeper, Brooke Guest, who applauds. He likes that because it was nice and comfortable take next to the stumps. Everybody comes running in for Wright. Watt says, go on, try and hit another 6.
That's what he's going to try and do.
Will he try it? Will he take it on? Watt is in. Down the wicket goes Wright. Watt sees him coming, rather spears it in, which negates the whole process, really, and it's skewed by Wright along the ground towards short leg, who fields on his knees, gets up off his knees. Watt is in again. He spears it in outside off stumps, almost a little seamer, and Wright dabs it away wide of Wayne Madsen at slip. Slightly weary looking Brooks has to run back towards third man to field, gets his throwaway to taken. Right onto 35. 254 for 7. The lead now 26. 17 overs would remain. As Watt is in it, that does tempt Wright, or it is the tempting delivery, but Wright lets that one go. It may just straightened a bit, but it was pitched well wide. Wright just let it go through into the gloves of Guest. Sends Chappell 3/4 of the way back to long on, and Haider Ali back towards long leg. Comes in, bowls to Wright, but Wright is aware he can count 2, and that it's the last ball of the over, just blocks it out into the offside end of Watt's 12th over. 2 for 34, his figures. 26 the lead, 19 overs remain, and or, well, would be 16, wouldn't it? Because the first one of this, if they took the last 3 with the 3 balls, first 3 balls of the over, and Derbyshire would win if in those circumstances.
You'd expect so, wouldn't you? When it gets down to 10 overs and 9 overs and
Partnership 73.
Since tea. 69 for 6 in the afternoon session, 73 without loss in 102 balls since tea.
Game never ceases to surprise you, doesn't it?
Ridiculous,
Really,
isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. but it's great.
That's why we love it.
That's why we get paid to watch it. Here is Lewis Rees returning to the attack from the City end. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 46. He got both of those wickets in successive deliveries. One at the end of one over and one at the beginning of the next. And he's going to bowl to Peter Hanscom, who drives him very pleasantly, but not quite straight to Leicestershire. He has to put a tumble in to stop the ball. Or he does put a tumble in to stop the ball, whether he has to or not. And there's no run. Spots something on the pitch there, Peter Hanscom, about where the short ball was being bowled in previous overs. I don't think Lewis Rees is of the pace to bowl a short ball, so that's good. And he's in and bowls a full length ball down the leg side. Nice take by Brooke Guest, because it was quite a way down the leg side. He took it and whipped the bails off in the same motion. Hanscom hadn't left his crease. Harry Kane, designated clapper. You'll have heard him in the background. And in comes Rees once again. Over the wicket, bowls to Hanscom, who pushes this one out into the offside to Header Ali. The divots have been put back by Neil Godrich, the head groundsman, who's finally spotted them and thought, you just can't leave them. They've been irritating him for the last half an hour, and he's finally gone around there as Neil to put the divots back that were caused by Leicestershire when he saved one run. Rees bowls to Hanscom outside the off stump. Again, the bails are taken off by Guest, but Hanscom basically stood in his crease and lifted his bat. No need. No alarm, certainly. 254 for 7, lead 26. 18 overs and 2 balls remain. So 15 effectively now for Derbyshire to score the runs if they can get Leicestershire out. They don't look like they're going to, as Hanscom defends that next delivery from Rees straight back to him. The talking to they got at lunch was clearly effective. Whatever the chat was at tea, not so much.
Assumes it was along the lines of, well done, lads. We're almost, not almost over the line, but more of the same, and we will get over the line.
Rees is in and bowls to Hanscom, who whips that down towards long leg for a single, fielded by Connors. Hanscom moves to 59, 255 for 7. End of the over. 37 to right, who'll be on strike, lead 27, and now there will be just 15 overs for Derbyshire. Should they take 3 wickets in this over? That is the voice of Zach Chappell, of course.
Impressively resonant. Just 2 to the new ball, though, so that is a little bit of a Derbyshire wild card that they can play. I'm sure will.
I don't know there's any question.
What then in what could be then his last over, steps in and bowls to Hanscom, goes back in the air, and it's not so very far wide again of Harrison at mid wicket. This time to his left. This time he didn't get a hand to it. Chappell runs around to his right at long on. Hanscom rehearses the shot just for a moment. His heart must have been in his mouth, because it really wasn't far from young Harrison. Put out a long left arm. Couldn't quite get there. What is in right is advancing, but then just playing firmly through the offside down towards deploy at mid-off, and there's no run. 256 for 7, the lead 28. Watt steps in and bowls, drops very short indeed, but Wright doesn't take advantage, just stands up tall and plays firmly out into the offside, and this time it is Rees who fields at extra cover.
It's a brilliant piece of 12th mannery. I'll tell you about it in a moment.
What is in, tosses it up and dabbed down by Wright just short of the reaching Wayne Madsen. Almost as though he was trying to give him catching practice there, reaching for it, dapping it down. And Madsen falling forward, stuck out his right hand, couldn't quite scoop it up. It landed short of him, but not very far short. Watt is in, tosses it up again, right. Again, he's reaching for it a little bit, this time more or less getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out into the offside. Brooks comes across and fields.
Scrimshaw threw something to Sam Connors, who threw it straight back. I had no idea what it was. He wasn't impressed.
Watt is in, quicker delivery that meets a very straight bat from Chris Wright. And I think that might be it for Mark Watt. It's the end of his over. Anyway, 13 overs, 2 for 35. Did his job before tee, hasn't been able to add to it after tee. None of the Derbyshire bowlers have. 256 for 7, 75 runs added since tee without a wicket falling, 114 balls.
I think we can safely say you were absolutely right that Mark Watt will not be bowling again because George Scrimshaw has just brought the new ball out for umpire Pollard, who's popped it in his pocket.
Unless, of course, they decide that Watt with the new ball is the
Bowling bouncers.
is the right move.
You never know. Is Lewis Rees from the City End bowling to Peter Hanscom. He'll pick up a single by just turning that ball into the leg side.
I didn't have a 5 o'clock, by the way, after all that
I assumed you didn't because you were back very quickly. I
shenanigans.
I did.
Confusion.
No, I did. And just about made it by plugging the microphone
Back in. Of course, all sorts of grief for you. I do apologise.
Carnage.
But I do have a 5:30, so.
Not interested.
I just thought in terms of unplugging things.
Well, I won't need to. Yeah, no, I have as well. In comes Rees again and bowls to Wright, who covers up, pushes it up towards mid-off. Harry Kane does the fielding. Liz deploys fielding his left, fielding his left shoulder. Not entirely sure why. It was an own goal, incidentally, that got Chesterfield on level terms. Or at least it was, as far as my feed isn't.
Chris Wright was not out in the first innings, was he not? He was the last man.
Next delivery is played by Wright out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kane again. Was he? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just thought your notes are better than mine.
Well, they're not, but they're an absolute mess. When was he out? 21 not out.
Okay.
So that's 56 runs in the match.
Which he came into with an average of 67.5.
Oh, nice. His 21 were from 23 balls as well. In goes Rees again, and that's pushed up to mid-on. Archie Harrison, the substitute fielder, is by Chris Wright. Ken Davis, who is a regular contributor. I notice he's a Wrexham fan, which is slightly disappointing. It says, I know you're a Tranmere fan, but did not know you were a Wirralian. Yeah. Clatterbridge Hospital. Lived in Greasby and Mells. Here comes Rees again over the wicket, bowls, driven nicely and all the way for 4. In fact, there's a diving attempt there by Deploy to stop it, but Wright will get a boundary and move into the 40s now. 41 from 75 balls, 33 the lead at 261 for 7. There's Deploy. Would have expected to have stopped that, I think.
We've said that a few times in this game. He dived right over it, didn't he? He's not naturally...
well, before he was skipper, he'd
fielder.
quite often field in the slips.
Okay.
But I think doesn't feel he can field in the slips as skipper.
Right. Yeah, over 60 runs undefeated for the game, over 200 runs.
Next delivery is defended by Wright straight back to Lewis Rees, and the new ball, the second new ball, is available. 80 overs gone, 261 for 7, 41 to Wright, 61 to Hanscom. The lead is 33, and the last roll of the dice
feels a bit that way, doesn't
coming.
They have got to take these 3 wickets, Derbyshire, in the next 7 overs, 8 overs. I mean, I'm sure they'd go for it. Whatever this great hysteria coming from the scorer's box.
Jane's very excited about something. He's got to talk. Oh, it's the last hour, of course. It's a new ball, and the last hour starts at 5:23.
261 for 7. With Leicestershire leading by 33. Can Chappell transform Derbyshire's fortunes in this session against his former county? 1 for 45 seems a while ago when he picked up that very first wicket of Sol Budinger in just the third over of the innings.
It was today, wasn't it?
It was. 80 overs have now been bowled. 16 remain. And once again, Hanscom has changed his gloves. Third time, possibly. It doesn't really make any difference, you know. He's not wasting time because you have to have these 16 overs, whatever happens. Or 15, as it will be.
Yeah. Or indeed 13.
I can't remember which end I was commentating from.
Zach Chappell from the racecourse end. Bowls full, neither can I. Bowls a full delivery to Peter Hanscom, who just pushes it out into the onside.
It was all of 5 minutes ago. So.
It was a while, to be fair. I always thought I'd made it perfectly clear that I was from the Wirral, but clearly not. I mustn't have mentioned it enough. A lot of people would say I mentioned it too much. Into the last 15 minutes, Chesterfield. Into the last hour here at Derby. Chappell into bowl to Peter Hanscom, who goes back and cracks that way. That sounded lovely. He's going to get a single for it out to Harry Kane, who's fielding on the, well, in from the point boundary. Chappell will have a go with the new ball at Chris Wright with the lead at 34, 262 for 7.
You just feel there may yet be a twist in this game. Just the way things have sort of gone up and down. Beginning to favour the draw now, but still time for Derbyshire.
As Chappell runs past the umpire and bowls to Wright, who pushes this one defensively out into the offside, fielded by Brooks, and there's no run. 243 for 8 now. Worcestershire, they lead by 134, but there are 19 overs left.
So 16 potentially to get 100
Yeah.
if they lose the last 2 wickets.
As a rally, 96 not out.
Could be a entertaining session yet.
Chappell in again, bowls to Wright, who defends back slightly away from his body, but safe enough. Pushing it out into the offside. Yorkshire are 5 down now. They need 167 to beat Glamorgan. And there are 17 overs left. Dom Bess and Saud Shakil in the middle.
Could be some good finishes, really, because that's not out of the question.
Johnny Burstow out for a 9-ball duck. Next delivery from Zach Chappell is defended again by Chris Wright out to the offside. Caught Labuschagne, bowled Van der Hookton for naught. Adam Lyth, 174, 24 fours and 3 sixes and 220 deliveries.
Wow. Out, though.
He's out.
Right.
Yeah, like before wicket. They're down to, they've just lost a wicket and they're down to 5 wickets left. You would think
They'll shut up shop.
it's either a draw or a Glamorgan win there. In comes Chappell again, and that one is played off the back foot, back towards him by Chris Wright. The first over of the last hour, and with the new ball, come and go. And Leicestershire are 262 for 7, leading by 34 now.
Who will share the new ball? Connors is the man entrusted by Duploy.
Gets a pat on the back as well. Come on, Sammy, you can do it for me.
With this shiny new cherry, will he go round the wicket? No. Chris Wright walking to the non-striker's end conventional batting.
I think bowling sensibly is the way forward here, isn't it?
Logically, there is still plenty. There is still time. 6-7 overs.
We've both been doing this for too long, it seems.
Connors is in from the city end. Bowls to Hanscom. Comes back in to the Australian, but he's more than equal to it. Pushes it out into the offside off the back foot. Came. Son's helmet. Still with Padza. Comes running into field.
As you've had so few updates today, I take you to
I
miss
do
this
have one at 1:30. Yeah, I've had plenty.
Barely worked today.
One more. One more delivery.
I was doing them every half hour yesterday afternoon and there was nothing happening.
No, that was impressive stuff. Connors is in. Back foot defensive. Firm shot back to him from Hanscom.
Just proves to everybody that I'm actually here, really. Deji Elawiri. Apologies to the Elawiri family, if that's not how you pronounce it. Not only scored the own goal that gave Chesterfield the equaliser, but he's been sent off, and Chesterfield have now taken the lead, 2-1. They lead against Bromley as Connors is in, and a slight leading edge feel about that defensive shot from Peter Hanscom up to mid-off. Update, last one of the day coming up. Here comes Connors again. He's in and balls edged and caught with the second attempt by Wayne Madsen. And Hanscom's gone for 62. There is life in this game yet. 91 deliveries he faced. 8 fours. Peter Hanscom goes. No, you can come. No, you can come to me. You can come to me. I didn't realise you were coming at that precise moment, James. We've just seen the wicket of Peter Hanscom, the Australian. He's been caught at the second attempt at slip by Wayne Madsen for 62, having added 81 for the 8th wicket with Chris Wright, who's on 41. 262 for 8 now. It means that Leicestershire lead by 34, but we still have 14 overs and 2 balls to go. Sam Connors with his second wicket of the innings was the bowler. Wayne Madsen with a really good catch because he parried it initially. He was on the floor and still managed to clutch it in. Could be crucial. We've seen 81 runs scored since tea. That's the first wicket. In the afternoon session, 69 runs were scored and 6 wickets fell. Derbyshire still very much alive in this game now with just the last 2 to come, Michael Finan and Josh Hull. If they can get rid of them quite quickly, and that's what they'll be aiming to do, clearly, they will have 10 overs or so in which to score the runs they require to record their first victory of the season. Leicestershire 262 for 8. Leicestershire lead by 34. And as good as your show is, get yourselves over to the BBC Sport website and app and listen to the end of the cricket because it's going to be great. Well. Who saw that coming? You went quite hard at it, did Chris? Did Peter Hansworth?
Told you there'd be a twist.
Well, yeah, I didn't see that coming. I certainly didn't see it coming just as they were coming to me for the update either, as I continued to commentate. Yeah. To hell with the listeners on BBC Radio Derby. We've got our loyal listeners online via the BBC Sport website and app. Darren Oldacre scored the goal for Chesterfield, incidentally, and they lead by 2-1. He's probably not called Oldacre either. 3 slips now for Michael Finan, the new batsman. He didn't last long from memory in the first innings. And he waits now as Connors is in and bowls to him, and that's turned down towards long leg for a single by Finan. He probably did, didn't he? 12 balls for 5. 81, was it the partnership?
262, wasn't it, when the wicket fell? So yes, 81.
Well, when you thought it couldn't get more exciting, and then Josh Hull made 6. So the last two put on 5 and 6. Derbyshire would settle for that.
Yeah.
At the moment,
Depends how long, though, doesn't it?
Well,
it
yes.
took.
Yeah. If it takes them 10 overs, then they've had it. But final ball of the second over with the new ball, bowled by Connors. Traps leg before wicket, has he? No, says umpire.
Sure, it did loads, that, didn't it? Bounce.
Taylor wasn't having
in.
any of it.
No.
A lot of hands on heads, as you would imagine. They were desperate for that one, Derbyshire. They didn't get it, but they did get one in the over, and it was a big one. Peter Hanscom for 62. Leicestershire 263 for 8 now. Chris Wright still there on 41. They lead by 35. There are 14 overs left, so there would be 11 overs if they get the final 2 wickets in this over, which is unlikely. You're looking at 8, 9, 10 overs in which to get 40 or 50.
He was missing leg stump by quite a long way.
Was it?
That one, yeah, and hit him well above the knee roll as well.
You can't really blame them for asking us.
No, absolutely not. But it was not quite the definition of optimism, but it was an unquestionably hopeful.
That it for the updates today?
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks that way. Chappell, head down, gets into his run, head up, and bowls 2 right down the leg side. Poor delivery, and Wright just watches it on. I beg your pardon, Finan just watches it on its way into the gloves of Guest behind the stumps. So at the moment, the equation would be a comfortable one, you would have thought, for Derbyshire. It would be something like, I don't know, 36, 37 in 11.
They'd settle for 50 off 9 or 55 off 8.
Absolutely. Thereafter, it might get a little bit hairier. Chappell is in, fine, and looking to on drive, thick inside edge, and maybe a bit of pad involved as well, as it runs fairly slowly up to mid-on and started to go up behind the, well, everywhere. Harry Kane still got his hands on his helmet there at short leg. Hyder Ali at gully rather than 4th slip.
I haven't seen much of Mickey Arthur today. He's here, clearly, because we saw him before the start of play, but he's not a great watcher.
He gets nervous, does he? In goes Chappell and bowl short. Finan pulls him around the corner for well, Finan, it's the way he plays as well.
Excellent.
Horrible phrase, but he will still go for his shots, and if he connects with 3 or 4, then he could take Leicestershire out of reach fairly quickly. The lead is now 35. No, it's not, it's 39, isn't it? So 40 would be the...
Yes, it must be, because Finan can't be still on 1.
Nothing's happened on the scoreboard. No, that's what I'm saying.
Scoreboard's frozen.
Everything's frozen. Nothing's happening. Chappell turns. Runs in, bowls, Finan leaves outside off stump. It does come back quite a long way and bounced high above the angle of off stump and bail, taken by Guest almost on the run to his left. Chappell beginning to look a touch weary. He's into his 17th over. I think there's 1 ball to come. I say I think because the scoreboard away to our right has ceased to function. The main scoreboard is good. Oh, it's up and running again now. In goes Chappell, bowls pushed by Finan into the gap in the covers. He's going to keep the strike as well as Duploy, who's been at mid-off for so much of the game, has to run across towards extra cover. Single taken by Finan and moves on to 6. The lead then 41. 1 ball to go in the over, so it will be 10 overs. Minimum. Maximum.
Well, it'll be minimum, but it won't be minimum, will it?
Unlikely.
Unless you don't lose the overs in the extra hour. Who knows?
4 and over now. Ali comes in from deep square to square leg. Chappell into right, who defends solidly enough. Straight delivery, drops it down on the onside end of Chappell's over, the 83rd of the innings. The lead is 40, 41 therefore will be Derbyshire's target. But they've got to take these 2 wickets. The immovable right, famous last word, is still out there. He's 41 not out, having scored 21 not out in the first innings. Fine and 6. Did make a half century at the end of last season. Just trying to remember, that wasn't against you, was it?
Don't think so. No, we were the Rihan Ahmed maiden century.
Yes.
268 for 8. Sam Connors in 2 fine, and who leaves alone outside the off stump ball goes through to Brooke Guest. Slowly starting to run out of time here, Derbyshire.
Friends at Trent Bridge, of course it was.
Excellent. Happy with that. Very happy.
Good catch by Madsen. Because he went, as you say, went at it hard. He was driving. Hanscom, he could be said to have given it away in a way.
He was on the
Grabbed it
floor when he grabbed it
attempt.
at the second
Yeah.
attempt. He had good awareness of where the ball was. Connors in again, fine, and guides it down towards third man. There's a hand on it there from Haider Ali at third slip.
Saved 3, didn't he?
Yeah, they just get through for the 1. Finer moves to 7, 269 for 8, the lead 41. Does bring Chris Wright back onto strike, who's slowed down a bit. So got a strike rate of 50, 41 off 82 balls. Done a good job for his team here, though. Another good job for his team here. The slips are just sort of spreading out a bit for Chris Wright as Connors bowls to him, and that's whipped into the leg side and beyond the reach of Archie Harrison, the sub-fielder. He will get there now, but they'll come back for 2. Wright moves to 43, 271 for 8, the lead 43.
Harrison's drop, it has to be called a drop.
Yes.
He made it into one, which was admirable in itself, but he wasn't able to cling on. He's beginning to look as though it could be crucial.
17 runs added by Chris Wright since it was dropped.
At the time as well.
Here comes Connors and bowls to Wright, who gets right behind that one and plays it down into the ground. Haider Ali comes around from third slip to do the fielding. Wayne Madsen just speaking to Brooke Guest and Mark Watt with his hands on his head. Can they manufacture a couple of wickets here and then go out and throw the bat and win by a wicket? 271 for 8. In comes Connors and bowls. That one doesn't really get up, and Wright does well in the end. He gets bat on ball and punches it up to mid-off. Brooks warming up. Henry Brooks, the only wicketless bowler so far. Connors 3 for 73 from his 21 overs. 1 ball shy of 21 overs. 1 for 51 Chappell, 2 for 52 Rees, 2 for 35 Watt. Right on 43. Waits as Connors bowls to him, and he flashes this into the offside. I thought he was going to smash it all the way to the boundary, but it was pretty much straight at Harry Kame, who does the fielding, and we are going to see Henry Brooks for one last time. The second last throw of the dice. Can you have 2 of them? I'm not sure you can. 271 for 8. 12 overs remain, so it would be 9. The lead is 43. Anything above 6 or 7 would be too many. You would have thought, given it's first-class cricket and not white ball. A nail-biter at the county ground. And all of you who've come across from James Watt are more than welcome. If any of you have, indeed. I'm not sure that anybody necessarily would have done. He didn't seem pleased that I was urging his listeners to come across.
Did he not?
Well, you can listen to 60s, 70s and 80s music anytime, can't you? You don't see a nail-biting county championship match every day of the week. I haven't seen one all season.
Henry Charlie Brooks going to have a go from the racecourse end now, possibly for the first time, because he didn't bowl all his overs in the first
Yeah, I think he did.
innings from the city end as well. Maybe wrong about that.
There is a slope. I've no idea where it goes.
It's kind of from the...
Well, apparently it slopes that way, which I find bizarre, but yeah.
I suppose. Brooks is in, bowls, and pushed out towards mid-wicket by Mike Finan. Chris Wright wants a second, but no, it's thrown to the wrong end, but he was sent back, Finan, sent Wright back, and it was probably the right call. It was probably the right call. Certainly Wright isn't the fastest between the wickets, and it was a good throw from Harrison, but it was to the wrong end. It was a very accurate throw, but Wright had time to turn and get back into his ground, Finan not having left his at the non-striker's end. So both batsmen do a spot of gardening to just take a breath or two. Finan on to 8. Wright has 43. The lead is 44. Brooks in to Wright, who's hit on the back pad, but it's going a long way down the leg side. In fact, it might have just hit him on the inside of the knee or between thighs. Given how much padding they wear underneath their whites, it's amazing how often the ball seems to get through onto a little bit that is unpadded. Surely some manufacturer can produce a pad that is unpenetratable.
It's like one of those Zorb balls.
A pair of trousers that fully padded. In goes Brooks and forward goes Wright, reaching for it a touch defensively, but getting plenty on it, steering it to point, and there's no run.
Desperate for the final whistle at whatever it's called.
Saltergate?
No, they've
that's
played
gone.
there for years. Yeah,
Oh, do they not?
The Technique Stadium. It's a new stadium. Well, it's not new anymore.
Okay.
Saltergate went a few years ago.
Brooks is in, back goes Wright and turns it around the corner. Takes the first one quickly, but there is only one as Connors comes in from long leg to field. One is taken.
Got to keep up with the football trends, Grandad. Come on.
273 for
woofers,
8.
do you want woofers and tweeters?
Grabophone. 45 the lead now. 2 balls to go in this over, so it's going to be 8 at the very most for Derbyshire. As in goes Brooks and forward goes Finan solidly enough on off stump, out into the offside. Goes the ball, picked up by Duploy with his blue shaded sunglasses glinting atop his cap. If you're not going to wear them in bright sunshine like this with the low sun,
Never going to wear them.
are you ever?
No, I'm never going to wear them.
He's telling Point Chapel to go back 10, 15 yards. They want Finan to have one. Keep the strike. Finan on 8. Brooks is in. Bowls a bouncer down the leg side to him. So why, having sent people back to give him one, you then bowl a bouncer down the leg side is slightly baffling. Anyway, 273 for 8 at the end of the 85th over of the innings. The lead is 45. If the 2 wickets fall in this over, 46 will be Derbyshire's target in 8. Going up, creeping up.
Yeah, no, it's
6 in over.
It's going to be tricky, isn't it, from here for Derbyshire to win a game that they've been in charge of for very large parts. Yes, they lost an entire day to the weather yesterday, pretty much barring 7 overs or so.
In charge pretty much throughout, really.
Yeah.
Well ahead of the game.
Yeah, that first hour on day 1 was good for Leicestershire.
Yeah. And I suppose the session this morning,
Yeah.
and Patel put on 100 or so.
And this one.
And now this one, as you say.
The crucial ones, really, I suppose.
But this one is not over.
Sam Connors begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Chris Wright, and Wright defends it back to the Derbyshire bowler. In his 22nd over, 3 for 73, Sam Connors. Polishing the new ball. which has already accounted for Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, it was. You were as surprised as I was, really. Went hard at it with the drive, most un-Hanscom-like.
He just got fed up. Connors in again. Right, waits and drives aerially into the offside, but it lands several yards in front of Henry Brooks.
I thought that was
in
going
the covers.
straight into his hands.
So did I. Bromley have equalised in the 99th minute. That one goes to extra time, and we know what happened the last time a team scored in the 9th minute. Added on at the end of the game, they went on to win in extra time. Sorry, Tom. Connors turns at the top of his mark. Right, waits. Connors delivers. It's driven again, slightly aerially, up towards mid-off. There's a fumble by Lears deploy, and they get through for a single. He suddenly started to hit the ball in the air, Chris Wright, which is encouraging.
Giving his teammates palpitations, I'm sure. Watching on the balcony. Nobody allowed to move, presumably, at the moment. On the Leicestershire balcony, you can see a couple of splotches of green over there. Coaches, I suspect, rather than players.
I can hear it being claimed as a triumph by the coaching staff.
I think they're fairly realistic, really. I don't think they'll think this game in any way, really. There have been one or two very good individual efforts. Mulder with the ball. Hanscom, and to an extent Patel and Hill with the bat.
Corners into ball to Finan, who pulls around the corner quite violently. And it's fielded down there by Hayder Ali. They're only going to get one. Not the strongest throw from Hayder, but one is all they'll get.
But otherwise, not many positives.
No, and it's a fourth game without a victory for Derbyshire and 1,300 days and all the rest of it here at Derby. It'll take them potentially off the bottom of the table. I don't know, Yorkshire might have got a similar number of points.
It isn't over yet, Fletch.
I think it is. The lead is 47. 2 balls left of the 86th over, so 10 to go after this. We'll lose 2, of course. And in comes Connors again, and bowls 2 right, bouncer, ducks underneath it. See those bits of wood? With the other 2 bits of wood across them. She's trying to soften him up. 275 for 8, 1 ball to go. And the Sam Connors over.
So it will, therefore, be 7 overs.
7 and over now, isn't it?
Even if a wicket falls off this ball and then first of the following over.
It's not unmanageable, but it's unlikely.
Madsen's going to leg. Gully. Slip.
They're just wandering around, really. He's going to come around. Oh, dear.
Oh, everybody's wandering around
Yeah,
now.
there's a lot of wandering going on. He's going to come around the wicket for the final ball of the over. It'll be a short delivery. I think it's safe to say. In comes Connors. It is short. He ducks underneath it, Chris Wright. It goes through to the keeper. I know it's short. Chris Wright knows it's short. 275 for 8. 10 to go. Lead 47. 45 to Wright. 9 to Finan. And Wayne Madsen, in conversation with his skipper, Lears deploy, asking Zach Chappell to bowl the next over from the City end. That's what he's doing.
And presumably, if it's 60 or 5, they'll go for it.
Oh, well, yes, yeah.
They can always, if they lose 3 or 4 quick wickets, then, well, hey. We just block out the lot or offer our hands and shake hands on it. But thereafter, it gets
these last 2 quickly here, don't they? Just to make a game of it.
Brooks is in and bowls and is looking to drive Michael Finan. It steers it rather than puts his full weight into the shot, and it sounded a bit tinny. And he looks at that his bat, just checks it's not cracked. Deploy did the fielding. He's the only man in front of square on the offside. deploy. So he's trying to. He's gone to extra cover. Really, he's trying to cover as much ground as he can. 2 slips and a gully and a short leg as Brooks is in. Drops short, goes for the pull. A massive effort that comes off the bottom of his bat, I think, onto the pad and dribbles towards Madsen at second slip. Could have gone anywhere.
Absolutely.
Including
anywhere.
onto the stumps.
Yeah. Could have sailed over the old scoreboard. Could have done anything. David Griffin has spent the entire evening session waiting for the triumphant side to come off.
I got some good pictures in the afternoon session of stumps flying. Brooks is in and bowls a bouncer, and Finan just bobs down on one knee. Left knee bends down, moves his head inside the line. Batting with a disconcerting degree of confidence as far as the bowlers are concerned. You would have thought, Michael Finan. As number 10s often do these days. 275 for 8, the lead 47. Brooks is in, goes for the Yorker, appeals, despite the fact it's going the best part of a foot good on the leg side. I would suggest his appeal, Brooks, was, what the heck? He knew before even appealing. Just heard it from behind the stumps.
Don't even know why the bowler turned around.
He heard it from behind, didn't he? And I should join in, I suppose. In he goes, bowls, and he's bowled him. It's bowled him outside. He went off stump out of the ground. It stayed a fraction low. He went back, Finan, to try and steer it away through the offside. The game has twisted again. It isn't quite over. Poor shot from Finan. Needed probably to get forward to that one and just try and block it out, but he tried to. Got a bit overconfident, tried to dab it away through the offside. Whether it came off the inside edge, I'm not quite sure. I don't think it did. I think it just stayed a fraction low. 275 for 9. Finan goes bowled Brooks for 9. 1 ball to go in the over, I think.
Yes.
If the wicket falls with this ball, well, it would be 7, wouldn't it?
It would.
Rather than the 6.
They need
and they'd need 48 to win.
7s.
That is very doable. It has to be. At 7s, this game.
It just went away from them after tea, didn't it? That's
Going to the wire.
That was really when it went away from Derbyshire, when that 80-run partnership between Hanscom and Wright.
Have a look at this one. I think he got a bit of a sort of bottom edge as he tried to cut it away.
He wasn't in a position to cut, though, was he?
No, it stayed a fraction low.
He was very upright and it was quite close to him.
Not a wise, obviously not a wise choice of shot, but not a sensible either choice of shot.
They could need 10s by the end of this set. Go out for 5 overs and Haider Ali could swing from the hip, which could see him depart very quickly, or... yeah.
Brooks is into. Josh Hall goes past his outside edge. Doesn't take the edge into the gloves of Brooke Guest. It goes end of the over, the 87th of the innings. 9 remain. Well, if the wicket falls in this over, the final wicket, that is, Derbyshire will have 6 overs in which to potentially score. Well, they'll have to score at least 48. Plus however many runs are scored in this over.
That's fairly straightforward, isn't it?
8 and over.
Thank you. I'm glad you did that. I was going to do it on my calculator. I'm hopeless with the 48s and the 42s. Always confuse me. They shouldn't really. It's a bit embarrassing. I did get a maths O level, and I'm not misspeaking. It was an O level. They'd just been invented when I took them. 1979. Took my O-levels.
Yeah, me too. And then A-levels in... No. 78 were mine.
All right, mine was
There you go.
Happy days. Can't remember a thing about them. I could probably tell you the ones that I got.
Foxy Phil, for the love of God. it's never easy, is it? 2 more overs of batting, says Fango. Maybe 3. Foxy Phil, right, should just play it back this over, take another over off. I love that.
Yes.
Oh, God.
Here comes Sam Connors from the City End bowling to Chris Wright, who just guides this out into the offside. Absolutely no intention of running now.
Does the field come in? Or do they keep more catches? Or do they give him...
Let him go over the top.
Keep trying to give him one? Or stay on the defensive for Wright and throw everything at Hull?
I've just been asked if I'm bored enough to talk to them on the radio after 6 o'clock. This is thrilling. Or thrilling, as I've just said. 275 for 9. Right on 45. Waits as Connors bowls. Too many pushes this one out into the offside. There is no run. They need a wicket in this over, you feel.
I think 2 more overs.
The next 2. Okay.
I think they'd get 10 and over.
Do you?
Mm.
Wow.
Or close to it, anyway.
In comes Connors again, bowls to right. Again, he goes back and punches it out into the offside. He has absolutely no intention of running.
Yet. How many... Would he start thinking about it now? 4th ball?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting experience for young Josh Hull. Didn't happen with the ball for him in this match. Just go out there and save it with the bat instead.
Yes. The lead is 47. 8 overs and 3 balls, -2 left. 275 for 9. Derbyshire need a wicket. Connors is in and bowls a short delivery. Bounces high over the head of Chris Wright.
Could get another couple of those and then keep Hull down at that end.
I suppose. Yeah, that's a shout, isn't it? He was beaten with the only ball at his face so far.
But it does mean another over. Even if the wicket falls off the first ball, even if Hull goes first ball. They're talking about it.
Then it's over 9 and over, isn't it? You fancy 10, though?
I think, well, it's possible, isn't it? It's a big outfield, isn't it? And a slowish one because of the rain yesterday. Men out, but you know, it's 2 to a man on the boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. They've all closed in on him. This will be a short delivery. Broadcast needs to be ready. He could actually sling it away and go for 4 byes. In comes Connors. It bowls a full-length delivery that Wright defends. What do I know? Can you send me a sentence?
The quick brown fox.
But yes, I will. But not sure what it'll be at the moment. Oh, that wasn't the last ball of the over.
No, one more.
Right. In comes Connors again. Bowls to right. That is a short delivery. It's a slower ball bouncer that Wright ducks underneath. So it will be 5 overs.
If the wicket falls
If
in
the
this
wicket
over.
falls in this over.
And if it does, Henry Brooks, I think they're taking, what was it, to 6 for not very many in the first innings, will make himself a Derbyshire legend in his short time here.
Yes. He's got plenty of support out there as Henry Brooks.
He's going to go around the wicket to the young left-hander Josh Hull. Goes in and bowls. Hull just leaves it as it bounces through outside off stump. Close, but not close enough to make Hull play. Harrison and Dupuy swap positions at mid-on and mid-off for some reason. Well, it's not mid-off, it's extra cover. There is no mid-off. Very open stance for Hull as Brooks is in. Bowls to him and it bounces past his outside edge and over the stumps by 3 or 4 inches perhaps, but we are in perfect line really behind Brooks as he runs in round the wicket to Hull. And that beat everything.
They've shaken hands at New Road.
Well done, Worcester. That'll make Sussex even more determined when they come to Grace Road on Thursday. Brooks is in and Bowles goes for the drive, misses it, and an ooh and an ah, and hands on heads all around the ground and among the crowd as well.
Yorkshire have got 55 balls with 4 wickets remaining to score 119 against Glamorgan.
Still almost sounds as though they're going for it, doesn't it?
I think they might as well, mightn't they? They've been that wretched this season. Sadly.
I'm making a fair fist of chasing down a huge score. Brooks is in and Hull gets everything behind that one. It's a fuller delivery. He sees it all the way and blocks it out into the offside. 2 balls to go in the over after this. 4 would be available to Derbyshire.
And that would be too many.
To score 48, and that's a lot.
Yes, yeah.
12 runs and over, 3 fours and over. They could do with a wicket badly, to put it mildly, off these next 2 balls. Paul Pollard has his hand out. Everybody else is ready,
Well,
it seemed to
Liz
me.
Deploy was calling the long on in, and Mr. Pollard saw it.
Okay.
So he was going to run straight into his
couldn't
arm.
see anybody
there.
else. I know.
Clotheslined by the umpire.
Chopped off. Yeah. Brooks in. Bowles. Hull blocks it comfortably enough. It's a middle and leg delivery that he pushes it into the onside. Is this the ball? Does it have to happen on this ball? You kind of feel so a bit.
I think it probably does, really, doesn't it? Yeah, I feel it probably does. Because there would be 4 overs after this. It would be 48 runs. That's as you said, it's a lot of runs in 4 overs. I mean, it's not entirely impossible. And
it isn't. And I'm
Derbyshire
sure
would
they'd
go
have
out and have a go.
a whack for 2 or 3 overs for sure. Chappell goes round to a sort of leg gully-ish area. Around the back over the wicket comes Brooks. He bowls and forward goes Hull. Plays and misses into the gloves of Guest. It goes. Dot ball. End of the over. 275 for 9. Remains the score. 6. 7 overs now remain to be bowled. 89 have been bowled. But obviously, even if the wicket falls off the first ball, you take off the over you're in and 2, and it would be a 4.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just writing the sentence now.
It's just I'm hesitating because of my ropey mathematics, but I think that's right. Chappell against his former county. Can he do it? Wright is on strike though. Steps back because there's all sorts of directing of fielders going on. Like working with Emerson.
No, don't ever say that.
Short mid-wicket has gone in and shortish extra cover.
And here comes Zach Chappell bowling to Chris Wright, who goes back and defends it up to mid-on, to a huge round of applause from any Leicestershire supporters in here, and certainly the Leicestershire support staff. Because it's now looking a forlorn hope for Derbyshire to get their first win of the season.
I don't know. 48 off 4 would be the equation at the moment.
That's a lot. In comes Chappell and bowls an effort ball as he grunts, delivering it, and it's pushed by Wright out into the offside. He wants nothing to do with a run.
48 off 3, do you think they'd shake hands if the wicket doesn't fall this over?
Yeah, potentially. Potentially. I think they might as well. that session after tea just took it away from Derbyshire, didn't it? Preserved Leicestershire's hopes. Did they put 81 on, did we say?
Yeah.
As in comes Chappell and bowls, and again grunts as he releases it. Lewis Rees fields the ball at short mid-wicket as Wright just turns it into the leg side. And then he claps Lewis Rees as though there was still hope. Where did it all go wrong, Mickey?
Hasn't quite yet.
In comes Chappell. Bowls and Wright drives up to Lears deploy. There is no run. Everybody's coming in as though it's going to make a difference. They don't want him to take a single, but...
Well, they're not going to shake hands at the end of the over then.
No. They still fancy it, Derbyshire. I've no idea how.
It would be 48 off 3 if a wicket doesn't fall in the next 2 balls.
That would be something in itself.
We are getting this right, aren't we? They would take off 2 for the...
Well, I assume so. You could go and ask the scorer, or I could at the end of the over. In comes Zach Chappell and bowls a short delivery to try and keep Chris Wright on strike, and therefore not on strike at the start of the next over. It would be fascinating if they didn't take any overs off. I can indeed hear you, Amy, but I can't really talk. As they do, yeah, they do take 2 overs off. So in comes Chappell, needs a wicket with this delivery, bowls to Wright, bangs it in short. Wright has a go at it, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. He could have been caught behind there. It could have gone for 6. It could have done anything.
What are you doing, Chris Wright?
I don't know. But now there would be 3 overs in which to score 47 runs. They have to take a wicket in this over.
Yeah, I think the draw is now the favourite, even if the wicket does fall in this over. Keeping going though, Derbyshire. If he edged that, goodness me.
It was an interesting shot, wasn't it, at this stage of the evening? Yorkshire are now 7 down. Doesn't look like they're going to win that one. Nottinghamshire are 8 down.
They've dug in a bit. They could all end in draws, these games. Very exciting draws. Brooks is in, bowls to Hull, who leaves. It isn't so very far from off stump. Brooks' hands started to go into the air, but well judged by Josh Hull. Brooker, come in here, Brooker. Brooko, Brookie, Brooker. Latin O-level, isn't it? Brookus, Brookum.
Come 4 just went, 5 just went down on me there. No idea why.
Brooks is in, bowls too wide outside off stump, and Hull can leave very safely and does.
4 balls before they shake hands, surely. Because they're not going to get 47 in 1, are they? Would it be 2 at the moment?
It would be 2 at the moment.
They're not going to get 47 in 2.
At the moment, it's 3.
They're not going to get 47 in 3.
48. Brooks is in, bowls down the leg side this time. And
no ball.
Weary delivery. Well, that
50
adds
they
2
need.
to the target, but it does mean he gets to bowl that rather poor delivery again. We're hoping it's rather better this time. 50 would be the target in 3. If a wicket falls. The next 4 balls, Brooks is going to go back over the wicket to the left-handed Hull, push it across him. In he comes, bowls down the leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind, but no. And again,
No.
Brooks's appeal was unconvincing, to say the least. Did gesture at it, Hull, involuntary gesture. Poke at it, didn't get anything on it. 3 balls to go in the over. Then it would be 50 off.
At the end of the match,
2.
the end of the match
surely
isn't being recorded. because I'm on a different line. It's bizarre. No idea what's happening here.
Brooks is in, bowls a bouncer. Hull takes his eyes off it as he ducks, but it went wide and high into the gloves of Guest. Applause from Harry Kame at short leg, but his hands must be getting tired, Kame. Still clapping though, look at him.
Yeah, can't help himself, can he? 2 balls to give Derbyshire
a few hands on hips out there, though, like that.
Yeah, I think they know.
Brooks is in, bowls outside off stump. It's pushed across him, but it's well wide really, 3-4 inches wide. And again, Hull can leave 1 ball over the over to go. Right, wanders down, prods at the pitch, and then wanders back to the over the wicket position because Brooks is going to go back around. He wasn't able to get any of those straight from over the wicket. 1 ball to go in the over, the 91st.
1 ball to go in the match, I would suggest, if it's not a wicket.
Really can't see them getting 50 off 2, can you?
No, no.
Hitting every ball to the boundary, essentially.
Yeah. And one of them has to go for 6.
Brooks is in and bowls, and Hull goes for the drive and misses it. But that may be that. No, it isn't. They are going to keep going to the
I need to leave you.
bitter end. Fletch pulls mics out and pushes plugs in and does all sorts. Chappell from the city end will be bowling to right. Well, we think that essentially that's it, really, because it will be 2 overs if the wicket falls in this over for Derbyshire to score 50 runs. But they're going to try and take this final wicket, come what may. Perhaps until it's mathematically impossible, which means we go certainly through this over. Duploy and Chappell exchange words in a discussion which sees Kame come running in from deep point to where? All sorts going on out there. He's coming into short leg. And mid-wicket, Rees is going to go into point. Hyder Ali's coming in from deep square to conventional mid-wicket. So it's actually a fairly normal field in the end. Chappell comes in and bowls to right, who covers up to a good straight delivery, pushes it out into the offside. Picked up there by Henry Brooks in the covers, and there's no run. 4.5 overs remain in the game, but there would be just 2 left to Derbyshire, and a gentleman is leaving the permanent temporary stand over there between us and the gym at the city end of the ground. He's decided it's not going to happen. He's going slowly though, so we can watch this last over. Chappell is in and bowls, back on his stumps, goes right, blocks it out to mid-on, and again there's no run. Archie Harrison, the fielder. Hyder Ali has now gone back to deep square. He's waving, and they're waving back at him. Guest is saying, I think, just everybody's waving. Hyder.
Then get me pads ready. No.
Well, Wayne Madsen is saying bring the pads on, so I think they're going to give Watt an over or 2. I think we're almost at the pointless stage. In goes Chappell. It's cut by right, the short ball from outside off stump down to the boundary at a wide third man stroke backward point for 4. Right moves on to 49. So in the end he couldn't resist, but played it well. 53 now the lead. 54 would be the target.
The game is up.
Feels that way.
The game is up. I know that was the last over at 5:23. I don't know if that has a bearing on it, or on anything really.
Nice shot from Chris Wright.
Yes.
It deserves his, what would be his second half century of the season. Chappell is in, bowls to him. He's solidly forward. He's quite a good number 9, is Chris Wright.
Yes, indeed.
I think he might make a number 8 now.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to admit it.
Yeah, no, we could.
If you're listening, Headingley, Jonathan Doige.
I don't think he'll be listening here.
No, he won't.
He will
Yorkshire continue to...
hang
If they're
on.
hanging on in there now.
39 balls left in that game.
And there will be people looking at the results at the end of the day who haven't been following it and saying, oh, they all ended in draws, if that's how it happens. And yet each and every one had a huge amount of tension in the final session. In goes Chappell, bowls, and Wright defends on the off stump, drops it out into the offside. Rees closes on the ball at point, and there is no run.
Let's deploy is waving for the is there a third man? No.
Hyder's come into mid-wicket now.
Mark Watt's warming up. I think that's warming up.
281 for 9. Leicestershire Wright, 49 off 111 balls. What an effort it's been from him. Chappell is in, bowls to him. He's half forward, pushing the delivery out into the offside. And it is the end of the over.
The umpires are
The umpires are
sending I think
the
that's
12th man.
Yeah, they told the 12th man to go. Because
Well, he's put the helmets on.
Derbyshire can't possibly win this. No, it was the 12th man of Leicestershire with the drinks he sent
okay.
off. I suppose Derbyshire are allowed helmets because it's safety equipment. Quite why we're playing on when there would be 1 over to score 53, I have no idea.
Well, that should be it, shouldn't it?
Welcome to cricket. Liam Mandeville has scored for Chesterfield, who lead 3-2 now. Is that half time in extra time?
I don't quite understand. Do we not count the over that they're in? Does that count as one of the two?
Oh, don't.
Well, while you're talking, I'll
James
ask the scores.
just mouthed, I don't know, but yeah, go and ask him. Yeah, go on. Mark Watt's going to bowl. He's got 2 for 35. He could finish with 3 for 35, I suppose. They want another helmet. At the moment, Derbyshire would have 1 over to score 53 once the first ball of this over is bowled. And we're still playing cricket. And nobody can really understand why. And not only are we still playing cricket, but we're not actually playing cricket because lots of people are talking to each other. It's absurd. Leicestershire will lose a point for slow over rate by the sound of it. And they're only going to get...
We have been calling it correctly, so they will need 53 off 1 or 54 off 1. But there's some speculation that Leicestershire might want to play the final, declaring this over.
Yeah.
And bowl the final over in the hope of
avoiding
a point, losing a point.
That seems slightly unlikely, doesn't it? Unless they bowl it in a minute, but Derbyshire probably wouldn't let them.
I don't see.
I don't know why we're carrying on anyway, but we are. 53 off 1 over would be the victory to end all victories, of course.
And Leicestershire have saved the game. Anyway, we can confirm that.
Mark Watt from the racecourse end in to bowl to Josh Hull, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
Would that it had turned, from Watt's point of view. It didn't really. Didn't miss off stump by much. Didn't need to turn much.
He's in again to the left-handed Hull. Gets struck on the pad. There's an appeal for leg before wicket. That ball wouldn't have hit another set of stumps down the leg side.
That one spun out of the footholds. Shame that the last man is a left-hander, isn't it, for Mark Watt?
Yes. And goes Watt again. Goes up on his toes and then saunters in. Bowls a quicker delivery that's played out into the onside by Josh Hull. One of 4 games still going.
Leicestershire will only take 6 points from the game.
In goes Watt. Moral victory for Derbyshire. Bowls it so far outside the off stump that Hull watches it go through.
Derbyshire will take 11.
We'll probably lift them off the foot of the table, but I'm not sure. It depends on the bonus points in the Yorkshire game, or if Yorkshire actually lose, and they're 8 down now, so we could do with them losing, really. Then they would move off the foot of the table. Watt is in and bowls, and that's bowled him. Mark Watt has his 3rd wicket. Josh Holt is bowled for naught, a 19-ball duck, but he's done his job. He stayed out there for plenty of time. And Haider Ali's jogging off as though he's going to score 53 off 1 over. I don't think he's going to do that.
I am baffled by...
It makes no sense at all, everything that's happening here. He has run off. Harry Kane is running off as well. They're going to come out to bat, you know. Absolutely bizarre. It leaves Chris Wright, unfortunately for him, high and dry on 49, which is a real shame for him.
I'm not out again.
But he deserved a half century, didn't he, really? Leicestershire, 281 all out, and that's a lead of 53. Derbyshire will need, off the next 6 deliveries we see, 54 runs. This is going to be great. Oh, no. It's not.
Do we have to go through all this? The light roller, the remarking of the pitch? For 1 over.
Even more bizarrely, we'll be back in 10 minutes. You've got some Oh, we're guessing. Go on, talk to me, Stephen. Yes, we are on, but you have to talk to me while we're on. So go on.
Crack on. Yeah, that's what we've been speculating.
1 over?
If they bowl a quick over of spin in a minute flat.
Well, if I was the Derbyshire batsman, I'd be tapping it down and talking to each other in between every delivery.
Will they be bothered? Does it affect them one way or the other?
Well, they were bothered about a bonus point on the morning of day 3 when they should have declared.
But that's for them.
Yeah, but this one takes one away from a rival. It's the same thing, isn't it? You gain a point, you take one away from. If Derbyshire and Leicestershire are battling for 2nd place, apart from anything, I'll eat my hat. At the end of the season,
that's not going to be the case, is it?
And Derbyshire pipped them by a point. It would have been all worthwhile.
It will be interesting to see what
I'm going to go
Derbyshire's
off for 5 minutes, though, aren't you?
Yeah, why not?
Just a quick one here. I'm back because we don't lose 2 overs in the last hour. So Derbyshire have got 3 overs in which to score 53. If only we'd known that earlier, we would have been less cynical about what's going on here. We will be back in 5 minutes. Richard, you take time to calm down. We'll be back in 5 minutes, but Derbyshire will have 3 overs in which to score 53, and Haider Ali will tee off. It's going to be fascinating. You won't want to miss it. Join us again in 5 minutes.
Derbyshire will require 54 from 3 overs.
Well, welcome back to the Incora County Ground, where there's a certain amount of confusion reigning here. It isn't raining here, but the confusion is because everybody believes, in fact, nobody knew this rule, regulation, law that you don't lose the 2 overs in the final hour. It's been announced that Derbyshire will require 54 runs in 3 overs, and if they do, and that is confirmed, then Lewis Rees and Haider Ali will be the 2 men charged with blazing a trail rather than Harry Kane. However, go on.
No, just however, nobody is sure because the umpires aren't sure either. They are ringing, we're told they're getting in touch with the ECB for clarification. Because as far as everybody in this building is aware, and there's a lot of experience in this building as cricket experience, that they've never heard of this, no 2 overs off in the final hour rule. So, which the umpires are attempting to enforce. Leicestershire were under the impression that
that saved the game.
That the game was effectively over. So clarification is urgently being sought.
You know what we're going to see here when it comes back, the umpires come back, if there's anybody at the ECB at 6:30 on a Sunday evening, the umpires will come out and the batsmen will shake hands with the fielders and they won't even enter the field of play. I get a feeling that might yet happen.
So stay with us, folks, because how can a game that is, how can people not be sure in these circumstances? Astonishing stuff. So both teams, or at least Leicestershire and the 2 Derbyshire batters, are waiting on the other side of the boundary for clarification from the umpires who have yet to appear, presumably, because they're trying to raise somebody at the ECB who can tell them.
They'll come out of the door to the left of the Elite Performance Centre when they eventually emerge, looking rather sheepish, I fancy, having presumably told Derbyshire that you would have 3 overs in which to get them. Haider Ali couldn't get off the field quick enough to get his pads on. Harry Kane jogged off, but I think he probably knew that he wouldn't be batting because Lewis Rees and Haider Ali will be the T20 openers.
In our own defence, in telling you what we've been telling you throughout, both the scorers, experienced scorers, were unaware of said regulation, if it is a regulation.
There's a lot of people
The Leicestershire players and
standing around
coaches weren't sure either.
Hands on hips and stroking their chins thoughtfully as we wait for the umpires, or indeed for the umpires to tell the scorers. The Leicestershire backroom staff are taking the practice equipment up the steps to get a head start on the escape from the county ground.
There's a lot of shrugging going on as well over there.
Well, now they've decided it, I think it should be the law.
What should be the law?
They've got 3 overs. If the umpires say there's 3 overs, they're the sole arbiters of what's going on out there. No, I've no idea. I mean, I thought it was a draw. This is like an added bonus. And is it a bonus?
It's a bit of a shambles, actually.
Well, it is a complete shambles. That's my opening line. Derbyshire's County Championship match with Leicestershire ended in shambolic.
Descended into farce.
Oh, yes, descended.
How about that?
Yeah, and I'll take that. Descended into farce. Okay. When they were told they'd need 54 from 3 overs, and then it became 54 from 1.
With both sides under the impression that, a different impression, apparently.
There's Ajmal Shahzad walking out, perhaps to have a chat with the 2.
He won't know.
Batsmen. No, he won't.
He won't have a clue.
Well, cricketers and ex-cricketers generally don't know anything about the laws of the game, do they? So
No sign of the umpires
no, not at all.
as they await clarification from the ECB.
And the umpires have already said to the... Well, you see, that's Chris Wright. He's just warming up now, just in case.
Just in case, I think, as much as anything. Complete confusion.
Absolute shambles. Chesterfield have won.
I can see John Brown down there. He looked baffled when Paul Jane had to announce that they actually had 3 overs, not 1, in which to score 54 runs.
So if I can get a message to Griff before... I wonder if he'll agree with my... I can hear the words, the letters VAR being mentioned amongst the...
That's nothing to... That wouldn't help in these circumstances. Just a rule book. But
he's looking at his phone. The word indeed or absolutely will return momentarily through the 5G ether. I'm sure David Griffin pretty much knows what's going on. Utterly, in fact, is the word. Utterly shambolic.
Yeah.
And we still wait for clarification on how this game is going to finish. Is it a draw, which we all think it is?
And probably will be anyway.
And probably will be anyway.
But let's get the circumstances right, shall we?
54 from 3 overs is certainly more doable than 53 from 1 over.
It certainly is.
Still looking at...
But if they were to do it, Leicestershire would be less than...
Official objection.
Chuffed.
Put an official objection in.
I think they probably would. Seek some sort of clarification. But that is what is going on at the moment.
The match referee, Peter Such, is in with the umpires now as well.
But nobody's heard of this sort of the 2 for change of innings doesn't apply in the final hour. These circumstances must have occurred many, many times.
Well, I think so, because quite often you'll see players or teams shake hands with a couple of overs to go in the final hour, and that's the end of it, isn't it? But that might not be in a position where one or other team can still win the game. I don't know. I am convinced that Derbyshire are going to end up having to take a draw from this one.
I genuinely believe the umpires are wrong.
The umpires are always right.
In this instance, in their interpretation of the regulations.
It's completely wrong.
I think they've made one up, you know, that doesn't essentially exist.
So it's descended into farce as they were accused of making things up.
Well,
By BBC Radio Leicester's Richard Ray.
Essentially.
Can you imagine if there was rain on the way as well?
Yeah.
There isn't.
Happily, it's a beautiful evening here in Derby. So
I've got things to do. I could be at home now. I couldn't
that's right.
actually. No, it takes me an hour and a half to
Thinking.
get home. So.
Yeah. What's going on in the other games? Have they all finished now? Presumably, because they know the rules. Well,
they're still going at Yorkshire, where they need
nonsense.
92 off 14 balls. They're 8 down. So basically, Glamorgan need 2 wickets in 2 overs and 2 balls. And the only other game going on, Surrey need 121 off 12 balls, and they're 7 down. So this could end up being the only game going on, if indeed it does go on.
It could still be going on at 7:30 while we await clarification.
Yes.
Well, the umpires await clarification.
We're now 5 minutes past the start of the innings, so I'll make a note of that as well. So we've waited an extra 5 minutes already. The play was due to resume at 6:33. That's Nico, isn't it? Is that Nico on his phone there, walking in front of that bar?
Looks like him from here. Yeah.
And he's saying 1 over to his team.
It is 1 over.
Here come the umpires.
A nonsense.
Will we get clarification from the umpires then? What will be the outcome of this? Have they got 3 overs? Have they got 4 overs? Jane is poised with her microphone, and then she's just run down the corridor behind us. It still says 3 overs remaining on the scoreboard.
Because the umpires they're going to talk to the players now.
And they are saying, they're talking to the Leicestershire players first, which is interesting. Well, it's not that interesting. Perhaps they're saying you've got 1 over, but you're -3, so you might lose a point. But they're not going to get it down from -3 to -2 in 1 over. Lewis Rees is standing there with his arms apart, saying, what's going on? One of the umpires is going back
Paul Pollard
up the stairs, and out comes Mickey Arthur now. This is absolutely unbelievable. Paul Pollard's talking to Mickey Arthur. He's got his
with Paul Nixon there with them.
Yeah, put hands on his hips. And are we shaking hands? 1 over. There we go. It is match
Utter
drawn.
nonsense.
Match
Utter nonsense.
drawn here. So there's no point in going out. There is no point in going out.
Unless they can. Well, let's just shake hands.
And Haider Ali's saying, well, I'm not going out there. And he's walking up the steps himself. Lewis Rees has stayed down there. Haider Ali looks like he's going for clarification from Mickey Arthur. Who else is there?
It looks like Colin Ackerman is warming up, because he would then bowl the final over in the hope of getting through it quickly. So Leicester should try and save themselves losing this point. They're 0.7 behind, apparently.
Well,
whatever that means.
They're not going to say 0.7 of an over an hour in 3 minutes, are they?
I've no idea, Fletch.
No, I haven't actually.
But that was a nonsense. And how the umpires came up with that, well, it's a bit embarrassing, really.
At the moment, Mickey Arthur is talking to Paul Nixon and another member of the Leicestershire backroom staff. Haider Ali is there. Lewis Rees is there. They're at the bottom of the steps. Leicestershire, well, they're still out there. And the umpires, well, one of them is coming back out. That's Paul Pollard. And I think he's going to walk out to the middle. He is. He's going to walk out to the middle. Because he's come down the steps and now...
So they are going to have this 1 over. Foxy Phil, in all my years, I've never seen such a shambles.
Absolutely, Foxy. Mickey Arthur's coming out now to speak to the umpires. He's on the field of play, the Derbyshire head of cricket. He's deep in conversation with the pair of them, saying what on earth is going on. Could be a feisty old interview post-match here with Mickey Arthur. He's got his arms out. He's demanding an explanation clearly from here, I would suggest. And he's turned around now.
He looks very cross for a relatively jovial man, but goodness me.
Back out he comes to speak to the umpires again. The umpires are pointing at the Leicestershire players.
Well, he may be complaining about this.
And now I think what he's saying here is, you told my players that they still had 3 overs to go, and therefore we should have 3 overs to go. Now, I don't think that's an actual reason, but he's pointing quite vehemently here, Mickey Arthur.
He's an angry man.
And he's stomping his way back up the steps. The 2 Derbyshire batsmen, Lewis Rees and Haider Ali. Well, Lewis Rees is coming back down the steps. Haider Ali thinks he's going to come out. Colin Ackerman just taps Lewis Rees on the back as he goes up the steps. Absolutely farcical. It's Lewis Deploy, rather, who tapped at Lewis Rees on the back. We've got 1 over. What time is it now? 18:43. They were supposed to come back at 6:33, so it's taken them 10 minutes to sort this out, on top of the 5 minutes. So 20 minutes since Derbyshire bowled Leicestershire out.
And I'm sure most of the crowd, many of whom have stayed, are wondering why we're having this over. And it's to do with trying to get Leicestershire's over rate down. Hanscom will stand up to the stumps. Ackerman will try and whip through it. And, well, Derbyshire, decent of them to come out. Well, in the circumstances, they're saying, what do we do? Don't get out. Leicestershire will just whip through it and we'll shake hands. Poor from the umpires, I'm afraid. They should know.
Absolutely woeful. Absolutely
should know the
woeful.
rules and regulations. But that just came out of the blue, didn't it?
Do you think
no
we can,
two off in the final
we can
hour?
demand an interview with the match referee?
We can ask.
We could do one together.
Ackerman is in, it's defended. They will all be like that. Ackerman sprints back to his mark. They will try and get through this in less than a minute. You are watching something of a farce here. It's defended again by Hyder Ali. Just get on with it as quickly as they possibly can. There's a certain amount of joviality out there, but there's not much anywhere else. Hyder Ali defends. Ackerman sprints back to his mark. In he comes for the 4th over. Well, it'll be enough to save Leicestershire from losing this point. They're trying to get through it in less than a minute. County cricket, 4 days of really interesting cricket. Well, obviously not with the weather, but ends and a brilliant final day ends in completely farcical circumstances. Ackerman is in, Ali defends, and that's it. The game is over. Ackerman gets through his over in next to no time. Whether that's enough, whether that means that Leicestershire have saved themselves from losing a point, but what an unfortunate end, Fletch, to what has been a brilliant final day, frankly. And Derbyshire will be really, not seething, because I don't think they could have really got 50-odd, 54 in 3 overs anyway. But I think they'll be desperately disappointed because they seem to have the match at their tee. It looked to be theirs, didn't it? They seemed to be theirs to win.
Well, the ECB are doing their best to destroy county cricket, and now they've appointed umpires who don't know the laws of the game. When everybody else inside this ground would have said 2 overs will be taken off for the change of innings, the umpires said no, there will be 3. Lewis Rees is in conversation with the umpires now, Paul Pollard and Billy Taylor. An absolute shambles of a finish to a game that, as Richard quite rightly said, has been entertaining throughout. Leicestershire on top in the first hour. Derbyshire fought back. There was 6 down in next to no time. Derbyshire's batsmen built a decent lead, perhaps batted on a bit longer than they should have done. And then we've seen a couple of really splendid efforts today. Rishi Patel with 58, Lewis Hill with 63, 112 for 1 at lunch. Magnificent effort from the Leicestershire batsmen, second time round, if not the first. And then that 81 stand between Peter Hanscom and Chris Wright. Hanscom making 62. Chris Wright unbeaten on 49 at the end as they were bowled out for 281. It meant that Derbyshire needed 54. We were told it was in 3 overs. It clearly wasn't. And I think it's the right outcome. I don't think there's any question about that. It's the right outcome because there has to be 2 overs off for the change of ends. Nobody in this media centre knew that was a rule, a regulation, a law, and it wasn't.
And it isn't.
And it wasn't. And the only 2 people who thought it was were the umpires. And, well, completely baffling. Rich, it's been an absolute delight. Apart from the last 20 minutes, which have confused the what's it out of me, really. They have to appoint competent umpires, for goodness sake. They have to. And that, frankly, somewhere along the line, somebody has made a huge error that hasn't affected the outcome of the game. You're absolutely right. They probably wouldn't have got 54 in 3
if they've
overs.
been, as you've been saying, if they were saying that to the Derbyshire side out there,
yeah, that's rather that was my interpretation of what Lewis Rees was suggesting to the umpires, because he pointed out to the middle as if to say we were hearing that out there.
And what Mickey Arthur will have to say will be very, very interesting. You will hear interviews with the main protagonists, but possibly not in terms of the ECB or the umpires. Whether they'll give us interviews, we don't know, but certainly we'll see what Leicestershire and Derbyshire have to say and we'll make sure those interviews get out there. But otherwise, well played both sides in making
Well, I'm sure that
the game
Nigel
they
is
did.
loitering at the back. Will already have asked Peter Such if we can speak to him, have you? Have you? Have you asked him? He will come and speak to us, so we might hear from Peter Such. That's
Well,
good
that'd
news.
be great.
That's good
That
news.
would
We
be
might as well
great.
do that one together now. And then
If
go.
he's available, then that would be helpful. But in the meantime, thank you for your company if you've been with us throughout this extraordinary final day.
Yeah, we'll be back. Leicestershire are back at home next week. They take on Sussex on Thursday. Derbyshire back here at the County Ground on Thursday. They take on undercooked Gloucestershire, who barely played any cricket this season as far as I can work out. And the pair of us will be back. It's the last time we work together this season, I think.
Yeah, possibly.
And it's early May.
And it's early May.
And that's to do with the ECB as well.
But we'll
Good
see
night,
you at the
everybody.
T20s. Night, night, folks.